fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. Only thing I know about the song that I think is really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasanpiker, and this thoughts that I broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, November 13th. 2024, 11:28 a.m. and I am a little late, and I apologize, but this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about why I'm late. But it's hump day, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, and we are 13 days into No Nut November, and honestly, that's perfectly fine by me. I mean, it is officially... It's just never nut again November type shit. You know what I mean? Folks, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Okay? Because today is going to be a wonderful day regardless. Hold on one second. Got to send this in. But yeah. Folks, I'm live. I am alive. Ooh. Anyway. Watched Arcane today. Yeah. Personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you what's going on in my life in the world. In the world of Hasan, hasanpiker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the stop streaming button, and honestly, not a lot has happened, as is huge, as is the case. I hung out with my little bro, Moo Dog, also known as Moo Dang. Hung out with him a little bit. Shot the shit last night. Watched some Arcane. Did not watch The Penguin yet, but I'll probably get into it. But yeah. What else did I do? Not really much, you know? Not really much. Not really much else going on in my world, in the world of Hasan, hasanpiker. But let me tell you. Okay. Went to bed. Woke up early. As is the case. As is the huge. Right? And what did I do? What the fuck is this? All right, I'll look at this in a second. CBC released the interview. Let's go. Front burner. Wait, what?
Because these guys are not
What the fuck?
historically.
Why don't they have video? Dog, I don't understand. We literally recorded it on video. And instead of actually, what the hell? I know it's a radio show, but like we literally recorded it on video. Why the fuck wouldn't they just post the video too? That's so funny. Anyway, CBC's so cooked. We have no money for things that matter. Yeah. Any chance you react live to Jake Paul and Mike Tyson's fight? No, not live, because isn't that on Friday? I'm gonna be in Texas. Anyway, sometimes the audio goes live because it gets on air first. Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, woke up early, worked out this morning. I'm back on conventional deadlift, on my conventional deadlift grind. We're doing the conventions, okay? We're doing the conventional deadlifts, so you know, that's pretty cool. What's your PR? I'm not like going for PRs right now. The only thing I've done is I went higher than what my trainers wanted me to do, and it felt pretty fucking smooth even when I did that. But I think I did like 380 or something today for 8, or I don't know exactly what this is. It might have been less than that. It might have been just like 350 or 360 or something, which is not crazy, but you know,
Drop like flies in
there it is. Narrow your stance, boss. Hip width narrower. Narrow your stance. That's incorrect. My stance is pretty freaking narrow. My stance is perfect. You're wrong. And I'm doing like stop and go too. I thought I had done 8, but turns out I'd only done 7. But regardless, Nick got cooked by Nora.
Oh.
I'm at game point.
Okay, we'll look at this in a second. Can't wait for Rashida to come on the broadcast. Yeah, why the mixed grip? I see one too many videos of the bicep tears and I'm scared of that shit. Mixed grip is comfy for me. Okay. Who is Shaky Gurga? I feel like I've heard this name before, like before that meme popped off because of that one random guy on the sexism podcast. When is Rashida coming on? That is going to be at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, that is later. That's later in the day. Okay, that's later in the day. And when she's on, we'll blast off with it. But please be more careful with promoting upcoming stuff. You offhandedly mentioned an upcoming media opportunity yesterday, and the usual suspects are already doing a new email brigading campaign trying to ruin it. Be careful with personal news going forward. This is just what they do now. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't know what I mentioned the media opportunity was that was upcoming, but oh, CNN. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, they're pretty they're pretty wild, but I mean, it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do, you know? Yeah. It was the CBC thing. They're going crazy. Yeah, that's the reason we didn't get Bernie either. No, that's not the reason. Bernie Sanders, we were supposed to do it right before the election, but unfortunately we had scheduling conflicts. I'm still gonna have Bernie Sanders on. That's not a problem at all. I haven't even gone back to their team in terms of like when to reschedule it for, because I mean shit's been a little busy. I don't know if you know that. So I have an RFK Jr. meme for you. Please watch. It's funny, I promise. I doubt it. Dope. They tried taking credit for that. Yeah, guys. The come on. You can't literally live on the whims of antisocial, socially maladjusted internet terrorists. Like they literally don't understand how like normal human interactions work. You know what I mean? They think like, for example, Nick Pollum hates me, right? That's like here's a perfect example. They're like, oh, Hasan like fucked over Nick Pollum's life. He hates him. Nick doesn't want to collab with him at all. Nick literally fucking asked me to participate in OTK Game Day, which I will be participating in. I'm going to be in Texas for that on Friday. Like, these guys don't understand how normal human interactions work at all. And it doesn't fucking matter to them at all. I don't even think that they care about necessarily like people hating me. I think they just, they don't really care about the truth. They just simply care about like other people assuming that they hate me. You know what I mean? Because like, that's it. Whatever pops off on LSF is just like driving discourse for the day. And it's easily brigaded and it's actively brigaded every single day. Just don't go on the fucking page. Don't go on that Reddit and you'll be fine. You know what I mean?
For once, me and Nora here are going to be on the same team. Woo! Hasan is coming down. Hasan has, he's a hot guy, tall guy, big cock. I'm a little bit insecure. So me and Nora, we're...
Yeah, this guy fucking despises me, dude.
Game point.
Can you wish Emma, our TikTok editing queen, a happy birthday? Yes, happy birthday. Oh my God. There ain't no way. Oh my God. Nutmeg?
Point. Oh.
Nutmeg? Bro, it's over. Pack it up. Pack it the fuck up. Pack it the fuck up. You're done. That's so... Bro, he literally fell on his hands and knees. Like look at it. Like, he went, oh, this is the worst thing. This is the worst thing that could have ever happened. Like, knees buckling in, ankles broke. He went, oh, like zesty ass way of fucking receiving that too. God damn, that's so bad, bro. That is so bad, Nick. How do you do that? How do you do that? We gotta run it in slow-mo. He's holding his ankle going, oh hell no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh nah. That's crazy. That's crazy. Did you see this? Nick defended you.
Why are you letting him stream with him after what he did to you? I hate when viewers care more about things than I do.
Why are you letting him stream after what he did to you? Which is, by the way, not even what I did to him, but like probably what that person and the community he comes from did instead. Like, I know everybody always likes to act like, oh, Hasan, you shouldn't have done that thing that I literally cynically fucking sent to every media outlet 1,000 times until one of them bit. You know what I mean? It's like, don't act like this is the most severe offense of all time. Shut the fuck up. You don't give a shit. But it's so funny when people are, it's fake, man. It's fake, okay? When right-wingers say like, oh, you're virtue signaling, they're projecting. These guys, what do they pretend you did to him? Oh, it's I did a 5-hour educational seminar catching him catching him up on what's going on in Israel Palestine, and in the process I played one of the Ansar Allah music videos about Saudi Arabia to explain to him their background. And like, while there is an educational component to all of that, that was definitely like a comedic moment. And it turns out it's not allowed. Twitch is probably the only platform on the planet that has an issue with this sort of thing, which I don't even think they should, but they do. And I got warned for it. And it's so funny that they like made such a big deal about it. They were like, oh my God, he showed the Ansar Allah music video. He showed the Ansar Allah music video. How dare he do that? How dare he do that? And it's like, that's it. It's nothing. That said, that Hasan was indoctrinating with terrorist propaganda. Yeah. Warning, you're probably going to get a lot of people flocking from a tweet about Myron because he posted it with his latest rant, just so you know. Yeah, I don't really care, man. I'm not changing my convictions because of some fucking outside motherfuckers crying, okay? And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, okay?
Than I do. Okay? Hasan's my friend, guys. Okay? And, you know, I don't care as much as you do because I have other things to worry about in my fucking life. I like Hasan. He's a great guy, okay? You know, I like Asman. He's also a great guy. Everyone's great.
Why do you have to? Why bring up Asman? I wonder. They're also looping a stream on Twitch to instruct people how to report Twitch to its own advertisers. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it. You know what I mean? I don't know how you deal with like a serialized mass harassment campaign where they're like trying to take down the fucking platform in and of itself. And it's crazy because it's like what do? You're just like fucking up other people's bags. That's what you're doing. You're not hurting me. I'm not even running ads. You know what I mean? You're not hurting me at all. You're hurting someone else. You're hurting all of these other content creators, some of which are like not even aware of what the fuck's going on. You know, I got my content, you know, my social issues, sensitive social issues, CCL on. You know, I put that shit on. I'm good. And it's like, it's so weird. It could hurt you though, brother. What if you get banned? Your Twitch reps are throwing you under the bus of advertisers. No, I know. The goal is to hurt me. Here's the backup of the loop in case you want to send it to your rep.
And they hid those messages. They deleted them. They put them in the garbage. It was only until a huge stink was made that they even came back. They did an official TwitchCon panel where they rated people from Arab at the top to all the way down at the bottom. Suggested Zionist at the bottom. We've had some of the most atrocious anti-Semitic.
This is a rerun. They're just like running this on the platform nonstop. Dude, this is so unhinged. Like, I know that these guys are never going to give up until they get bored, right? And that's kind of crazy. Like, there's just no other way. Isn't that wild? Isn't that fucking insane? That like there's no legislation against this sort of thing. Like you just can't do anything. If someone is an incredibly unreasonable person and they have you in their crosshairs and they basically have a cult, they can just do this over and over and over again and try to make your life living hell. And I guess like the thing that would stop all of this is if I just went away, right? If I was just like, all right, you know what? I'm done. I'm just taking all the money I made. I'm done. I'm out of here. Peace. That would be the major W for them. And then they would move on basically to another target. I'm never going to do that. Obviously, I'm never going to fucking do that because I'm too much of a stubborn asshole. And I've worked far too hard to build a fucking massive community of like-minded individuals like this that care about things, that actually care about things, that, you know, want to do right by others, want to protect others. So he's been preaching about accountability on a stream all day. The irony's lost on him. I know. The silliest part about it is that the silliest part about all of this stuff is that I think a lot of people delude themselves into thinking that this is accountability. I don't really get what's exactly going on right now. Can you summarize it maybe? These guys in Destiny's community have been like tracking and logging every single thing that I have said and done since October 7. They've hated me for years and years, but they saw the Israel-Palestine stuff basically as a really good avenue to bring on other people onto their cause, onto their fuck Hasan cause. It's very creepy. They've been cyber stalking me and harassing me for years and years, but basically, when October 7 happened, they were like, this is our opportunity to strike. And they have a lot of people that just, you know, sit in here. They're in here right now. They're live streaming, rebroadcasting the stream. They're live watching every moment. And what they end up doing is like they'll clip stuff out of context. Or if they can't clip something out of context, they'll look at the chat and devoid of context, they'll be like, the chat is this way, in an effort to just basically say that I'm anti-Semitic, I'm a, you know, Islamist fundamentalist terrorist. And the problem is a lot of people that are uninitiated will then look at that and most likely go, well, I'm not going to read further into this. This is probably what's going on, you know? And that's it. Don't they screen record chat? Yeah, they do. They've also faked chat logs too. Like, they're not above anything. Anything that you think that you consider to be insane, like splicing my words in a way to make it seem as though I am saying something that is the opposite of what I'm actually saying. Like, they do that. They fake chat logs. They fake shit. Everything. They do all of it. It's just a mass harassment campaign. It's Gamergate. I don't really pay a lot of attention to it. The reason why I don't pay a lot of attention to it is because, you know, it's neither here nor there. It doesn't have a lot of motion. And I think that ultimately you can only become a low calorie like if you... True, I saw a clip on X and was like, wow, Hasan's an ass. And then I went to watch you live and seeing it's 100% false. Yeah, I mean, this has been happening for... This has been happening for quite a while, and it's inevitably going to go away, but it's actually so pathetic. He has people from his community re-upload your VODs on unlisted YouTube links so he doesn't directly support you by watching your content to respond to it. I mean, who cares? Yeah, I mean, it's anything that you think personally, that's like really insane, like there's no way people will be doing this, they do. And no, of course I haven't contacted a lawyer about it, guys. You guys are so silly about this shit. Like, no, dude, there's nothing you can do, okay? Please, you think I, a 33-year-old man, is unfamiliar with online harassment campaigns? No, there is literally nothing you can do. Even during Gamergate, there was nothing people could do. They just did not. There's nothing. There's no legal recourse here. Like, what am I going to do? Go into a fucking... What am I going to do? Go into a lawsuit? Get into legal battles? Like, with an insane community of cyberstalkers? Like, you say yes, why not? I would much rather focus on what I'm doing and wait this out, okay? That's it. And that's usually what it is. They stop. Eventually, they move on to the next target. It's sad. It's pathetic. That is the state of affairs, though. Okay? That's it. Anyway, if anything, American courts would agree with them. Yeah, no. There is no legal recourse. When will you admit the source of your problems are in fact what? What are you saying? The chosen ones? Is this like fucking anti-Semitic shit? Is that what's going on? Banned. For real, guys, he's gonna escalate more and more, and then people will see more and more how fucking gross and pathetic he is, and will laugh at him. People are probably egging him on as a lolcow campaign too, in my opinion. Maybe. I think a lot of people are sad, and they're desperate, and they're lonely, and they have very pathetic lives, and this offers them a sense of community. It offers them a sense of purpose. So they just pop off on this stuff. That's it. There's not really much else going on. It's in many instances is no different than like what Nick Fuentes' community looks like and acts like. I mean, it's identical. Sometimes there is a direct a direct convergence with Nick Fuentes' community. The silver lining is that many of them will realize they're wasting their life on this. Nah, I think a lot of those people are just like 45 years old at this point. This is what they've been doing. This is like Gamergate shit. You know what I mean? They're groiped up. They're not like children. You know what I mean? We're talking about like some of the dudes, like some of the main guys that are doing this stuff are like 40 plus years old. And they're just like IT guys that spend every waking moment online. Just totally checked out of society. This is like all they do. All they do is basically work on the whims of their favorite online content creator, and work to slander people at his behest. I think I don't know. I will never understand like fully the mindset of a person that does stuff like this. I suspect that it's just like it makes him feel alive, you know? It gives him a sense of purpose, gives him a cause, something to focus on. It is what it is, though. You got nothing else to live for. This is what you live for, you know? Anyway. Things are getting worse and worse. Let's be real. I knew an online friend who was once stalked by one of these freaks that literally showed up to her work. She called the cops. Bro took a whole ass flight. Shit is insane. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of weirdos out there. Do you really think they'll move on? They've been stalking you for years at this point. No, because, well, for Destiny, he won't move on because he'll never give up. Like, his anger and resentment will carry on for the rest of his life. Like, he'll only stop, I suspect, if I stopped streaming. But for people in his community, they'll probably get bored. They'll consider it to be stale, and they'll move on to the other thing. But he makes a lot of money off of this. So the more I grow, the more my haters grow. And the more my haters grow, the more he can make money off of them. So I don't think he's going to, stop. But it's all good. That's neither here nor there. I'm a happy man. I rest easy at night knowing that I'm doing right by others. You know what I mean? You just gotta do what you believe in, you know? Your noise getting straight up too good, dog. I know. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. I'm a profoundly fortunate person at the end of the day, is something to remember. You know, I'm incredibly lucky, not only because of my financial circumstances, which is definitely it is real, but outside of that, I have a massive community of like-minded individuals, people who have been able to change their minds. You know, that gives me a lot of fucking fulfillment. That is my ultimate goal. And I'm able to achieve that every day. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, you know? I'm going to keep doing exactly what I'm doing. I'm not going to stop. But yeah, let's blast off. We're talking Trump in the White House with Biden. Trump's insane cabinet moves. Do you think the right-leaning political parties need to further antagonize the left when folks in the left circles antagonize themselves? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that it's good to have villains, and for them, they love having the left as villains. Playlist. Thank you for the playlist, Themasius. Trump in the White House with Biden. Trump's insane cabinet moves. We're going to be talking about John THUNE as Senate leader. Do you see Axelrod trying to get Rahm Emanuel to head the DNC? That's such a devastating idea. Rahm Emanuel is one of the least successful, one of the most unsuccessful like DNC elites out there. Okay, both in terms of unpopularity, but also like his method was so devastating that Obama's like supermajority got wiped out. It's just the worst. He is the worst. It's a horrible idea to have him anywhere near power within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump is joking about Elon Musk as well. We'll talk about that too. Elon Musk meme agency Doge. Rahm ran the Obama White House in the first few years and is directly responsible for Obama bailing out only the banks. Yeah. And anyway, Rashida Tlaib is on later to discuss how to protect our migrant neighbors under the Trump regime and more. Get in now. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Going back to the original point that I was making, like I said, I'm a, I have a lot of fucking haters and stuff, but ultimately, who gives a fuck, right? I have a lot of lovers too. It is what it is. At the end of the day, truth is the antidote to slander. It's the best antidote to slander. And I can't stop every single person and shake them and force them to be charitable towards me. But if someone comes in here, I think they'll pretty quickly figure out, like, if they're in here for an extended period of time, they're going to inevitably figure out that they might have been misled by who I am or what I represent, right? And that's it. That's it. So that's all I can do. All I can do is hope that you can be somewhat charitable towards me and understand where I'm coming from. And if you can't do that, you can't do that. Can you address this man, Vinny? I saw this Twitter thing. What is this?
Collab with Hasan. I mean, I totally would if Hasan wanted to. He seems like such a. I feel like I shouldn't be walking on that man's earth, on that man's planet.
What?
You know what I mean? Can you collab with Hasan? I mean, I totally would if Hasan wanted to. He seems like such a.
That's crazy that this man is saying this, okay? This dude is too hot, okay? He is too hot. It's fucked up. That's crazy that he's saying some shit like this. Is crazy. I think this would that'd be the Super Bowl for bitches whose screen time is over 10 hours is true. It would people would have to go and get new iPhones, I think. Ball with Vinny Hacker. Vinny Hacker is a 100 Thieves content creator. He is pretty popping on TikTok. He's a TikToker. He's just the all-around cool dude and very hot. He's a very, very attractive guy. He plays video games. He streams on Twitch. Yeah. There's details. This is a funny clip up your wheelhouse too.
There should be a white award.
Wow.
White's only
SALT Gummy
award.
Bear is a definite W. You haven't lived unless
God.
you've been to the club with a boss
And it's
keeper
like,
Latina
Asman,
who can dance
stay
and also
safe,
beat
you know?
Wow.
White's only award.
Oh my god. Please, dude. Tectone. Cutie, please. 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 Add it. Add that award. I beg you. I will sponsor. I'll get.
Some people have become completely audience captured, lost all charitability towards you. What are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? I can't fucking work against that every damn day. Okay. We got shit to do. We got work to do. Donald Trump is the motherfucking next president. Okay. We got work to do. What am I supposed to do? Be like, oh man, I'm so sad that like Asmongold's community fucking hates me. What can I do? You know? What can I fucking do? Yes, dude. A lot of fucking you know. Oh man, Ethan hates me. Okay. It is what it is, right? This is insane to hear from a politician.
I'll give you $100,000 right now. Please. And Canute. Dude, what an award, man. Oh my god. Please, dude. Please. That'd be great, dude. Honestly.
I feel like it's weird. Like, I feel like the more time you spend on Reddit, the higher the likelihood you have of just hating my ass. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. Cause like I don't think Asmongold hates me, but I don't think he gives a shit enough to you know, collaborate with people he knows are up my asshole in the most like cynical ways possible. You know what I mean?
There should.
Canute came into Mike's chat earlier and they were talking. It was funny. Yeah. I'll probably see him. I'll probably see him when I'm in Texas. ID on your jacket. This is I think it was like this was gifted. What is it? Needles? I think it was like a hidden / Needles collab from a long ass time ago. and it's very cozy, very fuzzy. And I normally don't like that, but as someone who was in that information environment, I'm so glad to have come into this community. Yeah, well, welcome. I was always left-leaning before I came to finally watch you. I did hear lots of negative things from your haters, but then I saw some takes from you on MR and TikTok. I finally joined and subscribed after watching a few streams. You are super positive and very down to earth. I think that helped me realize you aren't what your haters said. Yeah. I do still have like weak moments, don't get me wrong, but like who doesn't? You know, who doesn't have fucking weak moments? I'm talking for 8 to 10 hours a day. You can make me look like I believe anything, okay? We have so many fan-made Hasanabi out of context, like clipped out of context compilations. And it's so funny that like people basically use that now, but take it seriously. Right? Meanwhile, one funny story I was going to explain. One funny story I was going to explain. I went to the eye doctor this morning to get a new prescription. My eyesight's gotten like marginally a little bit worse over the course of the past 4 or 5 years. Last time I got a prescription was like 4 or 5 years ago. So, that's not that bad, but it was really funny because the doctor, while doing my test, looks up and goes, "I think I recognize your voice." She said, "I think I recognize your voice because she was like, I think I recognize your voice. My boyfriend plays your stream at his house every day, all day, every day. So I don't know which one of y'all is dating an eye doctor, but you're dating my eye doctor. So congratulations to the Hasanabi head. I said, yeah, that's a good man right there. W boyfriend. Yeah. When I first started watching last election, the person who I knew in real life who knew you was a crazy hater who thought D was the smartest person on earth. He also thought Zootopia was the best movie ever and is a furry. I hope they're having fun with everything that's going on right now. I hope they're doing all right. That's all you can expect. Okay? Are you nearsighted? No, I can't see the distance, whichever one that is. Is it farsighted or nearsighted? I'm so stupid. But whichever one it is, I can't see in the distance. So I guess I'm nearsighted. That's nearsighted, bro. Okay. My girl was a dentist. She's probably not your dentist who would live in North Carolina. Dude, Hasanabi haters have credentialed girlfriends. Or not Hasanabi haters, sorry. Hasanabi heads. Hasanabi lovers have credentialed girlfriends. Meanwhile, Hasanabi haters have no girlfriends. So join the right team is what I'm saying. Okay? Think about that. You should get LASIK? No. I will not be getting LASIK. At least not yet. I thought it was like a one-off. I thought you can only get LASIK once in your life, right? And then you're cooked. And I am not ready for it yet. Okay? All right. Don't do it. Your eyes will be dry forever. Do not do it to ruin Whistling Diesel's life. Yeah, a lot of people also complain about LASIK. I don't even want to get into it. I don't really care necessarily. Please don't get into this right now. It's not that significant. It's not that serious. I don't care. Okay. But yeah, let's blast. We blasted off already. Let's get started. All right. Joseph Robinette Brandon had Mr. Fascism over at the White House, and they were, yucking it up. Now, the question that remains here, okay, the question that remains is, if this guy is a fascist, which I believe he is, right? Why the fuck are you being so chummy? Why are you so happy? You know?
President-elect and former president. Thank you. Donald, congratulations. Thank you very much. And looking forward to having a, like we said, smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't think these guys think he's a fascist. I think they were lying when they said, oh, this guy is a real threat to democracy. Okay? I think they weren't being sincere. Now, I don't know. I'm no big city lawyer, but this kind of attitude that they are demonstrating here kind of betrays the severity of what constitutes a second Trump administration. And it's weird because I still think that the second Trump administration is going to be fucking devastating. Every day we find out a new awful thing that these guys are invested in doing. I've talked about this already. If you want to watch yesterday's YouTube video on the matter, Trump's cabinet picks are scary. I mean, there's some really bad guys on there. Okay? Some real bad boys on there, and one bad gal. Okay? Not great. They're going full throttle on implementing a lot of the agenda that they said they would do, which is going to be devastating for the future of this country. We got Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. Like, you got billionaires memeing on the entire country, you know? Please stop rooting against the USA. What? Are you medically brain dead? Like, actually? The fuck do you mean? Please stop rooting against the USA. God damn. What the hell, man? We got straight veggies in the chat. It's fucking Veggie Tales up in this bitch. Don't make jokes like that. There are people who unironically believe that shit. Okay?
You're accommodated, what you need, and we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So
Good.
Welcome
Thank you
back.
very much. And thank you very much. And politics is tough, and it's many cases not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate very much a transition that's so smooth. It'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Jim.
You're welcome.
U.S. Government Accountability Office returns $338 for every $1 invested. Annual budget is $637 million. It employs 3,000 people. I would be shocked if Elon has ever even heard of this. He probably thinks he invented the concept. I know. Every dumbass, every dum-dum in the Donald Trump voter bloc straightforwardly thinks this is a brilliant idea. And it's like, it exists already, dude. It fucking exists. It literally is a thing that exists. You are so stupid. I love that this country is now governed and listens to the whims of the guy that you don't want to talk to at the gas station who thinks he invented a concept that already existed. That's where we're at. Okay? This is a nation run by the gas station guy that you don't want to be a part of. Like, you don't want to have a conversation with. It's crazy, man. Why is the fire so intense? Let me tell you why. Because we're in fucking hell, okay? That's why. We're already in hell and we're burning right now. That's why the fucking fires are so crazy. And Biden is the goddamn devil. Do you remember his 100th birthday cake?
Thank you all.
Yeah, look at the fire. Look at how intense it is. That's because we are in hell, okay? And these are the demons. That's why. Demons.
I mean, just even looking at the body language,
Well,
right?
sure. One of the interesting things, President Trump deferring to President Biden there by not answering questions. And
That
other
took some
things,
restraint, you know it
for
did.
For sure, because he's been in that position. We've all been in the Oval with him, and he often liked to answer questions.
And I'm sorry, just the imagery, the fire burning, the bust of MLK on one side, JFK on the other. I mean, wow, that is a moment. And these two men have not seen each other, I don't think, since our debate.
Oh my gosh.
June 27th.
Look. Awfully suspicious. Every time this motherfucker's around fire, it's burning extra bright. Awfully suspicious. You feel me? Yeah, this is the last time they saw each other. My best friend's a White House photographer, and he was telling me there was more reporters there today for this meeting than there has been the entire Biden admin. We're so back to 2016. Media is ready to pay attention again. Yeah, but also, I think the media is fucking cooked. I don't think Trump is going to bring back the ratings for them as much because there is way too much diversity of information out there. There are too many avenues, too many different resources that people rely on, and mainstream media overall has lost its credibility. Yes, they have an echo chamber. Yes, they still have this resilient base of support, people over the age of 65 that trust it. But I think that they believe that Donald Trump is going to bring the clicks back. They believe that Donald Trump is going to bring the eyeballs back. But I don't think they understand that the media at this stage, legacy publishers are fucking dying. They're dying. Part of that was the credibility that they lost during COVID for doing the right thing, okay? Which is so sad because there's always an amount of political and social capital that you're expending when you put yourself out there, okay, and do the right thing. And during COVID, they did the right thing. Yeah, sure, they went a little heavy-handed, but they did the right thing. They trusted the science, they trusted the scientists, and they tried to get everyone on board. They tried to get everybody to, be fucking normal about this stuff. And people were like, it's over. I'm done. I'm done with fucking mainstream media because they're lying. They're liars. So back then, they lost a lot of credibility for doing the right thing. But it doesn't matter because there have been time and time again instances where they've lost credibility for doing the wrong thing, for openly lying to the public. Okay? The Iraq War, for example, that was a major blow. And a lot of people point to that. And a lot of people pointed to that during COVID to be like, why could we trust you? You lied about the Iraq War. Now, some people are just stupid, okay? Some people are just stupid, and there's not much you can do about it, okay? But there are plenty of intelligent people who also look at the way that the mainstream media operates and feel as though they are presenting a false reality, a reality that does not reflect their immediate material circumstances. When you got fucking people on television constantly being like, no, the economy is good, dude. It's rebounding. Shut the fuck up. Look at the unemployment numbers. And people are suffering. They're going to be like, what is happening? Like, why are you telling me that this shit is supposed to be sweet when I don't feel like it's sweet at all? Right? And And that's an issue. And there is a crisis of credibility in mainstream media. And I think one of the worst things they possibly could have done was this Israel shit. I don't know if I completely agree with that. I think there's more of a move to alternative media, but as a member of Legacy Publisher, we are not dying. We pump out bullshit every day. I think Trump, in a way, pumps Legacy more than alternative, and he's very interested in letting Legacy into his admin and has always done that. That access is paramount, in my opinion. We'll see. I think that the media landscape in 2016 was very different than the media landscape in 2020. And yes, access journalism is very important for a lot of these guys, but that very same access journalism is the reason why I think the media dropped the ball many times over and still continues to do so. But the reality is, I don't think a lot of people under the age of like 35 are ever going to look at mainstream resources with the same level of confidence ever again. I think a lot of what happened and their coverage of Gaza made sure that an entire generation treats it like the Iraq War. And it's crazy. I want them to figure it out. I want them to figure it out because I trust mainstream media, okay? While I still engage in, critical media analysis, and I try to get you guys to be a little bit more, a little bit more aware of the biases that a lot of these private institutions operate with, I still need it. I need real reporters. New York Times employs 2,700 reporters, okay? 2,700 journalists all around the planet. That's a massive resource for real-time news and information. Like, it's undefeated. It's incredibly important. And local news is gone. It's completely done. It's completely captured by right-wing interests. That's another massive failure. You then have such a hard time understanding what the fuck is going on. Here, this is the other one. Yeah, New York Times issued a correction. Okay. Christian Tribert, visual investigations team at the New York Times, fact-checked the story and called the photojournalist. The New York Times' own visual investigations team found and corrected the fucking record on the Amsterdam pogrom story that they ran with. The video's author told me that the New York Times, it shows a group of Maccabi fans chasing a man on the street, independently confirmed with other verified footage from the scene. The video has been removed. They removed the video, but although they issued a correction and they removed the video, why didn't they just keep the video and correct the record? Because this in and of itself is a story. That right there is a story. The fact that the New York Times dove into this story head first and immediately ran with it as though it was as though it was Kristallnacht 2.0 and deluded a lot of people and put fear in the eyes of a lot of people at a time when anti-Semitism is skyrocketing in the fucking Western world, especially. That is true, right? Like, you have to be super careful about this sort of thing. It sucks. It's unimaginably frustrating. And I think people see that and people recognize that it does not match the reality that they're seeing on the ground, with on-the-ground reporters correcting the record. And their corrections in the New York Times comes after public pressure, far too late, after the paper has been circulated, after people have read the story, they've made up their minds. And then you have this crisis where people under the age of 35 that are getting the overwhelming amount of information from social media, some good and some bad, versus people over the age of 35 are getting their overwhelming amount of information from these institutions. Now they're at odds with one another. Oh. Yeah. A Dutch 15-year-old kid with a camera was more honest about the story than the New York Times. Like, that's unacceptable. You know? That's completely unacceptable. Like, how the fuck do we do that? I think the biggest issue is that young reporters and journalists are being thumbed by these dinosaur editors who don't have the ear to the internet or the ground. I've seen this my entire career, and young reporters have no way to push back against this. No, I know that. I know. Because, as I repeat all the time, there are people in this community that work in these institutions, whether it be the New York Times or whether it be Washington Post, whether it be ABC, CBS, CNN, okay? There are still great journalists out there that work for these legacy publishers. I do not want the future of the media to be so chaotic. I don't want mainstream media to have like to turn into a million journalists with a million different Substacks. Okay, that shit is going to make it so much harder. You need to have a more streamlined and more united approach to correct, objective, truthful news reporting. It's fucking nuts. I don't know how people don't realize this. That's why living in the post-truth world, as Noam Chomsky said in 2016, is so devastating. Okay? I don't want to live in the fucking post-truth world where narrative trumps the truth. And every single time mainstream outlets lean into this shit, they're losing support from the next generation. And that's not good. Okay? That's why it sucks when I have to explain to my audience, much younger audience than like the average news reader, that like, no, you can still trust the New York Times. You just have to understand where their biases are coming from. And you have to be critical in your analysis and in your examination. Okay? Is there credible reports about rising anti-Semitism? These types of incidents where they label everything and anything anti-Semitic made me suspicious of the numbers reported. The ADL used to be the resource for this sort of thing, and they've also dropped the ball spectacularly. You can look at the raw data that they put forward when they're talking about rising anti-Semitism, where they have basically decided to slap on people saying free Palestine as an anti-Semitic incident, and then the media uncritically reporting on that shit makes it seem like anti-Semitism has increased like 1,000-fold when it probably has increased 100-fold or 200-fold or 300-fold. I don't know the actual fucking data. The problem is it objectively has increased. Here, I'll give you an example, okay? Look at the level of comfort that people have talking about shit like this, okay? Especially on Twitter. Elon Musk's Twitter is a, right-wing Nazi shithole, as you guys know. This fucking clip had 55,000 likes. Myron goes off on Jews. Hitler was right about you N-words, you come to a country, you push pornography. Like, this is straight Hitler, okay? This is Hitlerian propaganda. Do you understand? The notion that, like, Jews are destroying the Western world through moral degeneracy by destroying the fabric of superior Western cultures is exactly what Adolf Hitler said, okay? Straight up. Like, this kind of stuff, at the very least, was like a little bit more suppressed back in the day. And when there is a permission structure for this kind of, sentiment, people end up thinking, oh, this is normal. Some people end up thinking, oh my God, this is real. Okay? Don't you agree with them though? What do you mean? Like, this, you're such a cynical fucking moron, dude. No, I do not agree with him, you fucking idiot. What are you saying? A lot of people are more invested in fighting their fucking internet daddies' battles in here than the actual fucking problems at hand. Okay? This is a major issue. Like, you are dropping the ball entirely, okay? You are personally saying, I'm not even really interested in the rise of anti-Semitism as long as I can use that as a, cynical way to fucking attack you. Why do you think this is happening, though? I mean, I've talked about this a million times over. Historically, because of the way that Israel presents itself as the arbiter of Judaism falsely, which is not correct, okay? At times when Israel ends up doing incredibly violent shit to the Palestinian population, people go, oh my God, the Jews are at it again. Because most people don't think about things critically. They just respond to whatever is being presented to them immediately. And on top of that, there is a shit ton of underlying unexamined anti-Semitic thoughts out there, anti-Semitic sentiment out there. Okay? Trying to get the ADL off his back? No, you fucking idiot. No. You are a dumb fuck. Fuck the ADL. That is the Apartheid Defense League. I literally just explained to you that they do not give a fuck about rising anti-Semitism. They care more about defending Israel. They contribute to a rise in anti-Semitism by doing dumb shit like that and destroying their fucking credibility. The ADL can suck my cock, you dumb fuck. There's never been a moment where I haven't railed against this kind of sentiment, for the record. So it's so fucking gross that some of you dumbasses that only care about drama come in here to be like, oh, I see you're now finally railing against anti-Semitism. There's never been a day where I have not done that for the past 10 fucking years. Okay? Stupid. So fucking stupid. You've been fighting anti-Semitism online for a decade, and these motherfuckers feel so emboldened to cynically weaponize anti-Semitism and say you're virtue signaling. They do not care about anti-Semitism. Exactly. Exactly. Anti-Semitism has always been the canary in the coal mine, which is really gross because the Canary mission uses that to cynically dox and attack anyone who is critical of Israel, even a little bit. Okay? Like they use the word for it, but it's true. And there is a shit ton of unexamined anti-Semitic thought amongst people who don't even consider themselves to be anti-Semitic at all. The greatest example of this, obviously, I covered the other day, was, someone like Theo Von just being like, oh, leftist Jews control the media and they hate white people. Like that right there is straightforward an anti-Semitic line of thinking. And a lot of your fucking coworkers already have these kinds of opinions. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole library. Yeah, there it is. There's a whole library of Hasanabi covering Israel news and anti-Semitism, 10,000 plus hours worth of video combined. Yeah, there is never been a moment where I have changed trajectory on this, okay, or changed course on this. If you are honest and if you truly want to know what my perspective is on the matter, I have thousands and thousands of hours worth, thousands and thousands of hours of coverage. Wait, so any remotely negative statement or criticism about Jews is automatically anti-Semitism now? Remotely negative statement? Brother, what are you trying to shelter here? Saying that like Adolf Hitler was right about you guys is literally just straightforwardly Hitler. That's not a negative statement. This is the problem. This kind of shit running rampant, okay? This kind of shit running fucking rampant is giving people... Wait, again, I'm glad I banned him. He said, oh, I'm talking about Theo. Okay. Leftist Jews control the media and that they hate white people is not criticism of Jews, okay? That is anti-Semitic. The idea that... The notion that like Jews have outsized control over the fucking media and they have an agenda. The idea that they're monolithic in their understanding of the fucking world is, once again, yes, anti-Semitism. How the fuck do so many people feel emboldened to repeat these talking points? Is this Fed posting or just way too many people being anti-Semitic? No, there are a shit ton of people like this. Okay? What if they meant Zionists instead? No, they didn't mean that. Okay? What are you talking about? What the fuck does Zionism have to do with attacking white people? Stop with this shit. It is not an accident that the most represented sides on the anti-Israel conversation happen to be guys like this, by the way. For two reasons. One, the cynical reason is this way you get to point to every critic of Israel and say, see, they're anti-Semitic. They're just like one another. The second reason is also to basically launder a much easier to understand narrative, because more people are primed towards reactionary sentiment. People are unimaginably primed towards reactionary sentiment. It's a comfortable narrative that that people are more willing to take on. Okay? That's it. That's the unfortunate reality. Also, speaking of unfortunate realities, I have a breaking news update. Matt Gaetz has been nominated as Attorney General. I cannot begin to explain to you how much worse shit can get. Okay? Imagine the worst possible outcome. Imagine the worst possible outcome that could happen. Now imagine it being infinitely worse. Matt Gaetz has been nominated as Attorney General. It's my great honor to announce that Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida is hereby nominated to be the Attorney General of the United States. Oh my God, the never-kevers have risen up and they are taking over the goddamn government. Holy fuck. They are abolishing age of consent, dude. Oh my Lord. This man has active investigations into his, like, pedophilia. What? What the fuck? Can we go back a few saves? No, we need a fucking reset, dude. Oh my Lord, dude. Holy fuck. Oh. If the Senate confirms him, witness tells House Ethics Committee that Matt Gaetz paid her for sex. Several women were witnesses of the DOJ probe that have been interviewed. The House Ethics Committee probed Matt Gaetz for alleged sexual misconduct. And now Donald Trump wants to make him the Attorney General. Now, if you know anything about the Republican Party, a guy with active pedophilia allegations and sex trafficking allegations on him is a perfect person to put into a position of power. I am reminded of Dennis Hastert, the longest running Speaker of the House. Dennis Hastert is a Republican, was a Republican, and was the longest running, record-breaking Speaker of the House. He broke another record, the most prolific pedophile. There was suspicion that a lot of people knew that he was a pedophile at the time, but because of his active pedophilia, his serial pedophilia, it made him controllable. So I suspect not only is Matt Gaetz a diehard pro-Trump guy, but he also has, blackmail on himself, which Trump can use if given the opportunity. This is incredible stuff. Yeah, it's leverage, okay? I'm not touching whatever that link is. This is called leverage, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. Holy fuck! Oh. This country is in the pooper, okay? This country is in the dumps. We are so cooked. Let's see what MSNBC has to say about the Matt Gaetz situation. I'll look at what CNN has to say as well.
and they're used to policy differences. So you can go from Bush presidency.
Do your dry eyes still feel gritty?
No, they don't. Dude. Donald Trump wants loyalists in his fucking orbit, okay? He wants loyalists in his orbit, and he wants the generals to be loyal to him.
I think that it is a real signaling with Matt Gaetz being proposed for the head of the Department of Justice, with Tulsi Gabbard being proposed.
This is a malicious man. This is a vindictive man. This is a man who unironically learned the worst lessons he possibly could have from the last administration. The last time he wanted to do shit like January 6th and numerous other things, there were people in his cabinet that actively fought against him, or at the very least were open to criticizing him or maybe even stopping him. Okay? When, you know, and he was like, all right, well, I'm going to make sure that that never happens again. It's fucking over. So he basically is filling his cabinet with loyalists, okay? People have stood by him, people that will fight tooth and nail for whatever his wishes are, no matter how insane or unhinged. And this is precisely the reason why I fucking lose my mind when I see photos like this. Okay? When I see shit like this, I'm like, y'all are, you're so fake. You're so fucking phony. You are so goddamn phony, dude. You said he was a fucking fascist, which he is. And now you're just friendly with the fascists? Like, what message are you giving to the American public? And I know what message they're giving to the American public. The message is, guys, we have a much greater enemy, okay? And that is trans people. That is socialism. That is communism. No way you're still on this? What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean, no way I'm still on this? I'm on this now.
Matt Gaetz, Jeffrey Clark.
Get off this dick, chatter. Wake the fuck up.
Matt Gaetz, that would result in a number of important people, the people that make the place run at DOJ, saying, no, I can't be a part of this. I'm going to walk.
Well, that issue of whether you stay or whether you walk is a complicated one. It's certainly, I think, for people who are serious people who, as I said, are used to the idea that they, you know, elections have come.
Chatter was like, move on, man. Politics is over. The election ended, you know? Yeah, don't look ahead at the dire prospect of American tomorrow, American future.
Are just so extreme that they can't agree as a policy matter, in which, you know, then it's their choice to leave, or ask them to do things that are simply unsupported by the facts. So that your example of January 6th is a really good one, because you had people who were Trump appointees who are saying, we cannot do this. You had the acting attorney general, you had the acting deputy attorney general, you had the head of the Office of Legal Counsel, sort of three of the most prominent people at the Department of Justice, all selected by Donald Trump, saying they cannot do this. And so what I see with these announcements is
John Cornyn says he's trying to still absorb all this. When asked about Gates for AG and Gabbard for DNI, Cornyn visiting raised his eyebrows when first informed by the press of the Gates pick.
And that is,
by the way,
a fine point.
They will all stand down, just so you understand. Anytime you hear a Republican be like, well, I don't know about all this, like, do not be hopeful, okay? Lest you be misguided in this moment.
Moskowitz from Florida, as is Matt Gaetz. Just your reaction to this. I mean, this news just broke. It's out on Trump's Truth Social. Is the Hill abuzz with the news? Is your phone blowing up over this? Give us a sense of what's going on.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, this is what the American people voted for, right? I mean, you know.
Oh
Trump
my
was
God,
not-
they're literally
he was
like,
not
oh no, we're punishing the voters. They are. They're punishing the fucking voters.
In Matt Gaetz, he's not only going to get someone who's fiercely loyal, but fiercely competent. Matt Gaetz knows exactly what to do with the Attorney General's office. He will turn that into be most powerful Attorney General in American history. I know Matt well. We served together in the legislature in Florida. In fact, Matt was the one who was part of the transition team of Ron DeSantis.
What are you
who helped get
saying?
me
He's a
appointed as
fucking
the,
demon, dog.
Director of Emergency Management in the state of Florida. And so, you know, Trump was very clear on what he wanted to do with government. And in Matt Gaetz, he is going to get a very competent, very powerful Attorney General.
So what do you think he is going to do as AG, if confirmed?
Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously he's got a boss in Donald Trump, but anyone thinking that Donald Trump was just ready to move forward, that is clearly not the case. And so, you know, at the end of the day, this is what happens. Elections have consequences. You know, we talked about this during the election, but, you know, at the end of the day, Matt was a former prosecutor, former attorney in private practice. He is a fierce Donald Trump loyalist. Matt has prosecuted the case in Congress for Donald Trump for years, and now he's going to get to do that on behalf of the American people if it gets confirmed.
I've heard from some of your Democratic colleagues in the House who are concerned, this was before Matt Gaetz was the pick, that a Trump DOJ might target them, that they could be investigated. Do you think that that is going to be part of Gaetz's repertoire? Is he going to be settling scores?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to speak for Matt or speak for the Trump administration, but I'm pretty sure they're not just going to go.
What are these guys saying?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure with this
like,
pick,
what?
they're not just gonna go around
What
and
is the
shut down
Democratic response to this?
Right, this is
Everything
a
that
very
they're
serious
saying,
pick.
everything that they've said this past week makes me feel like they are receptive to the Trump fascist takeover. I feel like they're more predisposed with shitting on trans people and woke more than they are of like the upcoming second Trump agenda, the upcoming second Trump regime. That is fucking nuts, dude. Yeah, look at this. I agree. Thanks for tuning in, Hasan the Hun. Don't forget to subscribe. We're already on to you, though. Child predators use Twitch to systematically track kids. Congressman Matt Gaetz joins Twitch. This motherfucker is now the Attorney General, potentially, if appointed. What the hell's going on?
For DOD, Tulsi Gabbard for for Director of National Intelligence. What is the most concerning? What are the most comforting picks for you when it comes to the issue of national security or foreign relations?
Well, look, I think the meeting of all these people is going to be fascinating and problematic. I mean, you got Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz. Those folks are very serious about policy and protecting America, are tough on Iran, tough on China, tough on Russia. And then in the DOD picks and in intelligence, you have folks kind of on the opposite side of that. And so, you know, I think it's gonna be fascinating to watch the power struggle, the power balance between all of these folks. But we're also acting like everyone's gonna get through Senate confirmation, and we'll have to see which ones do and which ones don't. Some of these folks are clearly more qualified. Mike Waltz, Marco Rubio, clearly more qualified for these positions than the other folks. But again, Donald Trump told everybody what he wanted to do. This is not a secret. And so the fact that this is now playing out in real time, elections have consequences.
Congressman Jared Moskowitz, thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
We have much more on our breaking news ahead. Congressman Matt Gaetz chosen by President-elect Trump to serve as his Attorney General. Stay with us.
I'm a little confused as to like, this is what I was also trying to bring up in terms of like resistance media is not going to be the same as it was before. Okay. I don't think resistance media is going to do resistance media shit like they did in 2016. This is the other aspect of this. Not only do I feel like they are gearing up for a ratings bump, which will come, but not in the degree that they think it will. right? Due to how the media landscape operates now, there's way too many independent voices out there. There's way too much diversity of information out there for them to, dominate the space. But beyond that, I think resistance libs are gearing up their primary base, like the news watchers, okay, into submission. How likely do you think it's going to be to pass the Senate? I have no belief whatsoever that these GOP senators are going to do the right thing. Okay? If you feel like these goddamn vultures are ever going to do the right thing and be like, we're striking this down, okay? I'm telling you right now, you're wrong. Everyone's saying, oh, but the confirmations, remember that recess appointments are a thing. If the Senate plus House is convinced to go on break for 10 plus days, Trump can appoint everyone in one day. He can slam through everyone instantly and they don't need a confirmation hearing. It's so bad. Yes. And who's going to stop them? The Supreme Court? What do you think? You think the Supreme Court is going to stop it? Yeah, if you're thinking that these monstrous pieces of shit are going to be your salvation, you're wrong, okay? And it feels like even the Democrats are not there to fight against this. And it feels like the media is not there to even talk about how devastating this is. Oh my God. Scoop, Schumer eyeing omnibus, possibly minibus government funding package for the end of the year. Senate Dems focused on wrapping fiscal year 2025 by December per sources. Will set up a clash between Schumer and Johnson. Is Schumer still slapping on that anti-Semitism bill onto this or no? I wonder what America's going to look like in 4 years. Canadian neighbor here. Dude, in the last week, I have heard so many unhinged things. Okay? In the last week, I've heard so many unhinged fucking things from the Republican side. Okay? Like gearing up to possibly fucking bomb Mexico. Fighting the cartels, like just incredible escalations. The entire cabinet is chock full of the most rabid warhawks, which was of course expected, as I told you over and over and over again. They are going to pick apart what remains of the carcass of the American government and turn it into the anarcho-capitalist dystopia that they always wanted it to be. Fascism is upon us. House Democratic leader Jeffries, what does he have to say about this? This is Nancy Pelosi's handpicked replacement, right?
There's enough evidence at the House level or at the Senate level to suggest that this was an anti-incumbent thing when 90% of our 31 battleground incumbents outran the national environment and are on their way back to the United States House of Representatives. That's not an anti-incumbent wave because the overwhelming majority of them would have been swept away.
Yeah, he's saying that it's just in the hands of Biden, which I think is correct. Biden could also reappoint Lena Khan, and Schumer could confirm her in the lame duck, which would preserve a Dem majority on the FTC for a couple years. For your information, the Dems haven't yet confirmed Biden's last NLRB nomination, even though this would maintain a Democratic board through late 2026. It would at least give the Republicans something to fight against, but I don't even know if they're going to do this. Here's the devil's advocate cope from those who believe in the Senate. This is cope. Thune won the majority election over 2 MAGA candidates. MAGA idiots are mad. Thune already said the filibuster will stay no matter what, and he will have confirmation hearings, aka he won't go on recess. I doubt he has the balls to stand up to the bully pulpit. Yes, I don't think he will. I don't think anyone will. The institution defenders within the Republican establishment are not exactly happy about the instability, the volatility that Trump presents. But judging by their track record, and because we have the last Trump administration to point to, every single one of those guys was brought to heel, okay? Because Donald Trump, in many respects, is the logical conclusion of years and years of reactionary propaganda, okay? He is not all that different. Like, his ideological goals are directly aligned with those who are at the tippy top of society, those elites, those major corporate shareholders. He is going to give them deregulation. He is going to offer them as many tax cuts as possible. So ultimately, they'll play ball. As long as they get their tax cuts, they'll always play ball. And that's precisely what happened. And someone found this on my subreddit. Okay? Someone found this on my subreddit. And I want to show this to you. This is a where is it? This was my analysis of what is yet to come right before the 2020 election. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where the fuck is it? I don't know if I can find it. There was like a 12-minute video from my final thoughts, like in the eve of the 2020 election. There was another instance where I was actually debating Destiny on how Trump is a successful Republican. This is one clip from that.
How do you justify so saying with Destiny, who obviously uses pettiness to determine?
What the fuck is this? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Hold on. Oh, here. Hasan on the rise of fascism back in 2020. Okay, there's two clips I want to show you. Okay. One is something that I've been talking about since January 23rd, 2019 here. Okay, where back in the day when I thought that Destiny was a reformed person who wasn't like insane. Okay, a lot of people will be like, "Why are you so afraid of debating him?" Here's a video of me doing just that.
In large care about more than the fucking immigration. You can just outsource your labor regardless for the big stuff like tax breaks, tax cuts for the corporations. These are things that they by and large care about more than the fucking immigration. You can just outsource your labor regardless for the, and that's what these companies have been doing for a very long time anyway. But again, things that like undermining the EPA, undermining the education, undermining housing, like these aren't things that like people are looking for. Not focusing on infrastructure, like these aren't things that his base wants. He's doing this for big business. He's doing this for corporate interests.
Maybe.
How can you say maybe? Who is the?
I don't know what like defunding education or whatever has to do with corporate interests.
I don't know why it's sped up. I don't know why. I don't think we're going to be able to actually pay attention to a clip like this because you guys are being too childish, I think. Like, Reddit player does not have speed controls. Chat represents the streamer. No, there's no way to.
Just like
There's no way to make it slower. There's no right clicking, dude. What are you talking about? There's nothing.
Because if you defund education, all of a sudden you can make a justification not only for tax cuts, for further tax cuts, because every time it's called starving the beast. Every time you further undermine federal agency. Okay, so every time
this was his goal.
This is from a video. This is from a YouTube video of like my debate in 2019 with Destiny. Back when we were cordial. And my argument was that Donald Trump is a normal Republican and a very successful Republican. Okay. And that he is, doing the top line agenda of the Republican, Republican Party at the time. I just don't know where
afford to be a little bit shittier to customers because you know that you're not going to have as much.
I don't know exactly where it was, though, in this conversation.
The absolute bare minimum by like 1 or 2 votes in order for them to actually
the Republican voter base. Hold on.
Oh,
the
here.
Republican figure that has been at ends with Trump multiple times. McConnell has been at ends with Trump multiple times. Like all of these like Republican leaders. Pence himself has gotten burned by Trump multiple times. Trump has had massive amounts of influx in his fucking cabinet. And everybody that's left has had shitty things to fucking say about him. Even well-respected people like Tillerson. How can you look at all the divisiveness that Trump has stirred up in the Republican Party and then say that no, he's actually like really good at unifying the Republicans?
I'm not saying he's good at unifying the Republican politicians, but ultimately he's good at unifying the Republican voter base. Hold on. He's good at unifying the Republican base of voters, and you're focusing on like one symbolistic fucking John McCain vote to say that like the entire Republican Party is not backing Donald Trump, even though, oh my God, I want to fucking murder every single person who's saying Hasan is out of his death. I want to murder them so fucking hard right now in a video game. Okay.
Fucking ban him, dude.
All right. I can't. There's too many. All right. So I don't have enough money.
Not gonna lie, you sound so weird. Yeah, it's because I'm using a fucking Blue Yeti. All right. Notice how like even in this conversation, Destiny's fans immediately fucking rush to be like, oh, you're out of your depth. And I was 100% correct on this in this argument that I presented.
Moderators. All right. As far as the Republican Party goes, you say that the Republican Party is divided, yet they vote for 90% of the things that Donald Trump wants. So obviously they're not that divided. Obviously they're still serving the same interests.
That's such a one-dimensional way of looking at it. Of course, Republicans.
So what are they divided on? That like they don't like Donald Trump's perspective? Like they don't like the way that he talks? Sure, but that doesn't mean that the party's actually fucking divided. The party is very happy because the donors are very happy.
If
the
all
party's
of them are
also
so
happy
then
because
why
they're
is it that
electing.
so many districts that went so heavy for Trump ended up swaying Democrat when it came time to vote for the midterms? Like there are tons of people in the Republican Party that have these massive issues with Trump. And his numbers and the candidates that he's backed for some of these elections did not turn out the numbers that they expected him to. It was a monumental failure for the House and even to some extent for some of the Senate races.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is very divisive in the sense that a lot of people who normally wouldn't have voted are now going out to vote against Donald Trump. This is not to say that like Republicans are like, oh my God, I feel terrible about voting for Donald Trump, so I'm going to turn around and actually vote for a Democrat. Fuck no. There's just more people voting Democrat that didn't vote or that don't historically vote in midterms. That's what this is. It has absolutely nothing to do with like Trump's policies or whatever. They just fucking hate Donald Trump. There are a lot of Americans who find Donald Trump to be an incredibly divisive figure who's terrible, and they're right. They are absolutely right about Donald Trump being a divisive and terrible fucking figure for American politics, and that's why they're going out and voting. That's why there was like unprecedented turnout.
All right.
And Republicans are not showing up because they're happy.
I feel like we're using like this feels like Bernie math right now. Like if Donald Trump goes out and the reason why less people went out to vote for Donald Trump was actually because Donald Trump was so good that people were so happy with him that they didn't go out and vote. I feel like we're in Bernie math.
Yeah, that's historically what happens with the party in the party that holds majority power. Yes, for the base. That works well for the voters. But the big stuff like tax breaks, tax cuts for the corporations. These are things that they, by and large, care about more than the fucking immigration. You can just outsource your labor regardless for the, and that's what these companies have been doing for a very long time anyway. But again, things that like undermining the EPA, undermining the education, undermining housing. Like these aren't things that like people are looking for. Not focusing on infrastructure. Like these aren't things that his base wants. He's doing this for big business. He's doing this for corporate interests.
Maybe.
How can you say maybe? Who is the?
I don't know what like defunding education or whatever has to do with corporate interests. I can get with you on like the EPA and stuff, but...
because if you defund education, all of a sudden you can make a justification not only for tax cuts, for further tax cuts, because every time it's called starving the beast. Every time you further undermine a federal agency.
I know. You don't have to. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
But, like,
so every time
even if this was his goal, his way to do this wouldn't be nominating Betsy DeVos. It would be to do something more insidious. Like these aren't things.
Wait, no, Betsy DeVos is the perfect person. She has a track record of privatization in Michigan. She's like always been a fucking advocate for private education. That's exactly what that's exactly why he put Betsy DeVos in a position of power, even though she's a fucking idiot.
Okay. It just seemed like when I look at his appointments like Betsy or like fucking Ben Carson or whatever, it seems it's more just like random fucking shit that he sees on Fox News.
No, dude, these aren't fucking random dipshits that he's putting in positions of power, especially Betsy DeVos.
What about, didn't he literally do this with like a Secretary of Defense or some shit? Who was the guy that he saw on fucking Fox News that he made like one of his like chief attorneys or some shit? Like, or why the fuck is Giuliani working with him? Is it because Giuliani's actually like a really talented lawyer? Like he gets advice from this guy for like executive orders.
I know, but that has nothing to do. I know, but Giuliani, yeah, no, Trump is a fucking moron. I'm not sitting here and saying that.
Wait, stop. You keep playing both worlds. You can't tell me that Trump is a fucking moron.
Isn't that what Trump's doing right now? To a certain degree, yes. He has gotten way worse at this than the last time around. But you will see exactly what I mean here, okay? You will understand in a second when I describe it.
But then also say Trump is actually intentionally choosing the best people to undermine these institutions. You keep
Do you really think that Donald Trump is doing all of these on his own? Like, I don't understand. Why can't Trump be a fucking absolute moron but still be a strong man, charismatic leader that appeals to fucking Republicans?
Wait, so who is controlling Trump now?
It's not a control thing. Like there are still handlers, aides, a fuckload of advisors that are around Donald Trump that are trying to that are giving him the cabinet appointments. Like he can't just fucking turn. He's not like turning around and saying.
A lot of these used to come from Bannon, and then Bannon is gone now. So I don't know who's like the chief handler.
It was not Bannon.
Not just one person. It's not just like Steve Bannon isn't the only person capable of telling Donald Trump who to fucking appoint for these positions.
Well, no, now he listens to Fox and Friends. And
no, it's not. Do you really think that Donald Trump exclusively sits in front of the television and like makes these decisions and now there aren't aides?
This was one of the huge...
This is such like liberal brain right here. It is like Donald Trump does not have anyone in his corner that's telling him like, these are the guys that you need to appoint. He's just sitting there and exclusively getting his nose from Fox and Friends. I'm not saying he's not getting it from Fox and Friends, but if you think that like he wasn't firmly doing exactly what the Heritage Foundation and the American Enterprise Institute was telling him to do, you're out of your dang mind. Okay?
That there are places. I'm sure that there are things that he does, like when he tweets
about passing a new budget. One of the biggest problems was that Pence walked to fucking Congress and then came back to President Trump with a deal in hand that Trump already approved. But because he'd been listening to fucking pundits on Fox News, he shot it down and sent Pence back to Congress, telling them that they needed a new deal after Democrats and Republicans had already made concessions to each other to agree on legislation. Yeah, Trump.
These two things are not mutually exclusive. He does both. He does it when he sees something and gets riled up and he fucking tweets it out. But he absolutely, when he's making like when these bigger decisions are happening, like as far as cabinet appointees and shit, there are absolutely other aides that give him the people that he's putting in positions of power. Do you really think that okay, let me ask you this much. As far as Supreme Court justices, how do you think Donald Trump chose? Do you think it was on fucking Fox and Friends?
I am not sure. I don't know for the first couple.
He went to the fucking Federalist Society, dude. Of course. Do you like this is how it works. You go to the fucking Federalist Society.
Literally every single leak that has ever come from the White House, whether we're talking about the multiple books that have been written by that one guy, I should remember the fucking name. It's like
no,
Burn
that guy's
or Fire
a fucking that guy's an idiot, dude. He's a fucking known liar. He was embellishing half the shit. I know what you're talking about. What the fuck's his name?
Wait, you think that whole book was just fake shit?
No, not the whole book, but like there's plenty
Woodward.
of fucking
You think
things.
Woodward? You think everything in there was
not
like,
Woodward. No, not Woodward. Okay, we're talking about two different things then. I'm talking about what is Fire and Fury? Who wrote that?
Oh
shit?
yeah, that one might have been highly whatever the Woodward book was.
Oh my God! Even back then, I was having an issue with Bob Woodward versus Michael Wolff. Even back then, I was confusing Bob Woodward with Michael Wolff. That's so funny.
Yeah,
then
Michael
all of the
Wolff
other
is
leaks that have come
Michael
out-
Wolff is ridiculous. Bob Woodward is
Sure.
not. Bob Woodward, a lot of
Sure.
the things that he said. No, Bob Woodward is reputable. And I'm not saying that the fucking Trump. I'm not saying that like the Trump administration isn't in chaos. But when it comes to like very important things, when it comes to cabinet appointees, or when it comes to things like Supreme Court justices, Trump is not that big of a fucking moron. He still understands that he needs to adhere to specific guidelines put in front of him, and that's exactly what
I
he's
don't know.
doing.
The Kavanaugh stuff was pretty iffy. I feel like they could have went with a much safer pick on that.
I mean,
after
you
his history and
personally
everything.
think that, but at that point they had to fucking double down. You think they didn't consider this? Like they shouldn't have went with
I don't know.
Kavanaugh.
Do you think they considered things heavily when they went with fucking Roy Moore and they lost that seat in that special election or whatever in fucking Alabama? I mean, no, it doesn't seem like they considered a lot of things.
Yeah, no, I think that was a fucking Steve Bannon. That was a strategic mistake by Steve Bannon, and he got punished for it afterwards too.
Anyway, the point, what led to this, watching this VOD? Well, it's a twofer. One, for a lot of people who say, like, Hasan, you never debated Destiny, there are plenty of debates that you can go back and listen to where I'm, like, trying to educate him on this stuff. You will also see my consistency on the matter, and you will see how wrong he was and how libbed up he was. Okay? Yeah, this has literally 70,000 views from fucking 2019, you know? But secondly, and perhaps more importantly, the reason why I pointed to this is because I wanted you to see that I wanted you to see how Donald Trump still maintains support from the institutional Republican Party. Okay? This isn't even the best debate of yours. Probably not, but it doesn't even matter. Anyway, my point is, Donald Trump still satisfies the needs of the corporate oligarchs. And this is the reason why this aged well after his election. Holy shit. I mean, everything I've said has aged well. If you go back far enough in time, you will hear me say the same exact fucking things over and over again for the past decade at this point. Okay? Anyway. Yeah, I am not wrong, simply too early. History always ends up vindicating me, even though that's not necessarily a good thing, because all the bad things that I predicted end up happening, and that sucks. Anyway. But the point was, at the time, people were making it seem like this was a unique thing, that Donald Trump was a unique and very different type of Republican. And I maintained the position that he was not a unique Republican, but he was very much the logical continuation of Republican mania. Okay? If you were to put, okay, since you refuse to platform any Ukrainians, you should Aaron B yourself, fire, fire, fire. You're worthless, tanky fans too. Ukraine over Palestine? What? I should self-immolate? Are you okay? You got the weirdest haters? It's funny because he's a labor voting Chad. Anyway, moving on. Probably a British labor supporter. Oh. The other thing I wanted to show you guys, but this analysis was prescient for the time, and it's gotten only worse. But the other thing I wanted to show you was the growth of fascism in this country. This is the reason. This is from Trump's Make America Great Again rally. This is last rally, I believe, before the 2020 election.
Why I closely track Trump's rhetoric and his followers is because I understand the long-term consequences of this kind of messaging being successful, especially within the Republican Party. It's not just about watching like a dude who these hogs find to be charismatic.
It's more so about where the Republican Party is going. I was very tired at this point. Okay, that's why I sound like that. QAnon stuff, the open agitations towards fascism, white supremacy, all this. Why are you self-glazing so hard? You think this is self-glazing? No, dude. The analysis remains the same. Stuff is going to have consequences on every other race that comes after this. No matter what happens tomorrow, America is fucked. Okay? It's completely fucked. Like, it's remarkable that he's able to play compilations of Joe Biden slurring and shit like he was doing earlier today, by the way. That's what he's doing. That's what... I'm not going to put the sound on. We already watched it and laughed at it yesterday. Like, you look at Sarah Palin. You look at the Tea Party movement, AstroTurf by the Koch brothers. And now you look at Donald Trump's rise to success within the Republican Party. This isn't self-glazing. I'm saying how right I was and still am. No, dumbass, you're failing to comprehend something. Listen to what I'm saying there, okay? Listen to what I'm saying. Just act like I'm just repeating it right now if you want to. There is no way for me to be like, back in 2020, this is what I said, and then repeat the same things as I am repeating it right now, okay? It's important to remember from a different snapshot in time, right before the 2020 election, on the eve of the 2020 election, what the fears I had looked like to see how we got to the position that we got to. This isn't self-glaze. It's no different than looking at news coverage from back in 2020 of anybody else's opinions. If this does not worry you with all the white nationalist, white supremacist militias gaining ground, with all of these fucking hogs, no matter how much Donald Trump hurts them, still passionately agitating for him and advocating for him. This is irreparable harm. This is damage that's not going away. Doesn't matter if Biden can captivate some fucking suburban moms who are sick and tired of how rude Donald Trump is on television. Doesn't matter how many wine moms choose to fucking vote for Biden over Donald Trump. None of it matters. What matters is how much the radical elements within the right are being hugged and carried and emboldened and legitimized by the Republican Party machine. QAnon is not an accident. The 3%ers are not an accident. The Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys. These people didn't start doing what they've been doing for the past 4 years overnight. This shit is fucking terrifying, dude. And it's not only terrifying because Republicans are totally on board with this kind of fascist agitation, but it's also terrifying because the Democrats only artificially stand in opposition to it. They don't like the rudeness of fascism. If it came in a more presentable format, I think it would be more palatable to a lot of Americans. And what I mean by that is, think about Amy Coney Barrett. Amy Coney Barrett was successfully, and I think correctly, portrayed as a villain in the media leading up to her hearings. Now, these hearings were largely theater. It was political theater. It was nonsense. They didn't even need to have those hearings at all.
Didn't really matter. She saw a 16-point swing after those fucking hearings in her approval ratings. Because for a lot of these older Americans and a lot of these like lifelong Democratic voters, aesthetics are all that matters. If you are a presentable Catholic woman with adopted children and a Pilates body, an accomplished woman, it doesn't matter if you're agitating for a theocratic autocracy. Like, it doesn't matter if you are literally playing a fundamental role in the highest court, the most powerful. You're one of the most powerful 9 people in the country, if not the planet. They just care about her being nice and kind and presentable. That's terrifying. Democrats need to figure this shit out. They need to open the floodgates to the progressive momentum. They need to allow more AOCs into the party. They need to welcome radicals like even myself and others like me that speak to a younger generation and our frustrations and our anxieties. They need to start legislating appropriately. Or, I mean, what am I fucking saying? It doesn't even matter. It's far too late, in my opinion. Even if they did. No, I'm not saying I'm going to run for office. I'm never going to do that. I mean, like, be more welcoming instead of hostile to anti-capitalist ideas. They're never going to do it because I'm afraid the tankies and the Marxist-Leninists and the theory nerds are right. It is still a bourgeois democracy, and they are a bourgeois party. And they are always going to put the interests of capital over the interests of the American working class. Definitely not the international working class ever. But at the very least, in this stage, they should be open-minded to social democratic reform, dude. It's really bad. Like, we shouldn't go through another fascist resurgence globally or have another Great Depression until we wisen up and push through another comprehensive New Deal style social democratic reform package. Like, why does it always have to get to that? So much human suffering and misery. And only then do people say, all right, I guess, whatever, you'll get Medicare for all. Or I guess you'll get Social Security. Yeah, the thing is, like, I feel optimistic. Or not optimistic. I think Biden is going to win. I'm still fearful because 2016 has broken my brain, okay? I will never be, and I said this before, and I will say it again, I'm not going to be confident or comfortable until Donald Trump is out of office, okay? Until I'm watching Biden or whoever the fuck at inauguration that's not Donald Trump gets sworn into office. I'm not happy. I'm not confident. Tomorrow we're going to look at, like, we'll do more poll focused coverage tomorrow, a little bit in the earlier side of things.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy
old outro.
Imagine the Green Party wins. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserves love. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Trump supporters are rallying right by the polls and the police are doing nothing about it. I mean, that stuff is not that scary. Like,
America deserves happiness.
Like, all right, I'll just say this. Hold on before I fucking end it. Look, the voter intimidation, voter suppression at the polls is nowhere near as scary to me as purging mail-in ballots. And the reason why is because
There's 92 million votes that have cast already. Okay? So if you find a way to fuck those votes up, if you find a way to purge those votes, that's an infinitely more significant number of votes that you can very easily and very quickly dispose of, rather than the fucking limited amount of people that are going to go out and vote on election day. Or because a lot of the people that vote on election day, my speculation always has been, is going to be Republican. Democrats have voted already. And also, if you guys haven't voted yet, obviously go out and vote tomorrow. No matter what, nobody should threaten you from voting. Nobody should stop you from voting. Go out, cast that motherfucking same day vote. You know what I'm saying? I feel like most of you guys who voted already voted. I haven't even really done a get out to vote on the day of, because we've been talking about voting for so long. Look, definitely go out and vote. Like, it doesn't matter. Voting for Biden or voting for whoever the fuck you want to vote, or the presidential, is nowhere near as immediately consequential to you as voting down ballot. This is what I always have said, and this is what I'll continue saying. But while you're there, if you're a leftist, if you're a progressive, it's not that hard to vote for Joe Biden. It sucks. You seem drunk as fuck. Yeah, this was like 16 hours of coverage every single time, every single day. This is one day before the 2020 election. Your vote might change something. It might not. It doesn't really matter. But definitely go out and vote. 100%. At least tomorrow, we'll be a little bit closer to figuring out what's going to happen in the next 4 years, you know? Anyway, this period was my time of radicalization. Yeah, I'm a much healthier person now, both mentally and also physically. Anyway, saying the same thing for 4+ years, 4+, more like 10+. That's why I always laugh when people are like, dog, you've changed. It's like, I certainly have not. I showed you something from 2019. I showed you another thing from 2020. My takes have been consistent. It's almost been a decade at this point. Because the truth doesn't change. Because the problems don't change. You know? And the solutions to those existing problems does not change either. It's unfortunate, but you know, I'll keep repeating it. I'll keep repeating it no matter what. Anyway, you've refined your language to be more precise and reach a broader audience, but the message remains the same. Yes. It's gotten You have been saying I've done this for the 10+ years for 4 years now. Yeah. It is what it is. Anyway, all right, let's fucking move away from this shit. And let's get back to the man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Jim Squito says, why? Why can't they believe it? Trump has been telegraphing moves such as this for 4 years. They have no reasonable basis to be surprised. It's disingenuous. Senator Manchin says senators are now talking about Gabbard and Gates picks on the Senate floor right now. No one can believe it. Yeah, I think it's fake. When people say that they can't believe it, they're stating that because that's the appropriate thing to say. But if you feel comfortable that these guys will do the right thing, you're wrong. You'd be wrong. Just letting you know. Okay? I want you to understand you would be very, very wrong. All right? These guys are going to they're hope it's wrong, but I'm hearing through the grapevine about this bonkers plan. Trump would adjourn both houses of Congress under Article 2, Section 3, and then recess appoint his cabinet. As predicate for Trump's exercise of adjournment power, one house of Congress would seek others' consent to adjourn and be denied. So Speaker of the House would need to be complicit in evisceration of Senate's advice and consent role. House Speaker Mike Johnson needs to say no to this right away. If he can't do that, then he has the bully pulpit, right? If he can't do that, then he can utilize the bully pulpit to his advantage. That's the other thing. He'll bully the Republicans into submission. That's what he's going to do. Bully pulpit is just a term for the president speaking. That's it. That's what it is. Matt Gaetz for Attorney General is pretty gross. Yeah, but it don't matter. A senator told me, rumor on the Hill is that Elon Musk is threatening to fund a primary challenge to any House Republican who doesn't fall in line with Trump's agenda. There it is. I mean, I don't know how valid this is, but it's completely in line with his past performance. So it's not even remotely shocking to me that he would do such a thing. And anyone who would be surprised by such a thing is silly. Okay? How do we get Dems to stop licking their wounds and actually stand the fuck up and be the resistance? I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it can happen. I think they're just going to show their belly like the cowardly fucking babies that they are. You know? I think the Democratic Party is more predisposed with winning on their own terms. And if they lose, it's fine. Now chatters want rad libs. That tracks. That's why I said I think the primary goal going forward is not to rely on the Democratic Party to actively combat this administration's enormous power grabs, but instead to try and focus on outside of the party organizations like legal organizations that try to utilize the remaining court structure, and that's it. I mean, look.
And that's a credit to our incredible incumbent frontline House members who connected with the people that they represent, have a vision for the future, focused on the kitchen table pocketbook issues that matter, and have been reelected. I think it's also fair to say that when you look at the battleground situation that occurred at the Senate level, and far be it from me to speak for my colleagues in the United States Senate, but it is clear that you had multiple battleground states where Democratic incumbents, or in the case of Alyssa Slotkin and Ruben Gallego, 2 House members, we're very proud of them, were elected to the United States Senate on a very tough night. So I think we have to make sure that we are clear-eyed and authentic and unadulterated in how we assess what happened so that we can engineer a comeback on behalf of the American people and protect the things that matter, our American values, protect our institutions, protect our freedoms, and protect, the way of life in terms of the middle class and all those who aspire to be part of it. But we also, I think, can't be hysterical in our assessment that this was some anti-incumbent wave that knocked down Democrats all across the country when the facts actually say something very different.
What do you think about progressive trying to push Ben Winkler as the new chair of the DNC? I like that. I like Ben Winkler. Oh, here.
Together makes the situation
Look at this
more
fucking
complicated.
freak on the Sean Ryan show. I've been meaning to watch this. This is the Defense Department. Okay, this is the guy that is going to be helming the fucking most
In a
powerful
2016
military.
interview, Hegseth also attacked Muslim immigrants who don't assimilate, in language echoing the anti-immigrant rhetoric of the far right. On Secure Freedom Radio, he said, "We have to be willing to confront those who won't assimilate to the ideas of our country and show allegiance to them, lest we find ourselves in a place where there's a silent invasion of groups of people who have a very different view of the future that looks nothing like America, nothing."
Mr. Templar
freedom.
himself.
In 2019, Hegseth publicly pushed for service members accused of war crimes to be pardoned and praised President Trump when they were. Hegseth's defense of Trump includes denying the 2020 election results and broadcasting those claims on the Mall on January 6th before the riot. Despite all of the questions about whether he has the qualifications to get confirmed, he has what is likely the single most important qualification under President-elect Donald Trump, and that is loyalty to what would be his commander-in-chief. Jake.
All right, Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon, thanks so much. Joining us now live in studio, Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. Thank you so much for being here, sir. So
Great
you serve
stuff,
on the
man.
Senate Armed Services Committee. Some of your colleagues were caught by surprise by the announcement of I think he's Major Hegseth. I mean, he was a retired major in the Army. Obviously a decorated veteran. But running the Pentagon, that's 2 or 3 million people. What do you think?
Well, think about it. What is the Defense Secretary's position? The Secretary of Defense is supposed to be a civilian position, right?
Yes.
He fits that bill. He also has 2 Bronze Stars and served 20 years in the military. He also has a military experience. The whole point of the Secretary of Defense is to bring a different perspective to the Pentagon. Remember, in the Army or any of those branches,
Mr. Self-Made took his daddy's job, Mark Wayne Mullen.
the command structure. So there's no way a 1-star is going to question a 4-star, and there's no way a colonel is ever going to be questioning a 1-star, nor will a sergeant major question a major. So the civilian role is a pivotal point to bring in that common sense sometimes outside of the chain of command and say, hey, what are we looking at? And I think he fits that. Well,
he's certainly a civilian, and certainly
obviously with military experience.
And obviously he served honorably. What do you make of the criticisms that he doesn't have the experience in terms of running a 2 or 3 million person operation, and also, he's pretty. He has strong views that might alienate some of the people under him in terms of like 1/3 of the generals or 1/3 of the senior office holders are I forget the exact words he used, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he's criticizing them. Women shouldn't be in combat, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, when you start looking at what condition our branches of the military is in right now, they're in dismal position. We have low numbers in the Air Force, we have low numbers in the Marines, we have low numbers in the Navy, we have low numbers in the Space Force, we have low numbers in the Army. And so something's going on wrong. It can't be going great. And when in any type of big organization, when the top is responsible for what's happening below them, and if the top's not getting it right, then yeah, it's time for them to go. And I think that's a perspective that we need to bring in. So I'm not concerned about his ability not to ever run a large corporation. That isn't the requirement. That is never the requirement. The requirement is that President Trump gets to nominate the individual and the Senate gets to confirm them. And I trust President Trump's decision in this one. I feel like he's a good pick that'll bring a perspective to the Army or to the military or to the Pentagon without being necessarily politically correct. Politically correctness is what's killed this country right now. People just want to tell me the way it is. Tell me what the facts are, and let's move forward. And you're not going to agree with every decision he makes. You're not going to agree with every decision you or I make. But I do feel like he's going to come out from perspective. And keep in mind, he did serve this country. He does have a love for this country. He has respect for the service too of the men and women that's in uniform. He just brings a unique perspective that may be different than you and I. But I'm actually excited about the pick.
I want to note that you were publicly supporting Senator John Thune of South Dakota to be the Republican leader, and he won that election. What do you think that means, and how concerned are you about? I mean, there's a lot of questions right now about, is the U.S. Senate under Republican control going to stand up for the advice and consent role of the U.S. Senate? Or is it kind of bend, go along with whatever the president wants? Tell us about Thune. Tell us about that debate.
We're going to work very closely with the president. President Trump won a resounding election November 5th, and the American people want a different direction. That's why he won the popular vote by almost 5 million, and last time I checked, 312 electoral votes. That hasn't happened in quite some time. And the idea that we're not going to work with the president never crossed my mind. So the Senate and the House has got to work closely with the president. The American people gave us that mandate. At the same time, we feel very confident on the direction that Thune and President Trump is going to lead us. President Trump and John Thune has worked really hard at building the relationship. There were some questions about that relationship, like he's Mitch McConnell 2.0. I can tell you there's a different type of leadership through John Thune. I consider him a friend. I consider President Trump a friend. And I'm excited about them working together and leading the American America in the right direction. I think that the American people are going to see a unified government working for the people.
Thank you, CeeLo.
And I'm very,
15 gifted subs.
I'm very excited to be part of it.
Is the Senate going to confirm Matt Gaetz to be Attorney General, or do you think there's going to be just recess appointments?
The recess is a little more difficult than that. Keep in mind, the way the recess works, President Obama tried to do this in 2014, and the court struck it down. So to just go through the process, first of all, both chambers have to recess for 10 days. The minority party, which in this case the Democrats, does have a lot of leverage to pull to keep us open at the same time. During that recess appointments, during that 10 days, they're temporary appointments. They only last until the next Congress begins, or a maximum 2 years. So it's not ideal. The ideal way is for us to move forward. But if that's the last resort, we will absolutely do it. If Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate want to keep us from making any of these appointments, we are going to do our best to do whatever we have to do to get the cabinet in a position and get the appointments in a position so President Trump can go to work on day one. So we will do whatever it takes, but that's the last resort.
Last resort. Are you going to vote for Matt Gaetz?
You know, Matt Gaetz and I, there's no question that we've had our differences. They've been very public about it. I completely trust President Trump's decision-making on this one. But at the same time, he's got to come to Congress and sell himself. There's a lot of, or to the Senate and sell himself. There's a lot of questions that are going to be out there. He's got to answer those questions. And hopefully he's able to answer the questions right. And if he can, then we'll go through the confirmation.
Meek Kenny's making fun of me. The one friend who's too political. That's funny. So from raw to well done, how cooked are we? We are so cooked. Here's what Tulsi had to say, by the way. Or here's what a Jewish insider had to say about Tulsi Gabbard, a Jewish insider correspondent. Tulsi is a few marbles. Wait, no. Oh, yeah, it is. New Jewish insider via Mark Rod. Why conservatives concerned about Tulsi Gabbard as possible director of national intelligence? The former Hawaii Democratic Congresswoman's record on the House is drawing scrutiny. This is an official. This is a Jewish insider, senior congressional correspondent, got a quote from an official at a pro-Israel group, and they said Tulsi's a few marbles short of a full set, but we are hopeful the marbles she has are blue and white in support of Israel. You know? You called it? What is this? Yeah, we are fucking staring down the barrel of a gun right here, okay? I called the gimme ceasefire. Yeah. A close aide to Netanyahu told Trump and Jared Kushner this week that Israel's rushing to advance a ceasefire deal in Lebanon with the aim of delivering an early foreign policy gift to Trump, said an Israeli official. Damn, dude. Who could have fucking predicted that? Biden is such a fucking idiot, dude. Oh my God. I mean, he's just stupid. He doesn't care. I don't even think it's just a stupidity. I think it's malicious. I think he is a demon. I think he does not give a shit. And he loves this. I'm only reading this as something that Biden loves. He's excited at this. He's elated at this prospect. Okay? CJ Werleman, Trump has nominated Tulsi Gabbard as director of national intelligence. In 2019, I obtained secret tapes of her praising an obscure cult leader who said Muslims are demons and opposed tolerance towards Islam. Yeah, she's always been a fucking massive Islamophobe. It's in Lebanon, which they already announced they're almost done with destroying the towns close to the border. It's an easy gimme. I know. And I'm saying that there's going to be an additional gimme potentially as well with Gaza, only to rearm, and then go back and finish the job in the West Bank. The replies to this are so insane. Uncommitted Michigan delegate on CNN pleads with President Biden to do something about Netanyahu before Trump and Mike Huckabee complete an ethnic cleansing campaign in the West Bank and South Lebanon.
It looks like ethnic cleansing. It sounds like ethnic cleansing. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and the West Bank and southern Lebanon. And Mike Huckabee was just named as the guy who's going to oversee the final stages of that campaign. And so our message right now is to President Biden, you've got to do something about this. President Biden, stand up for once to Netanyahu before Donald Trump successfully gets away with pinning this legacy of this ethnic cleansing campaign on you and you alone forevermore. It looks like ethnic cleansing. It sounds like ethnic cleansing. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and the West Bank and southern Lebanon. And Mike Huckabee was just named as the guy who's going to oversee the final stages of that campaign. And so our message right now is to President Biden, you've got to do something about this. President Biden, stand up for once to Netanyahu before Donald Trump successfully gets away with pinning this legacy of this ethnic cleansing campaign on you and you alone forevermore.
Anyway. He knows how to talk to Biden by mentioning his legacy. It doesn't matter. Oh, I don't think Biden cares. I think, check the replies. They're insane. I don't want to see liberals being like, you called him Genocide Joe and did everything you could stop stop Holocaust Harris. To all uncommitted, undecided folks, words and actions contributed to a Harris loss. There will be a lot of woulda, shoulda, coulda. See? Maybe they should have committed. I'm very sympathetic to his pain and horror that is transpiring in Gaza. 2, I hope his plea is considered. 3, maybe he should ask Jill Stein to stand up on his behalf. Yeah. Anyway. So, yeah, things are not looking too great, folks. But hey, guess what? These guys are civil, you know? They're civil. And that's what's important. The civil transfer of power is happening. Okay? According to an Oppo report obtained by Eve the Red, Matt Gaetz was involved in an autoerotic asphyxiation game that led to a man's death with Gaetz and his dad covered up. Can't corroborate the details of his death, but I did find a man who matches the alleged victim. Oh, I don't know about all this. I mean, I'll look into it before I fucking start covering shit like that. Okay? Why the Japanese goblin emoji? I just like it, and it's red. I think it looks cool. That's pretty much the only reason why I use it in my titles. Anyway.
Ever admitting or conceding to Joe Biden for the 2020 election.
Which also
And
had,
never inviting Biden to the White House.
And never
also had an
inviting and not
effect
going to his
on
inauguration.
President Biden's approval rating, and it got his presidency off to an entirely different start. There's no doubt about it.
And I want to bring in our Caitlin Collins, who
it's
is
a
there
Tengu.
at the White House. And Caitlin, it is really a remarkable moment to see them sitting there together at the White House, exchanging pleasantries, very nice, very cordial. Trump himself talking about the smooth transition and the fact that, you know, they're meeting at a place just feet away from where Donald Trump himself watched on that TV.
Did he go over
January
the
6th.
appointments in Elon yet? Yes, I have been going over the appointments non-fucking stop, including but not limited to the Matt Gaetz one that is like actually insane.
Insurrection take place.
This you can confirm?
It is just a remarkable moment.
Yeah, and for that, Biden said that Trump had held a dagger to the throat of democracy.
There's no age that you can't be sexy. I say we change Florida's welcome signs to this. Free Nestor? Bitch, Nestor is never getting freed. Okay? Nestor is never getting freed. There's going to be 1 million Nestors, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Yeah. A sign of how easily some Senate Republicans might cave on Gaetz. Mullen has previously accused Gaetz of sleeping with an underage girl, showing off videos of girls he slept with on the floor, and bragging about taking ED meds to go all night. Yeah, Mark Wayne Mullen said, you got to think about this guy. This guy that didn't have, that the media didn't give the time of day to after he was accused of sleeping with an underage girl. And there's a reason why no one in the conference came and defended him, because we had all seen the videos he was showing on the House floor that all of us had walked away of the girls he had slept with. He bragged about how he'd crush ED medicine and chase it with energy drinks so he could go all night. This is obviously before he got married. And so when that accusation came out, no one defended him. And then no one in the media would give him the time of day. All of a sudden, he found fame because he opposed the Speaker of the House back in November. And he's always stayed there. And he was never going to leave until he got his last moment of fame by going after a motion to vacate. That was Mark Wayne Mullen shitting on Matt Gaetz not that long ago. Here's Mark Wayne Mullen now, as we watched in real time. When asked by Jake Tapper, are you going to vote for Matt Gaetz? Mark Wayne Mullen, I completely trust President Trump's decision-making on this one. Now, Jake Tapper is a journalist, or is supposed to be a journalist. And what's really interesting about this situation is that if I remember Mark Wayne Mullen saying stuff like that, why the fuck does Jake Tapper not remember that? He has a shit ton of producers, does he not? Why can't you hit Mark Wayne Mullen with that quote and be like, hey, remember when you said this about the guy who you're saying you're going to confirm? Like, why? Why can't you do your job? This is like bare minimum shit. This is bare minimum shit. This is not, like, I'm not asking people to go above and beyond. I'm simply asking these guys that are currently facing down a crisis in journalism to do journalism, to restore some semblance of faith that the American population will place upon you, because it is needed. Okay? It is needed. That's what's so frustrating about this, is that, like, while I am unimaginably critical of mainstream media, I also still recognize the necessity of mainstream media. Okay? But it seems like a lot of these people in positions of power do not give a shit. They don't care. They have their heads stuck in the goddamn sand.
So they're saying there is a 17-year-old girl, 17-year-old woman who
This interview was really funny because he was like, well, Tucker, I hung out with you and her. And he was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't involve me in this. Oh, Jesus Christ. 2 GOP senators. A House Republican tells me, Farnoosh Amiri, me and Farnoosh Amiri of Associated Press, that 2 Republican senators have already texted him that they will not vote to confirm Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Name them. Names or you made it up. Yeah, they're going to fucking come after these people. This could be a false flag. Let Gaetz fail so you can pick someone else who wouldn't usually get confirmed, but Republicans are less likely to say no twice to Trump. I think that is too smart. I think personally, this is my 2021 video on Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz the Creep 3 years ago from 2021 with almost 1 million fucking views. Go watch that to understand all of the severity of the allegations, the accusations launched towards this man. Okay? Now, another thing that I need you guys to understand, going back to what I was talking about, okay? I think that the Matt Gaetz pick is like being a false flag. Matt Gaetz pick being a false flag for a still unacceptable pick that Republicans can't say no to twice is too smart for the Trump campaign. I think that they just are not thinking like that. I think they're just trying to boulder their way. I think that Matt Gaetz, given Matt Gaetz' background, given Matt Gaetz's given Matt Gaetz's background, okay, and given his loyalty to Donald Trump, because he's been in rooms with Donald Trump every single time, I just don't think that I don't think that they're thinking beyond that. They're like, nah, he's loyal and he's also controllable. I think they want him. Certified Unk take on the Gaetz nomination. Appointing Matt Gaetz as Attorney General seems to be a message that we're not interested in stopping crimes. We're interested in committing more. I think he's a sacrificial lamb for the Senate to not confirm, but if he's confirmed, that means there are no bounds left at all. Matt Gaetz at defense would have made more sense because I believe him a little bit that he's anti-war, but there's almost no chance that Gaetz won't target his political enemies as Attorney General. The chance of him honestly and impartially enforcing the laws hovers around 0%. Yeah, wow. These Republicans, man, these Trump Republicans have no respect for law and order, I feel like. Rep. Mike Simpson, a senior GOP appropriator, asked if Gaetz has the experience and character to be Attorney General. Are you shitting me that you just asked me that question? No, but hell, you'll print that, and now I'm going to be investigated. Matt Gaetz's wife is a part of the family who made Oculus, which is acquired by Facebook, which Peter Thiel still remains on the board of. Do you think that means anything? The false flag seems to be too big brain. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a false flag. I think this is infinitely more. That guy also does defense contracts now, right? The Oculus guy. Doesn't he also have defense contracts now? Palmer Luckey. Yeah, these guys are like a part of the Silicon Valley orbit of. Yeah, these guys are all the Silicon Valley libertarians that are totally in the tank for Donald Trump and have been so. So I think Matt Gaetz is doubly connected to the administration. If you watch all of those like behind the scenes documentaries about Donald Trump, I mean, Matt Gaetz was in every fucking room all the time. Okay, he was helping with his like debate performance, yada yada yada. Palmer Luckey and other defense tech leaders see Trump's victory as a win for the industry. This man is Matt Gaetz's brother-in-law now. Okay? To be fair, Chatter is kind of doing some conspiracy shit. Wife is part of Oculus, bought by Facebook, where Peter Thiel is on the board. Has nothing to do with Palmer Luckey. No, Palmer Luckey and all of these like Palantir, Peter Thiel, Andes are all defense contractors that have been very excited for a Trump victory. They've been in the tank for Donald Trump. So Matt Gaetz is also doubly connected on that regard as well, because there's a reason why they chose J.D. Vance, right? There's a reason why they chose J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was like to assure the Peter Thiel and the Silicon Valley VC guys that they will have a say in the upcoming administration. These guys are all some of the biggest fucking libertarian nut jobs, by the way. Palmer Luckey is Matt Gaetz's brother-in-law. Listen to your interview on CBC. It was really well done. Cool to see you getting on mainstream news sources, even in Canada. Just wish they got your opinion on what's happening in Canada, like you'd vote for and all that. I'm sure Canadian fans are eager to hear stuff like that. I remember listening to an interview with not Palmer Luckey, but with a Google guy alongside, I think it was like Mark Milley or something, giving an interview to NPR about what they want to do with the Defense Department. And let me tell you, okay, they don't have good ideas. They're talking about reinventing the procurement strategies and talking about how America has fallen behind in terms of like innovative war tech. What the fuck? I'm dying a little bit. Innovative war tech and how they have to get faster at producing new technology in the field of battle and, you know, test it out like they are doing in Ukraine. Yeah, everybody hates this fucking guy, but
when you see the anonymous sources and insiders forecasting my demise, know this. They aren't really coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in the way.
Oh my God! Everybody
that was
says
Matt
this.
Gaetz in 2021. We should note. So he was right that the reports of his demise were premature. To note, the Gaetz had sought a preemptive presidential pardon from Trump over a Justice Department investigation. That is according to a Trump aide who testified at the January 6th hearing. The Gaetz.
You should not forgive the Democratic Party for losing to this incompetent, sociopathic campaign. Okay? Like, the fact that they threw as though like this does not the fact that they threw caution to the wind as though these guys did not represent a dangerous path forward. And now they're just glad handling and shaking hands and slapping asses and they're back to business as usual politics, like as though this shit is not objectively fucking terrifying and dire for America's prospects. Like, every time I see these fucking assholes smiling next to one another, I'm like, what are you doing? I thought this shit sucked. I thought he was a fascist. I thought you ran against him in 2020 to restore the soul of the nation, and not because you selfishly wanted to be president after trying and attempting to be president since 1988. You know? But yeah, go ahead, chatters, liberal chatters that come in here to be like, Hasan, I can't believe you keep saying both sides are the same. I'm not saying both sides are the same, but the Democrats keep saying they clearly are not afraid of the other side as much as I am. Okay? Do you understand? When you present this narrative that Trump is a dangerous fascist and then turn around and you know, kiss his fucking ass like this and don't do anything in the lame duck to, you know, beef up American democracy and the American institutions, well, I guess you don't believe he's a fascist at all. You were just kind of saying that. Or you do believe he's a fascist and you like it Because you're a fucking fascist too. Like, there's no secret third option here. Okay? Like, which is it then? Which is it? What is it? What's going on here? Yeah, here's Pete Hegseth.
Using his platform on Fox News, Hegseth lobbied repeatedly on behalf of the three men, even as platoon members serving under Lawrence and Gallagher described the killings as cold-blooded and unnecessary.
Oh, yeah, this
One
fucking
squad
asshole
leader in their
personally got these guys
called it,
pardoned.
quote, straight murder. Trump dropped charges against Gold.
His own platoon was like, bro, you are a freak. Okay? His own platoon outed this man for being a fucking rabid sociopath.
Quote, national security officials and defense
And then
analysts
Pete
had
Hegseth
braced for
stepped in
surprises from
and personally got Trump to pardon them. And now Trump's like, yeah, we want that guy to be the fucking responsible party for the entire Defense
puts
Department.
the highest value on loyalty. That's Eric Edelman saying that.
Like, on
who
the
served
funnier side, he also has admitted that he does not wash his hands
one of
at
the
all. He
main
doesn't believe in germs.
being used is how well do people defend Donald Trump on television? One assessment was more blunt. Who the F is this guy? Said a defense industry lobbyist who was granted, who spoke anonymously to be candid. Should he be confirmed, Hegseth's first order of business will likely be that purge of Pentagon top brass. Here's what he said on a podcast 6 days ago.
This guy's a Deus Vault tattoo,
You got
man.
to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and you got to fire this. I mean, obviously, you're going to bring in a new Secretary of Defense, but any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever that was involved in any of the DEI woke, it's got to go.
Gotta go. The future of the United States military on the line as Donald Trump nominates a Fox News weekend morning show host to be the Secretary of Defense is where we begin the hour. Retired four-star Army General and MSNBC military analyst Barry McCaffrey's here, plus retired U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel, founder of the Democratic Majority Action PAC, Amy McGrath is here.
Oh,
the
look,
President
Amy
of
McGrath.
Media Matters for America.
Another fucking brilliant winner right there. The Department of Government Efficiency is officially outside of the government itself, but Elon went ahead and gave it a gray badge to make it look like it was official. I mean, it doesn't matter. Of course, this is fucking plaything. All right. Let me get back to Lindsey Graham and other top senators on the Senate Judiciary Committee non-committal on Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Now, a lot of these talking points are just simply people playing block and push for the time being. When push comes to shove, they will, they know how their bread is buttered, okay? They're going to go along with it. I'm letting you know. They're going to go along with it. Do not be surprised by this.
Action to Matt Gaetz as AG.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I think about that one.
I mean, do you have any concerns about it?
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the tank. Lindsey Graham has never not kissed the fucking ring. You know what I mean?
Others spoke a little bit more at length, Jake, including Senator John Cornyn, who's also a senior member.
Acceleration is eating good right now. That's the funniest part about this. It's the Democratic Party that are the accelerationists. It's not the fucking activist base. You know what I mean? Like, the Democratic Party gave this election to Donald Trump. Do not forget. Okay? They gave this election to Donald Trump, and now they are, I don't know, they're just acting like this is not a thing. This is not like devastating. I think these are the real accelerationists are at the tippy top of the Democratic Party. They do not care about a Trump future, okay? If they did, they probably would have run a better fucking campaign. I can totally understand the Democrats underperforming and losing is what they're good at, but considering how bad the Republican campaign was, I cannot grasp how it was so successful. Shouldn't they have also done worse with that bad of a campaign? I'm a Canadian and I watch your coverage of right-wing media, and I still can't mentally grasp what brings that many people to this conclusion. I mean, it's pretty simple. People are like, I need more money in my pocket, and Trump says he's going to do it, and the Democrats keep telling me that, like, things are fine, things are good, and that's it. That's it. You have no interest. You have no interest in preserving the sanctity of these wonderful institutions if you don't feel like these institutions are defending you. If you don't feel like these institutions are there to protect you, why the fuck wouldn't you want to blow it up? You don't give a shit. You're like, yeah, dog, fuck it. Who cares?
Of the Senate Judiciary Committee, someone who ran for majority leader, fell short in that bid, said we'll have to do our job as a Senate, do our advise and consent function. Very noncommittal when I asked him if he would support him. And I also asked Senator Tom Tillis, another senior member of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
My libertarian, Bernie respecting, Trump loving boss just messaged me about him and his wife moving out of the country over Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. 7 days into transition. They'll be fine. If they love Trump, they'll be fine. They'll be like, nah, this is great.
And he said, Mr. Gaetz and I have jousted on certain issues between the House and the Senate. He said at the end of the day, it only comes down to whether you have the credentials and also the relationships. And of course, what Tillis was referring to was Gaetz' central role in pushing for the ouster of Kevin McCarthy back last year. That led to a whole back and forth. It made him very unpopular.
The Senate will not confirm him, bro. Relax, law. Let me explain something to you, okay? I'm Turkish. And when I was growing up, there was a man named Recep Tayyip Erdogan, okay? And one of the things that Recep Tayyip Erdogan did was secure his immediate periphery with like a new rank of wealthy multimillionaires that would then dominate the Turkish economy. But he didn't stop there, okay? In Turkey, the military is considered much more significant and much more impressive and much more important than the way we here in the United States look at the military. After all, Turkey has had numerous coups, military coup d'etats that have overthrown administrations in the past. So knowing full well what was going on there, okay, Recep Tayyip Erdogan also has undermined the military. He did this after the last attempted coup that took place, not with the military, but by a CIA-backed Fethullah Gülen who died recently, okay, in his Poconos home. Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Donald Trump are very similar to one another, okay? Very, very similar to one another. All of the institutions that you believe will preserve American democracy or normal American existence will be eroded. Donald Trump, I've heard, has specifically thought about putting in charge of the Defense Department, like and the appointments, like the general appointment structure, a former general, like the Warriors Committee or something, like a different committee, so that he can have loyalists that end up making these appointments. Why didn't this happen in 2016 then, Hasan? Because Donald Trump in 2016 was definitely not as firmly within the establishment of the Republican Party. He did not have the same level of control. He was not as prepared. He just kind of lucked into this position. Brother, if you read reporting on this, as I did way back in the day, you will recognize that Donald Trump himself didn't think that he was going to win in 2016. Okay? It came as a shock to him as well. 4 years of leading the administration, and then another 4 of trying to avoid legal scrutiny and wanting to preserve his I guess legacy, but also more importantly just trying to not go to prison, avoid jail time. Donald Trump now is back with a vengeance, and this time he's not going to repeat the mistakes he made. He's not going to have cabinet members that are not incredibly loyal to him. Okay. He is going to make sure that he undermines every institution, including but not limited to the American military. This is what strongmen leaders do. This is what Recep Tayyip Erdogan did, and this is precisely what Donald Trump is going to do as well. He does not want any threats. He does not want anyone who can maybe stop him. He's going to go in and he's going to put his loyal soldiers in every fucking federal agency this time around. And he's not going to, like, first and foremost, the most important thing that Donald Trump needs here in the way that he's making these assessments is like people who are committed to him, people who have demonstrated loyalty to him. Okay? Above all else, that's what's the most important thing. He can't have a fucking Mike Pence style situation again. All right? That would be unacceptable. Senator Bernie Sanders has announced a piece of legislation that he is moving forward next week with a resolution to block billions of dollars of aid to Israel. Starting tomorrow, AIPAC is running ads in 17 states urging senators to oppose the resolution, by the way. Do not know how much support it will pick up, but I will, of course, be in support of it unconditionally. This time, Donald Trump is more prepared, okay? He had 4 years to fucking imagine what it would look like to have this this vengeance agenda, to have this vengeance campaign.
Among the House Republican Conference and faced a barrage of criticism from Republicans in the Senate as well, who...
Or he says, we are flying out to D.C. tomorrow to try and lobby for senators to support this bill. Wish us luck, chat. Hell yeah.
Viewed the whole episode as showcasing how the House was dysfunctional and that how they could not govern and the like, and they pointedly blamed Gaetz for leading the charge against McCarthy. That, along with the questions about this ongoing House ethics investigation into alleged sexual misconduct. Gaetz has denied any wrongdoing, but I asked Cornyn about that too, Jake, and he said, I'm sure that will come up at the confirmation hearings. So that's one of the things that members want some answers to on that topic as well, Jay.
Interesting decision by the senator to invoke sword fighting as a metaphor there regarding Matt Gaetz.
These interviews were made for you? Yeah, the New York Times interviews. How do we get here? The New York Times is interviewing late deciders. I voted for Donald Trump. Donald Trump. I decided after Kamala went on, call her daddy. This is Pierce, 26, from North Carolina. He's white. He's in sales, and he didn't vote in 2020. Lillian, 27, Virginia. White, digital advertising, voted for Trump in 2020. I voted for Trump and made that decision the same day the mainstream media was having a meltdown after the Madison Square Garden rally. I also saw an ad from Democrats about abortion misinformation that really made me upset. I said, you know what? I'm going to vote for Trump. Everybody hates him. They're lying about pregnancies. Let's just do it. Jack, 22, New York, white, underwriter. Voted for Biden in 2020. I wrote in for Mike Bloomberg. I don't like either top of the ticket. That's incredible. McLean, 25, DC, white. Legal field, wrote in Romney in 2020. I shocked myself and voted for Trump. Shocking that someone who was still doing a write-in candidacy for a fucking dumbass Republican was able to get herself to write, to actually actively vote for Donald Trump. No one tell my family. I was so impressed by J.D. Vance, the way he carried himself and how normal he appeared. I think I became radicalized on the men and women sports issue. The ad that says Kamala represents they, them, Trump represents you. That was so compelling. While Trump is deranged, he represented normalcy somehow to me. I was looking for a candidate that I felt I could trust, as Laura, 20, Maryland, white, legal intern, didn't vote in 2020. A key moment that stuck out to me was the SNL skit that Harris did, where she essentially made fun of herself. All her focus was going to entertainment industries and avoiding interviews. That came off to me as very phony. Lillian, 27, VA, white, digital advertising, voted for Trump in 2020. The thing that was really the nail in the coffin for me was when Biden called half the country garbage, and then the White House moved to change the record officially. That really bothered me. That made me really want to rally against them. Here's where it's coming from. What issue did your vote come down to in the end? Strength, affordability, jobs. We spoke with 13 young undecided Americans for months. Here's how they voted. I can't wait for 20 more years of Democrats placating to the delicate feelings of conservatives. I know. It's cool. The Democrats should never project power. Clearly, dumbass Americans are not looking for that. Oh, wait, just kidding. They literally only want that. They want that so bad that they're fine with it coming from a fucking fascist. They are not fearful of fascism. They feel like fascism is yet another way to project power. Joe Biden was weak. He was fragile. He was an old man. Probably not good for stream, but this David Brooks interview is so bad.
About half the time so we built our trade policy.
Oh, there's no video. I'm not going to watch it then. What is this? Sorry for spamming this, but this touches on everything. What? Trump draft executive order would create board to purge generals? Oh, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier.
June 30th, 1934, Hitler would embark on a multi-day campaign in which he would purge Yahtzee leadership of people he deemed too powerful or opponents of his. This would be called the Night of the Long Knives. He did this so that he could ensure there would be no checks and balances of him as he tried to enact the more extreme parts of his agenda. By July 3rd, hundreds of Yahtzee leaders would be dead or fleeing for their lives. I hate knowing history right now.
I mean, it's I'm not gonna lie, calling the politicians weird was better than calling supporters names, even if it was misconstrued, because we learned this lesson with deplorables in Canada when our prime minister called conservative voters bad too. No, dog. You can't call Trump supporters garbage, even if you're the president, and then fucking turn around and say we want a Republican Party. We like the Republican policies. You can't call them fascists and then say we want fascism. That's the problem. If they're garbage, say so and put up a fucking fight. Nobody likes a phony. Nobody likes a fake. You can't fucking turn around and consistently try. You can't turn around and consistently try to win over Republican voters when you got your own base of support that you're just undermining and casting aside, tossing aside. Border bill wall discourse hypocrisy. Exactly. So fucking stupid. People are dumb. But even dumb people respond to hypocrisy, okay? The dumbest person you know still cares about hypocrisy. In many instances, they care about hypocrisy more than they care about anything else, okay? That's the problem. And I think people just don't understand that problem or refuse to understand the problem. Okay? Pete Hegseth wrote a book. Okay? Here are some thoughts from Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense. Fox's Pete Hegseth, Brian Kilmeade, criticized American veterans who apply for every government benefit they qualify for. Okay. Hegseth tars veterans using all their government benefits as dependent, while Kilmeade suggests they lack personal integrity. Fox's Pete Hegseth. Hold on. Okay. Fox's Pete Hegseth. Kim Jong-un probably doesn't love being the guy who has to murder his people all day long. Hegseth. Kim wants to meet with Dennis Rodman and loves NBA basketball and loves Western pop culture. Fox, I mean, I don't know why that's not that bad. I don't really give a shit about that. Fox's Pete Hegseth. There's merit in a preemptive strike against North Korea. That's not good. Fox's Pete Hegseth urges Trump to take credit for solving the global warming because of cold temperatures from bomb cyclone. At least 22 people have died from freezing weather event. Here's Pete Hegseth in his book. Just like Christian crusaders who pushed back on the Muslim hordes in the 12th century, American crusaders will need to muster the same courage against Islamists today. Good thing for all the liberals who also feel this way. They get their wishes, you know? So that's cool. I fully understand the distinction between peaceful Muslims and Islamist Muslims. I have many dear friends who are Muslim, including Texas Omar, his family and colleagues at Fox News. They are wonderful people working and fighting in their mind to save a religion besieged by radicals. I don't agree with that assessment, but they love America, so I respect them dearly. He's saying that even someone who is fighting against radical Islam is still Muslim, so obviously they're still bad, but at least they love America. That's what he's saying. But they are under siege. Next to the communist Chinese and their global ambitions, Islamism is the most dangerous threat to freedom in the world. It cannot be negotiated with, coexisted with, or understood. It must be exposed, marginalized, and crushed, just like the Christian crusaders who pushed back the Muslim hordes in the 12th century. American crusaders will need to muster the same courage against Islamists today. Islamists and even mainstream Muslims use aggressive tactics to exploit American tolerance as utter weakness in order to achieve accommodations. Bro, I just want to say something here, but this is literally, is this destiny or is this the upcoming defense secretary, you know? The person in charge of the Department of Defense. Sounds exactly like my naysayers. Sounds exactly like a lot of the people who have cast me aside as a dangerous Islamist extremist. Maybe they're excited at this, despite the fact that they were so scared of the Trump administration. Unlike me, though, you know? Islamists and even mainstream Muslims use aggressive tactics to exploit American tolerance as utter weakness in order to achieve accommodations that would never otherwise be tolerated. I'm not talking about on the battlefield. I'm talking about in our classrooms, city councils, and social media. Simply put, their sheer insistence, the specter of violence, and their passionate beliefs lead many American citizens to retreat on demands for assimilation to American principles. A reality we've seen powerfully in Minnesota among a large Somali refugee population. Muslims insist, making others feel as though they are under the gun or somehow wrong. Bigots, the leftists cry, for fear of public reprisal and cries of intolerance against anyone who questions their religious demands. Most Americans simply cave into a stubbornly insular Muslim community. Here's Pete Hegseth praising Trump for wanting to ban Muslims from the country. Hegseth wrote that Trump was right to call for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. As usual, President Trump has been and continues to be willing to say and do the things most American political leaders would never have the guts to do. In December 2015, candidate Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. He was right then, and once in office, tried to implement a more tailored ban from certain countries with large populations of Islamists. It was tied up in the courts until going into partial effect. With a win in the courts, he now plans to expand it. The result, it's 2020, and half the country, more than half of elected officials, and almost everyone in the media still have no idea what the hell is going on, except for President Trump. Our leaders still don't take the threat of Islamism seriously. Some of his excerpts are insane. One of the best in the business, U.S. candidate John James is a big fan of anti-Muslim bigot Pete Hegseth. Hegseth pushed an anti-Muslim rhetoric on Fox News in February 2016 about Hamtramck, Michigan, which has a Muslim majority. Hegseth pushed fears about the assimilation and integration of Muslims. In May 2017, Hegseth criticized the then Minneapolis Mayor Betsy Hodge for giving her State of the City address at a mosque. He stated, "This is the left doing everything they can to fall over themselves to fawn over a new community." In May 2018, Hegseth said of France, "I hate to put it this way, but I think it's true. They've got a slow motion 9/11 happening in their borders in France. Demography matters. Muslims are having 2.6 kids, whereas French-born folks are having 1.6 kids. Muslim French people are not considered French in the eyes of Pete Hegseth. Muslims are not considered American in the eyes of Pete Hegseth. This man will now be in charge of the American Defense Department." Okay? Hegseth is also a supporter of Florida Republican congressional candidate Laura fucking Loomer, who has described herself as a proud Islamophobe, has said, much like Destiny, by the way, has said that she didn't care about the anti-Muslim mass shooting in Christchurch, New Zealand, and has stated that she's in favor of more migrant deaths. Hegseth has repeatedly defended Loomer, said that he hopes she wins and wins big, and posted a now-deleted tweet containing a donation link to her campaign. Hegseth makes his anti-Muslim views clear in his book, American Crusade, which was released in May. In it, he wrote, "Just like the Christian crusaders who pushed back the Muslim hordes," we already covered that part. Hegseth also warned about Muslim birth rates in states like Michigan and the number of Muslim candidates who have won political office across the U.S. Today, Europe is sort of waking up to the fact that it has been invaded again, culturally and demographically. According to the Pew Research Center, the Muslim population in Europe, excluding Turkey, was estimated at 30 million in 1990, at 44 million in 2010, and is expected to grow to 58 million by 2030. The number is growing, while birth rates among native Europeans have all dropped. What is the distinction between Muslims who have migrated to Europe or Muslims who were living in Europe versus the native European-born people? Racism. That's it. There is no difference functionally or fundamentally between a Muslim person or a Christian person living in a fucking European nation state, okay? Unless you're a fucking Nazi. Unless you are out of your goddamn mind. And Pete Hegseth certainly is out of his goddamn fucking mind. Many European countries would have declining populations if not for Muslim immigration. Combine these factors over time, and this is what you get. In 2019, the most popular name in England for newborn boys was Muhammad. Could the same thing happen in America? Of course. With enough leftism and enough time, anything is possible for Islamists. He wrote this in his book, by the way. I like that he is making no distinction between the Islamists that he was afraid of versus all Muslims, by the way. Seems like he doesn't care about the fundamentalists, but instead cares about the undesirables, which he thinks all Muslims are, versus, you know. Oh, yeah, by the way, these are some of his wonderful tattoos. Yesterday, Trump announced he's nominating Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. Hegseth is a prominent Fox News personality and a veterans advocate, but he also has strong ties to the Christian far right that I've not seen fully exposed yet. Here he is, rocking the fucking chess piece, the Templar, the Jerusalem cross, okay, and his other Deus Vult tattoo. Christian far right is a coalition between different Christian movements bound together by aggressive theologies and often, but not always, white supremacy. This is the extreme militant end of the spectrum of what is popularly called Christian nationalism. Theologically and socially, there are at least three distinct major strands of the American Christian far right today, with lots of smaller ones too. Radical traditionalist Catholic networks and influencers, Opus Dei, etc. This is the world of J.D. Vance, not my area of expertise, says Matthew D. Taylor, who is a senior scholar at ICJS Baltimore. Okay? You have the born-again Christians and the Catholics and all those fucking people. These are the trad-caths, okay? J.D. Vance is the person that represents this field. Independent charismatic celebrity and spiritual warfare and apostolic networks, often simplistically labeled as the NAR. This is my area of expertise, says Matthew D. Taylor. He is, of course, talking about the Christian movement, the independent spiritual warfare, the apocalypse is now, guys. These are the evangelicals for the most part. Okay? The third major strand of the Christian far right is the Reformed Reconstructionist networks of churches and leaders. This is called the so-called Theobros, usually bearded, chauvinistic, hyper-Calvinist male influencers. These are the circles Hegseth travels in. Here's an article I wrote earlier this year describing the origins of these two Protestant Christian supremacist movements, independent charismatic / NAR, and Reformed Reconstructionists and their agendas. The Reformed Reconstructionists tend to emphasize post-millennial eschatology, i.e. building the kingdom of God on earth. Theonomy, applying biblical law to every society. Alternative education, homeschooling or classical XN academies. Exclusive male leadership and masculinity. In 2023, the profile of Hegseth for local Texas magazine, Christian magazine, he describes, reading Doug Wilson, the godfather today of the Reform Reconstructionist movement, sending his kids to a classical Christian academy, finding fortification of brotherhood. Hegseth apparently attends Pilgrim Hill Reform Fellowship in Tennessee, led by Brooks Potiger, the pastor, and Joshua Hames, pastoral intern. This is a CREC church, part of the denomination founded by Doug Wilson. Hegseth has been a guest on Hames and Potiger's podcast, Reformation Red Pill. Doesn't get much more far-right Reconstructionist than that, and as recently as last month was promoting their podcast. Last year, Hegseth also promoted an Advent devotional published by Hames and Potiger's Forge Press. Like, these guys are I just want you to understand, like, these guys, you know, when they talk about like Islamist fundamentalists, like they're Christian fundamentalists. Okay. I know a lot of people growing up in the United States of America have no capacity to see this. And you always you have an endless amount of monolithizing of Muslims, and you never have the same, like, you have the capacity to dissect Christian nationalism as a separate thing. But you have to understand, like, these guys are basically the same as fucking Al Qaeda. Okay. This is Christian Sharia law. Okay. And I mean that in the way that, like, Westerners understand Sharia law. Okay. These guys are looking for a practical application of Christian Sharia. Okay. They are insane fundies, insane fundamentalists. And they are closer to seizing power than ever before. Now, of course, there's always been a pick of the litter approach to Christian fundamentalism and American power that's always existed. You have the family, you have these like crazy fucking church groups that every presidential candidate and even Democrats and Republicans alike go and basically kiss the ring of. But you just need national prayer breakfast, shit like that. But these guys are some of the most loyal champions of the cause and are pretty open about it, like J.D. Vance, for example, right? That's why he came across as gross in all the podcast appearances that he made. And yeah, they're absolutely fucking psychotic, rabid, monstrous pieces of shit. Could the same thing happen in America when he's talking about Muslim immigration? Okay. With enough leftism and enough time, anything is possible for Islamists. I have reported extensively on Fox News. Certain cities in my home state of Minnesota have started to look much different thanks to the overwhelming and intentional Muslim immigration. What started with good intentions, see Somali Omar in Chapter 1, and peaceful refugees eventually evolved into insular communities, internationally funded mosques, welfare fraud, culture clashes, and radicalization. Then, as Muslims' birth rates have grown alongside their political influence, local tolerant populations have made concessions. Critics are called racist. Crimes are hidden from the public, and the European cycle has begun. Now, every single thing he's saying here is insane, right? It's not correct. There is no fucking, like, crimes being hidden. Okay? He's just being a racist and hallucinating something that is not happening. But it doesn't matter with enough people who also are, in Reformed Calvinism, what Hexit is, followers believe in predestination, that they are called by God to the afterlife and others are not, no matter what they do. It's extreme and goes far beyond typical American Protestantism, where you can earn the afterlife simply by believing in Jesus. He likely believes in a violent apocalypse-style culling of the masses where most people go to hell. Isn't that crazy that we have so many prominent, very active, completely insane anime-style religious ideologies in America, and there are tens of millions of people who actively believe in it, and while their numbers are dwindling, their influence at the tippy top has not. As a matter of fact, their influence has become more prominent, I would say, within the Republican Party. That is what's so crazy about this, is that while church attendance is going down, okay, and more people find themselves to be agnostic or atheist and are self-reporting as agnostic or atheist, or not firmly committed to a theoretical or practical application of Christianity, these guys have gained more power, more influence. It is crazy, okay? And when I say anime style, I literally believe it. So many of these guys that are committed believers believe in this like insane apocalyptic notion. Like evangelical Protestants, which we talk about quite frequently, believe that, the rapture is going to happen. And in order for the rapture to happen, the events that must unfold beforehand is that all the chosen sons and daughters of God, Jews, go to Israel and maintain that land so that Jesus can come back to earth and fight the devil and his army in Megiddo. Okay? That is a real thing that tens of millions of Americans unironically believe. Okay? This is why they are very firm and committed supporters of Israel, for the record. If you're wondering why so many fucking anti-Semitic guys in the deep south that are, they got pro-Israel bumper stickers and shit on their King Rancher trucks next to their fucking truck nuts, that is the reason. Okay? Thankfully, we are behind the trends in Europe. Our two oceans, barriers to refugee invasions, and traditional Christian fabric have insulated us well, but we are losing them quickly. American leftists insist on pursuing the very same policies that led to the cultural invasion in Europe. The Muhammad thing wasn't even real, I don't think, by the way. I don't know why they just like ran with that, but who cares? The unholy alliance between leftists and Islamists means, by the way, this is like what's going on. Islamagauche in France and Islamofascism in places like the UK, like what they call it, is a total... It's basically Judeo-Bolshevism, but now instead of Jews being the outgroup that fascists used to point to, and some still do, the outgroup now is Muslims. Okay? Islamo-leftism is what a lot of these new fascists push for. Islamo-Marxism in India. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, in France is Islamo-gauchisme. Yeah. Islamo-communism. On the one hand, by the way, the enemy is both weak and strong, for the record, just so you understand. That's always like the same principle. On the one hand, Nazis used to say the Jews control the banks and the media and yada, 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 and destroying the moral fabric of society, while simultaneously they were saying that they're like, all socialist. And that they're all, formative members of the working class. Same principle holds here. On the one hand, they'll say, these guys have values that are at odds with Western civilization. They're too barbaric. They're too backwards. Look at the way they treat women. Ironically enough, they want to treat women that way, the Christians. Okay? The Christian nationalists, the Christian fascists. Right? But they also will say these guys are fucking woke and leftist. Okay? They're both simultaneously pushing a trans agenda, okay, a woke agenda alongside the left, but they are also incredibly barbaric, incredibly backwards. It makes no sense. Non-assimilation, the erosion of national allegiance, and the toleration of the intolerable has left the door open for Islamists to establish a foothold in our country. In November 2019, 26 Muslim candidates won elected office in the United States. Muhammad is now a top 10 boys' name in America. What will it be in 2030? Islam equals peace narrative is a naive and cowardly worldview. Just like the Christian crusaders who pushed back against Muslim hordes in the 12th century, American crusaders will need to muster the same courage against Islamists today. Islamists and even mainstream Muslims use aggressive tactics to exploit American tolerance as utter weakness in order to achieve accommodations. We must not only tolerate Islam and Islamists, we must celebrate them, we are told. Hexa complained that Islamists happily exploit the view that celebrates Muslim immigration to seed the West with as many Muslims as possible. Trump still has the sauce. No one else could have made picks like these. Every selection is like drafting a kicker in the first round, but the kicker has a Wikipedia section titled Allegations and is also not really a kicker. Yeah. He's right. He's right. He's going after even a nuttier cabinet than even I could have assumed he would have gone after. Is it worse than you thought it was going to be first week wise? Seems like insanity is past even what you were expecting. No, I still think his top line agenda was going to be followed through on. I just didn't think he would also get nutty with it. I thought he would go for competence more than go for loyalty. And it seems like
Pete,
he doesn't care. He cares more about loyalty above all else. Like, I thought he would find loyal, competent soldiers, and he did. To a certain degree, he did, right? He's still, like, Marco Rubio is loyalty plus competence, okay? All of the neocon hawks that he's put into positions of power is loyalty plus competence. Israel ambassador, Mike Huckabee, that is not necessarily so much loyalty, but that's more so loyalty to Miriam Adelson. Okay. Tom Homan, loyalty plus competence. Right? Pete Hegseth, on the other hand, just loyalty. Matt Gaetz, simple loyalty and control. So there's a lot of picks in there. The new border czar too. No, that's loyalty plus competence. Guys, Tom Homan was the border czar under Obama. Obama gave him a fucking medal, okay? Come on. There's a reason why I fucking shit on Obama's legacy all the goddamn time. The deporter-in-chief over here. He did that shit. Now, the difference between Obama and the way that he directed that fucking thumb versus Donald Trump and the ways in which Donald Trump this time around is going to direct that thumb are different. Obama still was doing deportations directly at border interceptions rather than mass deportations of people that are living inside of the United States, right? There is a difference there. There's definitely a difference there. Tell that to my cousin. No, Obama did not hyper focus on internal deportations as much, rather than give an unnecessary fucking olive branch to the reactionary right to soothe their bloodthirsty desires to implement a white nativist anti-immigrant agenda. So that's why he did border apprehension deportations, which was bad. Donald Trump also, in 2016, expanded on that. I mean, here, this is from 2016. Yeah, meet the man White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. There it is. Homan is the Washington bureaucrat in charge of rounding up, detaining, and kicking illegal immigrants out of the country. As America's fight over whether the next president should build a wall on the Mexico border to keep migrants out or protect millions of them from deportation, Homan is actually hunting undocumented immigrants down right now, setting a strategy for 8,000 officers on the front lines. Look at the way that they wrote this article. Holy shit. Hunting them. But that was woke because Obama was doing it, remember. The way I present this to you is always liberals calcify the reactionary slant that this country is going down, and they normalize it and make it business as usual politics, and then Republicans take that and nuke it into orbit. Okay? That's always how it works as we ratchet towards fascism. And that's precisely what's going on here. Anyway, here's more Hegseth.
You're talking about Donald Trump. You're talking about a warrior, which leads me to your book, this new release, June 4th, The War on Warriors Behind the Betrayal of the Men Who Keep Us Free. Explain what all this is about, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, I know you have a really loyal audience of patriots, many of which are from military families or have served themselves or just love the military. And they've seen what I've seen, and then I got to do a deep dive on it. Our military is at a crisis moment. That's the reason why the flag on the front of the book is upside down. It's a universal sign of duress. The Pentagon, our military, should be focused on meritocracy and lethality, on holding people accountable and maintaining.
Why didn't you vote for Kamala Harris? She said she was going to have the most lethal military. Well, I guess, like I said, the Joy candidate should be the joy candidates should be joyful right now because we will have the most lethal military. You know what I mean?
Maintaining standards high. That's the military I was a part of. That's what the military that fights and wins wars. And starting mostly under Obama and now under Biden, social ideologues, political appointees have pushed social justice prerogatives into the military, and generals have let it happen, whether it's women in combat, whether it's climate change schemes, and we're pushing electric tanks right now, whether it's DEI or CRT or trans in the military. It's shocking. I interviewed dozens and dozens of actively serving men and women.
Right.
Most of them said they had experience with a trans soldier in their unit, which forces everyone what this military.
Let's look at what
contracts
Elon Musk
last
is
year
doing.
with 17 federal agencies. His entanglements with federal regulators are also numerous and adversarial. His companies have been targeted in at least 20 recent investigations or reviews, including over the safety of his Tesla cars and the environmental damage caused by his rockets. I understand that all the power this week, Von Hilliard and David, on the Trump side. But these are brands that rely on public support. And it seems that tying your brand to Trump, who's never consistently stayed above 50%, is a big risk. Do any of them worry?
Elon's going to end up using Twitter polls with the fucking government? No, he's not. Just like he didn't fucking do Twitter polls for what to do next with Twitter. So he's not going to fucking do that, okay? All actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency. Anytime the public thinks we're cutting something important or cutting something wasteful, just let us know. We will also have a leaderboard for most insanely dumb spending of our tax dollars. This will be both extremely tragic and extremely entertaining. Trump increasing power in the exec isn't fascism. It's necessary for things like nationalized healthcare. Yeah, dude. Just like when Joe Biden was given the power by the Supreme Court to basically execute his political enemies as long as it's a presidential act, when the Supreme Court offered the power to the presidency to be sheltered from additional scrutiny and prosecution, he's going to use that too. Totally. Bro is a MAGA communist. Yeah. I read something really funny from Eddie, the ACP guys, the American Communist Party guys. He was like, Donald Trump is going to place all of the anti-war isolationists in his cabinet. And he's going to do that because prominent MAGA communist influencer Jackson Hinkledink is, well respected within the movement. Yeah, he's very well respected in the movement, dude. Yeah, we're strengthening authoritarian power, not to do fascism, but instead to do fucking socialism. Yeah, Donald Trump is a secret Maoist, dude. It's going to happen any day now. I mean, I told y'all that, like, it's business as usual politics all the way down, but it's also going in the wrong direction as well. In terms of, like, America's foreign policy, I don't think much is going to change. Here, let's see what some other Republicans have to say about this.
There's no question he's the leader of our party. So now he's got a mission statement.
Representative Troy Nehls from Texas. Let's see what he has to say.
His mission and his goals and objectives, whatever that is, we need to embrace it. All of it. Every single word. If Donald Trump says jump 3 feet high and scratch your head, we all jump 3 feet high and scratch our heads. That's it. There's no question he's a leader.
Nice. This was fun from Financial Times, but let's look at GOP picking Thune to succeed McConnell as Senate leader as the Republican Party tries to desperately cling on to some kind of institutional control by getting an institutionalist on board. Let's see what kind of juice or sauce Mr. Thune has. He's still a demon, for the record.
Breaking news on the Senate Republican leader race. It is John Thune of South Dakota. Manu, take it away.
Yeah, the new Senate Majority Leader, Senator John Thune, elected first in 2004, has worked his way up the rungs of Republican leadership, has been a committee chairman, was now the current Republican whip, has now ascended from the number 2 spot to the number 1. He will be the Republican leader, the majority leader, the person who is in charge of setting the agenda on the floor of the Senate. One of the most consequential jobs in Washington. Will have to work with the incoming Republican White House and the incoming Republican president to get this agenda through. Now, this is a vote just wrapped behind closed doors, according to multiple sources, that John Thune edged out John Cornyn on a vote of 29-24. Cornyn was a former Republican whip, a 2-time member of the Senate GOP campaign chairman. This campaign had taken shape behind the scenes for about 9 months in the aftermath of Mitch McConnell making that decision not to run again for Republican leader. McConnell has dominated the Senate GOP for 18 years, the longest serving Senate party leader in history, but decided it was time for him to step aside. And now we're seeing a new generation of sorts. John Thune is 63 years old. He has served in the Senate since 2005. His politics are much more in the mainstream of GOP orthodoxy. He'll have to figure out a way to work with Donald Trump. Sometimes they have not always been in line. In fact, in the aftermath of that Access Hollywood tape in 2016, he called on Trump to drop out of the presidential race. In the aftermath of the 2020 election, he thought the election should not be overturned. He criticized Donald Trump as well and supported Tim Scott in the Republican presidential primary. But Thune, over the last several months, has endorsed Donald Trump, has gone on the Trump train of sorts. They've been in frequent communication, I've told, at least he and his team, over the last several months to try to bolster that relationship. And Trump himself decided to stay neutral in this race, perhaps recognizing that even though Thune may not be in line with some of the others who are running, particularly Senator Rick Scott, who lost in the first round of balloting, that decided to stay out because this race could have gone any which way. And oftentimes, Dana, as you know, these races come down to relationships. They come down to commitments.
Hasan, don't you think a militaristic populist cabinet is what the Dems should have done? This is the most populist cabinet in history. I don't agree with what they want, obviously, but damn, do the Dems suck at this? What do you mean fucking populist? Like what? Unless you think like being a pedophile is right-wing populism, what the fuck is populist about these people? What the fuck? I guess words have no fucking meaning, dude. I don't really. It's insane that the only thing that can maintain some semblance of democracy is a demon like John fucking Thune. No, he's not. He's not gonna do that. He's not gonna fucking do that. He's not. He's not gonna do that. Musk is a populist in the sense he's trying to populate the earth with his kids.
They have made to these members, committee assignments that they may promise, fundraising and the like. So there are lots of different reasons for people to vote a certain way. But this momentous decision.
The populist thing that Trump was doing would be to say, no more wars. I'm an isolationist. The non-populist thing that he's doing is immediately picking war hawks into his cabinet as expected. Okay? It's the opposite. He's putting Marco Rubio is not a fucking populist, man. What are you talking about? Like, he's in the Senate Intelligence, or was it Foreign Affairs Committee? The fuck? Yeah, we're going to do populism by bombing Mexico, dude. No, he's doing exactly the same things that he was always going to do, which is business as usual politics when it comes to American uniparty approach to foreign policy. All war, permanent war, no such thing as a bad war. You'll claim that certain wars are bad, but in fact, you'll still continue them because all wars are good. Because war is not being conducted because of some real security interests. In the United States of America, War is not conducted for some liberatory reason, okay? Whether it's a proxy war or any kind of war for that matter. There is no real emancipatory struggle here. Even in Ukraine, where our allegiances are with the side that has an honest and just emancipatory struggle, the goal is not to liberate Ukraine from the scourge of Russian invaders. The goal in Ukraine is to destroy the foreign adversary's military resources while simultaneously churning through and offloading all of our older weapons for the defense contractors. It is to feed the beast. It is to feed the military-industrial complex. It has nothing to do with a genuine reason, a genuine want, a genuine interest in liberating Ukraine. This is something that I've stressed quite a bit. What people seemingly have forgotten.
By the Senate GOP picking John Thune as the next Republican leader, the majority leader.
This is why I said I don't suspect Donald Trump changing trajectory on Ukraine beyond what is slated to happen anyway, which is that Ukraine's manpower is withering away and the appetite for permanent defense is going away, and the means to engage in permanent defense is withering away.
Someone who will decide the party's strategy for the years ahead.
Even if there was some kind of what do you call it? Even if there was some kind of like movement in an opposite direction in Ukraine, it probably would have happened by the Biden administration as well, or the Kamala Harris administration if she had won. Military Keynesianism moves in only one direction.
Yeah, really interesting development. Also, Manu, only in the United States Senate is 63 the young generation. Thank you so much for that. Right. Appreciate it. Sure. With me to discuss all of this breaking news, CNN's Jeff Zeleny, The Washington Post's Leanne Caldwell, and CNN's Phil Mattingly. Lucky to have people who have spent a lot of time walking those halls. And the fact that it's Thune, the fact that it is, I'll start with you, Phil Mattingly, that he is somebody who is Mitch McConnell's deputy. And Mitch McConnell kind of notoriously kept his own counsel, and it's not.
Yeah, this is a real solid prospect for the future of the Senate. They're certainly going to do resistance liberalism with the likes of John Thune, just like Mitch McConnell did some resistance liberalism. Remember when Mitch McConnell was such a resistance guy? He wasn't. I'm being sarcastic, and neither is fucking John Thune. These people are so goddamn delusional, dude. Why the fuck would they? Donald Trump and all the volatility that he brings, as long as he is offering goodies to capital owners, it will be overlooked. Okay?
Not necessarily true that, like, I would call John Thune his protege, but he certainly was somebody who was the number two to McConnell for several years. And as Manu just said, not historically a Trump fan all the time.
Look, the Senate Republican Conference of 2024 is very different than the Senate Republican Conference of 2017 when Donald Trump last came to Washington. It is much more MAGA. It is much more Trump acolytes. It is many more people who owe Trump at least some credit for their seats. John Thune's not one of them. And that doesn't mean he doesn't support Trump. Particularly, you think about the policy issues that Trump wants to focus on in the start of this term. On tax policy, Thune is always a player on tax policy from the 2017 rewrite. On immigration, they're aligned. But he is not an acolyte, and he is not somebody who came up or owes Donald Trump his career or his pathway to Washington. I think what's most telling about this is we all try and get our heads around what Trump's Washington is now and what it will look like in a couple of months. Is secret ballots matter? And the Senate is still the Senate. Now, the Senate is different than 2017 in terms of the makeup of the Senate Republican Conference, but it is still a chamber that appreciates its independence. It is still a place where there are a lot of lawmakers, and you and all of us can name probably 8 to 10 off the top of our heads, even in the Republican Conference, who you get crosswise with them or their committees or their legislative priorities, and there are going to be issues. And I think the import of this moment is where the House, as we saw this morning, is going to be very much I think it was Troy Niels who said, if Donald Trump tells us to jump, we say how high and then keep waiting for more instructions. The Senate is not going to be as compliant necessarily, and it's going to be a really important working relationship to develop in the months ahead.
Jeff, I spoke with a Senate Republican this morning who said that the phone in his office was ringing off the hook with people who are listening to Tucker Carlson and saying, do not vote for the rhinos, John Cornyn or John Thune, because they had deigned to, in some way, shape, or form, certainly more of Thune than Cornyn, criticize Donald Trump at various times over the years. And the fact that John Thune won, and Rick Scott in particular, who was the favorite of Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk and all the people who have been hanging out at Mar-a-Lago, even if it's not Trump himself, only got 13 votes in that secret ballot. What does that tell you?
It's a reminder, as Phil was saying, that the Senate is probably the last place that still has some vestiges of the past where personal relationships matter, where there is more of a sense of a decorum, and people are not following the rules and instructions of what folks online are saying, and it backfired. I was talking to a Republican advisor yesterday who said that his boss was furious at the fact that there was this online sort of outrage telling them who to vote for the majority leader position. John Thune has very deep relationships. This was a vote for John Thune. This was not a vote against Rick Scott. This was a vote for John Thune. And I'm thinking back to a conversation I had with him the Friday before the election. He was in Wisconsin. He had been on the road all week. He was campaigning all week, and obviously they lost that Wisconsin seat. But he has personal relationships with all the people he ran with. But he's probably the least Trumpy of all of them, and he's much more in the mold of Mitch McConnell now. He has a...
Yeah, let's not look at Mitch McConnell's track record. Oh, wait, Mitch McConnell was also just as Trumpy as the rest of them. I think these guys they're just like... They're eating the bait whenever like a Republican says, oh man, I don't like that you did January 6th. I didn't like that one bit. It made me scared for a moment when your fans were saying, hang Mike Pence, he's a good man. And then like they're like, oh my God, these guys are leading the fucking resistance charge.
very tough job ahead of him now dealing with the White House and the very slim Republican majority in the House.
Kind of ironic that he is going to be the Senate Majority Leader. I remember covering the Hill when he, as a House member, ran against the then Senate Democratic leader, Tom Daschle, and beat him. And that was a really big deal. And now he's taken that very job.
Yeah, it was a huge deal. Also, the reason Senator Thune ran for re-election 2 years ago is because of the possibility that he was going to.
I normally like the angry staffer account, but this is such a dumbass fucking take. It blows my mind. Marco Rubio, the Trump Secretary of State pick, explicitly said yesterday he would not call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Great job, all the protest voters who snub Harris over Israel. You guys are really playing 6D chess here. Now, obviously, it's vote shaming, and I think it's fucking despicable because it's such a demonstrable failure of a strategy, which is why Kamala Harris lost regardless. But also, how is this functionally any different than the current existing? You got reposted by Saint Hoax on Instagram? Nice. How is this any fucking different than the current existing policy? Like, do they not realize that there is still a Democrat in charge of the American government? A Democrat who has nothing to lose, as a matter of fact. His name is Joe Biden. He's the president still. Kind of weird.
To be Senate Republican leader. He did not want to run for re-election. He was worried about Trump's influence in a Republican primary. And so this is good news for John Thune. Personally, I'm sure he's happy because he did decide to run for re-election and it wasn't for naught. But, you know, senators also remember Rick Scott, and they're still very angry about how he ran the NRSC in 2022. They did not win back the majority, and that's a big reason why Rick Scott is not the most popular senator, despite what the MAGA crowd was thinking. And so I think the most important thing that you said is it was a secret ballot. I am very skeptical that they are going to buck Trump and MAGA on anything that is public. But for now, they don't have to tell anyone their votes.
One, that's critical. And just one other quick thing. Trump stayed out of this. He did not. His minions and supporters and allies and Elon Musk all jumped in and tried to shape this one way or the other. Trump did not. And that, I think, I don't know the rationale, but it shows a level of understanding in terms of where this may have gone, or the fact he might have been on the losing end if he went against Thune. That is a different level of understanding of this place than he had in 17.
Yeah, I was told this morning he didn't want it to blow up in his face, and he was right.
We have the team assembled. Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. It's a new day in the United States Senate, and it's a new day in America. The American people have loudly rejected the failed policies of the Biden, Harris, Schumer agenda. And this Republican team is united. We are on one team. We are excited to reclaim the majority and to get to work with our colleagues in the House to enact
tall guy theory of leadership.
So a major victory for progressives. On Tuesday in the election in the state.
What is this? I'm not going to watch this right now. Dude, I think this is a stress test. Matt Gaetz is a stress test. And I think he will succeed like Trump will. People think like it's such a laughable, inappropriate pick. And it will never pass or whatever. But I think Trump is just seeing how else he can, how else he can get this across. Gaetz voted against the Bipartisan Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which passed the House by 320 to 91 majority because he said it rejected the Christian gospel that Jews killed Jesus. Dude. Wrong reasons. Like the absolute dumbest reason. President-elect Donald Trump raised eyebrows Wednesday when he announced the nomination of Matt Gaetz. Gaetz, who's currently under investigation by the House Ethics Committee for sexual misconduct, faced backlash earlier this year when he explained his vote against a bipartisan bill aimed at addressing rising anti-Semitism in colleges and universities by invoking an anti-Semitic falsehood that Jews kill Jesus. I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene that said this as well, which is so fucking insane. The Anti-Semitism Act, which would require the Department of Education to use the controversial International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition on anti-Semitism, which classifies most anti-Zionism as anti-Semitic when investigating allegations of discrimination. It passed the House in May 320 to 91. Remember that, by the way, 320 to 91. Now, this definition, the guy who fucking wrote it does not think that you should use when you're governing, okay? The guy who fucking wrote the definition was like, you should not use this for any kind of governance. That would be unimaginably restrictive for the values of free speech. Now, you could have just said that. You could have been like, this is America. We have free speech. This is far too expansive. Okay? This is far too expansive to apply for no particular reason. Okay? And it would go against our Constitution. But no, these guys have to be like, no, I'm actually anti-Semitically refusing to vote for this. The Justice Department oversees the prosecution of violent extremism and hate crimes. Gates called the Anti-Defamation League racist in 2021 after it urged Fox News to fire then-host Tucker Carlson for promoting the anti-Semitic great replacement theory. In 2019, remember when ADL cared about that sort of stuff, by the way? That was pretty funny. Remember when the ADL was like, oh, the great replacement theory, the idea that like unlimited migration is happening because Jews are making it happen, and the ulterior motive there is to destroy the fabric of Western civilization. ADL used to at least aesthetically care about shit like that. Okay? You know, pre-October 7. Yeah. When Elon Musk came out and said, you have said the actual truth, to a person saying exactly that, okay? The ADL went and was like, yeah, go to Israel, dog. Go to Israel one time and we'll say you're good. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim they want to stop using, people to stop using against them. Wow, down to almost a year ago. But it's okay. He went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro, so it's fine that he seconded this anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that literally led to the synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh. The neo-Nazi Trump supporter who shot up the synagogue in Pennsylvania openly said he was taking matters to his own hands because Jews like George Soros were doing the great replacement in America. Because he very openly said he was going to do that on Gab, the neo-Nazi website, the Tree of Life synagogue shooting. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want the truth said to your face, there it is. It's crazy stuff. He said, you have said the exact truth. Yeah. Anyway. God damn, dude. Shit is bad. Shit is so fucking bad. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, by the way. Every single pick in Trump's cabinet has two things in common. Okay? Two things. Loyalty to Donald Trump above all else, and deep hatred for Muslims. Okay? Those are the two uniting principles for every single person, regardless of their fucking background. Every single person in his, gallery of grotesques have an insane fear of, Islamo-leftism, okay, and loyalty for Donald Trump above all else. They might have some disagreements, but they agree on those two principles.
Let's put that aside. Can you believe Pete Hegseth is going to be the next Secretary of Defense? So I had a hard time wrapping my head around it last night, and now I love it. And then as I was wrapping my head around it, mostly thinking about how I can benefit from it, can I use this plane to go somewhere?
No.
No is the answer.
No.
I've been told that already. And then they hit me with Gates, and I'm starting to understand Greg's pirate analogy. And it reminded me of the '92 Dream Team. Remember, Harold?
I do.
When they assembled Magic, Mike, and Larry into one team, and no one's ever thought about that before. And now this is what you're looking at. You're looking at the Dream Team. They're assembling a constellation of stars, which I happen to know intimately. And I've never been this excited before. I am so excited for this country, not for me personally, although that's there. I'm just so excited for the change that we're going to see in the next 4 years.
Oh my God. Fucking nightmare, dude. Dream team. The nightmare team is so bad. How is Jesse not in the admin? Too many women in the admin. They were worried. Trump just talked about Elon Musk in a closed House Republican conference meeting. He thanked Musk for everything he did in the election and said how he can't get rid of him, meaning he's always around. The girlies are going to start fighting quick.
First, the latest on President-elect Trump. He left Mar-a-Lago moments ago. You see it right there as he heads to the White House this morning to meet with President Biden, then to Capitol Hill. He's also announced nominees for top.
Will they get Brian Kilmeade to fucking be in the admin? That's my question. That's what I'm excited about. That'll really turn this entire thing around. You know what I'm saying?
Positions in his administration, including Defense Secretary and CIA Director. Also a role for Elon Musk. Rachel Scott starts us off on Capitol Hill. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. President-elect Donald Trump won this election just a week ago, but he is already moving at a rapid pace to fill out his administration, announcing 14 appointments already, 9 alone yesterday. But it's his pick for Secretary of Defense that caught even some Republicans here on Capitol Hill by surprise. Overnight, President-elect Donald Trump stacking his administration with staunch loyalists, announcing a string of appointments. Trump revealing he has selected Fox and Friends weekend host Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary. The pick even catching some Republicans off guard. The U.S. Army veteran, who has led 2 conservative veterans groups, would oversee the Pentagon and 1.3 million active duty troops. Hegseth just days ago said he doesn't believe women should be in combat roles.
I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated.
He has no government experience, but has been a staunch Trump loyalist. Hegseth called on Trump to clean house at the Pentagon, blasting its message of diversity as strength as, quote, garbage.
The Pentagon likes to say, our diversity is our strength. What a bunch of garbage. In the military, our diversity is not our strength. Our unity is our strength.
It was just one of many positions Trump named overnight. One of his biggest supporters, billionaire Elon Musk, will lead a new Department of Government Efficiency alongside entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy.
Take over, Elon, yes, take over.
Despite the name, the Department of Government Efficiency doesn't currently exist. Trump says it will provide advice and guidance from outside of government, but there are still questions about how exactly it would operate or be funded. Musk pitched the idea directly to Trump earlier this year.
I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love it
if it were formed.
Musk has poured more than $100 million into helping Trump's campaign. And sources tell ABC News he has been at Mar-a-Lago nearly every day since Trump was elected, listening in on calls with foreign leaders and weighing in on staffing decisions. Musk even traveling with the president-elect this morning to Washington, D.C., ahead of Trump's meeting at the White House with President Biden. And as Trump promises to overhaul U.S. intelligence agencies, the president-elect announcing John Ratcliffe, his former director of national intelligence, who served as a fierce loyalist in Congress, will serve as CIA director. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem will lead the Department of Homeland Security.
Let's send President Trump back to the White House.
Trump once considered Noem a potential running mate, but she fell off the shortlist after writing in her memoir that she had shot and killed the family dog. If confirmed, Noem would manage the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, and FEMA, along with immigration agencies like Border Patrol and ICE, working hand in hand with Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, to implement Trump's mass deportations.
It is going to be a big operation. And President Trump has already indicated that he wants to start by making sure that we're deporting the most dangerous first.
And rounding out those announcements, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who Trump says will serve as the ambassador to Israel. The president-elect saying Huckabee will work tirelessly to bring about peace in the Middle East. Just to underscore the influence of Elon Musk, sources telling us this morning he's been weighing in on staffing decisions, sitting in on interviews. We were also learning that
Ironic that the Department of Efficiency hasn't even been created and it will already take 2 people to lead it, Lamau. It has been created. It has been in effect for a very long time. It's called the Government Accountability Office, okay? That's the other part. That's what is so fucking ironic about this situation is that there is a Department of Efficiency within the confines of the federal government. It's called the Government Accountability Office, okay? They already exist. So it's unironically incredibly inefficient to create another fucking department. I think this isn't even a Reddit cabinet. This is a 4chan cabinet. No, it's a Twitter cabinet, which is 4chan now, but normalized. Oh. Elon is Trump's emotional support billionaire. What if they just give him a Mickey Mouse job that he won't do, too busy playing Diablo and posting? I know. I do think that like Doge is probably redundant and doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, and it's like busy work. But who knows?
This morning that President-elect Donald Trump has really struggled with the position of Attorney General, that he has interviewed multiple candidates for that role. He's walked away unsatisfied each time. And of course, the president-elect will be strengthened and emboldened by a Republican Senate majority in just a few hours. Republicans here in the Senate will be choosing a new majority leader. The president-elect keeping his cards very close. He has not weighed in on an endorsement just yet, Michael.
All right, Rachel Scott, thank you so much.
All right, let's get going. Fox News alert, President-elect Trump will leave Mar-a-Lago any moment and head to Washington at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He'll have a stop before that.
This literally is like a meme, dude. Like, this is something like a child would do. You know what I mean? If you gave like a 14-year-old the keys of the castle, it'd be like, oh, I want my best friends to be in power right next to me. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck are we doing, man? A redundant government administration named the pump and dump meme currency the American dream. I know, it's so nuts. It's so fucking crazy.
First, he is going to meet with President Biden, the first time they've met since Trump's historic election victory.
That's right. Meanwhile, Trump's incoming cabinet is taking shape by the hour as he appoints some very familiar faces in key roles for his second administration.
And on Capitol Hill, Senate Republicans will hold a vote on the upper chamber's new leadership. Senator Scott, THUNE, and Cornyn all competing for that job.
We have team coverage. Rich Edson is in Washington tracking the Senate, but we're going to begin with Mark Meredith, who's in West Palm Beach on today's Trump-Biden meeting and the Trump transition. Hey, Mark.
Ainsley, Steve, Brian, and Lawrence, good morning, friends. As the president-elect gets ready to head to Washington.
They can't believe it. They're like, this is unbelievable. What a fantastic, glorious day. Like, one of our colleagues is now going to be in charge of the most powerful military of the planet. Night of the Long Knives 2.0. Yeah, but like not going to be as violent, obviously. Trump's team drawing up list of Pentagon officers to fire. Yes, he wants to fire all of the military generals and Pentagon officials that are disloyal to him, okay, that have not been sufficiently loyal to him. And then he's going to put into positions of power generals that are loyal to him. This way, you know, no fear of a coup, even if there was ever really a fear to begin with. I don't know. Yeah, it turns out when he was like, I want Hitler-style generals, this is what he meant.
President-elect Trump choosing Mike Huckabee for the job of U.S. ambassador.
Oh, wow. Look at CNN. Let's see what CNN has to say about this. Let's see what CNN has to say about Mike Huckabee's takes that I wonder if they had the same level of smoke for Bill Clinton saying similar things, you know?
To Israel. Now, this is a decision that would have huge ramifications. And we have a very different view on policy, what Huckabee's put forward, than any other ambassadors so publicly who have served in that role. K-File tonight is revealing that Huckabee said, quote, there's really no such thing as a Palestinian. Never mind a state. Huckabee making extensive comments on this topic when he was running for president in 2008. And Andrew Kaczynski of K-File joins me now. In the context of the war and the fears that it could become a much, much bigger war This reporting is so
Okay, no disrespect. I like K-File. He's the GOAT.
crucial. What more do you know about what Mike Huckabee has said?
Right, and this nomination of Mike Huckabee as ambassador to Israel, this is a extremely hawkish pick by President-elect Trump. He has a track record of highly polarizing comments on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. These views go back years, with him repeatedly questioning the legitimacy of a Palestinian state on the border with Israel. He has said that if a Palestinian...
Is Trump going to make liberals anti-Zionists? No, I think liberals are so... First of all, I thought about that a lot. Okay, I thought about that a lot. I thought about that quite a bit, as a matter of fact. From Trump, from New York Times, Trump's win leaves Democrats asking, where are our bro whisperers? I wonder if this article features me at all. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Nope, not a bit. So what was I talking about? There was something I was talking about. What was it? Oh. Fuck. Oh, turning libs into anti-Zionists. So I thought about this for a while, even before the Trump W, right? I thought about it quite a bit because liberals do have a reactionary slant against whatever the fuck the Republicans are in favor of. They will always, at least aesthetically, resist against it, like resist liberalism. And while I do think that resistance liberalism is not going to be as poppin' as it was in 2016, because all signs point to them being more angry at like the Democrats, I think that on the issue of Israel, at least historically under the Trump administration, Trump did a bunch of stuff that was incredible. Like that was completely beyond previous norms, right? In the way that he dealt with Israel, he turned around and moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He did all this, and liberals didn't have a lot of smoke at the time for that, because a lot of the reactive liberals that were a part of the hashtag resistance liberals, right? They got their notes from the media, and the media did not necessarily criticize Trump all that much for these decisions. So I think, no, the liberals did not criticize him as much for the Abraham Accords or anything. It was light, okay? It was very light. Resistance liberalism almost never factors into foreign policy approaches. As a matter of fact, resistance liberals in the media celebrated Donald Trump using a fucking Moab, mother of all bombs. If you recall, they talked about how this was his first presidential act. So I think they pick and choose. They pick and choose. Like they got mad at him with like the MBS stuff for sure. But that's Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? That's different. Whereas, like I said, they didn't have that level of smoke for like the Israel stuff that he did. And I don't think they will, but we shall see.
Palestinian state were to be created, it should be not created where it is now. It should be created with land from the neighboring countries, Syria, Jordan, Egypt. He even described the Palestinian identity in one of the clips he found as, quote, a political tool to try and force land away from Israel. Now, I first obtained these comments we're about to hear when he ran for president in 2016. Just take a listen to them right now.
Basically, I mean, there really is no such thing as, and I have to be careful in saying this because people will really get upset, there's really no such thing as a Palestinian. There's not.
Yeah, there's not. Oh, thanks, man.
You don't, and there's such complexity within that. There's really no such thing. That's been a political tool to try to force land.
He said there's no such thing as an Egyptian. There's no such thing as a Lebanese. There's no such thing as a Jordanian. There's no such thing as a Syrian. They're all Arabs. You got Arabs and you got Persians, and that's it. You know, no, I'm glad that he's being careful, you know, when he talks about how This is all just one blob, you know? Huckabee's a pan-Arabist? Like, yeah, guys, he's an anarchist. He just says no borders, no masters, you know? That's what he's saying. There should be no borders whatsoever. Except he's not saying that. He is a fucking freak.
And away from Israel.
I mean, just obviously hugely significant. You're talking about he would, if anything, take land from neighboring countries. Obviously, the clear implications there would be for Israel to annex the West Bank, which is obviously seismic, if true. Andrew, obviously, this isn't the only time Huckabee has talked about this issue. I mean, this is an issue that he feels is deeply personal.
That's right. That's right. He takes trips to Israel. This goes back all the way, to 2008, where we played that initial clip from. But this is a position that he has consistently had. It is far from the only time that he has said it. He has said consistently that he opposes a two-state solution. He has said, quote, "There's plenty of land outside Israel and the rest of the world for a Palestinian state." Take a listen to him going a little bit further on that in 2015.
The two-state solution, if we mean two governments holding the same piece of real estate, is irrational and unworkable. If there is a two-state solution, the Palestinian state needs to be outside the boundaries of the nation of Israel. There's plenty of land in the world that we could find a place and say, okay, let's create a Palestinian state.
So we did reach out to Huckabee personally. We reached out to the Trump transition, and we asked them if he stood by those comments. We didn't hear back from either of them, so it's going to be interesting to see how.
Forcible ethnic transfer, dude. Yeah, put him up in concentration camps and put him on trains, okay? That's right. Put him on a choo-choo train ride out of here. Am Israel high? A land without people for a people without land. You're telling me now that there's people there? Okay, well, we'll send them to, I don't know, Madagascar. There was another political operative that had similar opinions to myself that he wanted to send the Jews there, but instead we should send the Palestinians there, which is what I would say if I recognize Palestinian as a separate national identity. I don't. And then once it gets too costly now to send them all over there, we might as well just kill them. How is it any different than what Bill Clinton said? Brother, it is not. American foreign policy is uniparty, okay? One party, singular. That's it. I got to eat this as fast as I can before Rashida Tlaib comes on the stream because I don't want to be eating in front of her, but I'm starving. Fuck.
All of this plays out, especially with the conflict that's going on right now in Gaza.
Certainly, and raises questions of the voters and the voters who had voted for Jill Stein as an opposition to Kamala Harris, how they may feel about what.
And some of them even voted for Trump as well.
And some of them even voted for Trump. And this is, this is what you would have thought Trump, this is consistent with the words that they've put out before. All right, Andrew, thank you very much.
There are certain.
Yeah, except Bill Clinton said that in Michigan a week before the election. What do you mean? Like, that's it.
Words I refuse to use. There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities, they're neighborhoods, they're cities. There's no such thing as an occupation.
All right, our panel is back. Stephen Collinson, Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel likely to welcome.
It's so funny that they didn't have this level of smoke for Bill Clinton. But now that Trump is doing it, they're like, wow, this is really fucked up. Wow. How could Trump do this? We're so upset. Wow.
This pick, it's worth noting, Huckabee is the first in quite some time to not be Jewish in this role. But of course, evangelical Christians, and that's really kind of Huckabee's defining political identity, have a very specific relationship with the Jewish state, and you heard him articulate some of it here. What does it mean?
This is a clear sign that the administration's first-term policy, which was very solicitous towards the Netanyahu coalition, will continue and will go even further. It will be regarded as a disaster by Palestine.
Very different than the Biden admin, guys. Very different. Wait, whoa. We got an update. Magaphonics update. Wife guy update. He says, I showed my dad the J Street poll of American Jewish voters combined with the fact that over 50% of all Jews in the world live in the U.S., combined with the fact that the Israeli ambassador is now going to be an evangelical Christian. And I think I might have finally started to get through about how little this whole charade is actually centered around Judaism and Jewish people. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it anywhere. Now, the problem is, of course, as I've repeated perhaps a million times over, anytime someone comes in here with questions that they are repeating because they've heard some anti-Semitic fucking dipshit say that, like, you know, Jews control American foreign policy or anything, or the Congress is owned by Jews or anything like that. The reality of the matter is, it doesn't matter if 100% of Jews are like, no, this is not for me. I don't like this. I'm not rocking with Israel any longer. It doesn't matter at all. America will do what America does because America's interests on Israel have absolutely zero to do with Jews, okay? I regularly repeat that even if every single Jewish American became anti-Zionist overnight, the State Department calculation over unconditional support to Israel would not change. Here's further evidence. These people aren't all anti-Zionist, but their opinions clearly don't matter. So just remember that.
Palestinians who still are a long way from that two-state solution, which now seems almost likely never to happen given the events of the last year or so. I think it poses two real questions, notwithstanding the fact that the ambassador doesn't make the policy, the president does. How will this be seen by some of Trump's allies in the Arab world, with whom he wants to create this realignment of the Middle East between Israel, some of the Gulf states, and Iran? That could be a problem if this is the Trump policy.
Yeah, I mean, Brad, how do you see that piece of this?
Well, I think if you look back at the first Trump administration, the signature foreign policy success happened in Israel. Democrats lost their mind when Donald Trump moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, even though that many of them had voted for it. And then when he recognized the Golan Heights, they said, this is terrible, it's going to cause disruptions. It didn't. Instead, what happened is, as soon as the United States was fully behind Israel.
Brother, that's an interesting pin you're wearing. The yellow ribbon. I suspect it's not for, remembering the veterans. I suspect that's a post-October 7, remember the hostages pin you're wearing. Now, it's an interesting explanation here where you're like, oh, nothing bad happened after Trump's Israel policy, while you're literally wearing the signifier of the bad thing that happened that is still ongoing, by the way. Interesting assessment while wearing the yellow ribbon pin.
Without question.
Wasn't it Veterans Day? No, dude. The yellow ribbon pin is the... What is the yellow ribbon for? It's for cancer. It's not for veterans. I just made that up. The yellow ribbon is... Oh my God. The yellow ribbon pin is for fucking stand with us, stand with our hostages. Shut the fuck up. Making a joke about... Like, I know why he's wearing that yellow ribbon. It's not a fucking... It's not a support the troops pin, okay? Shut the fuck up. No, it's definitely for veterans. Okay. All right. Yeah, he's wearing a fucking yellow ribbon because of the veterans. That's why he's wearing it.
We got the Abraham Accords and a lot of Arab nations making peace with Israel for the first time. I think that Donald Trump has figured out the code on this. The United States has to stand with Israel and make it completely clear it stands with Israel, and then things will begin to take place and work out in the Middle East. I think it's a good pick. My company spent a ton of time in Israel. He has a lot of relationships there. I think it's a good pick.
Well, just one thing I wanted to add is, Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do, which is that he wanted Netanyahu to escalate the conflict, not de-escalate the conflict. And there's going to be a lot of potentially civilian casualties if that happens. And if you see that happen, you're going to see this become even more of a fight on the left part of the Democratic Party.
I think that's true, but I also think it will be, if the violence continues to unravel.
No, Joe did not get fucking played by Bibi. He knows this is what was going to happen. He doesn't care. He likes it. Please, make no mistake. Joe knows exactly what the fuck's going on.
President-elect Donald Trump has promised to make the armed forces less woke, as the term goes, by eliminating diversity training and firing any generals that he believes are supporters of a woke military. Now, as commander-in-chief, he already has the power to fire any general he pleases. So which are the woke generals? A draft executive order reportedly shows how he might identify those generals. According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump's transition team is...
By the way, before people get lost in the sauce about the fucking optics of the yellow ribbon pin or whatever the fuck, my point is the things that he claimed Donald Trump wasn't doing, or the reaction to Donald Trump's actions, that assessment is incorrect. Donald Trump set the stage for October 7th with literally the actions that fucking dickhead is talking about on the CNN panel.
Is considering the creation of a, quote, warrior board made up of retired senior military personnel to remove generals and admirals found to be, quote, lacking in requisite leadership qualities. Which qualities are those? Well, the draft ordered, which was reviewed by the Journal, does not lay out the criteria for meeting or failing to meet those qualities. And a transition team spokesperson declined to comment on it. But this outside board would clearly bypass the Pentagon's regular system, signaling, as the Journal puts it, that Trump intends to, quote, purge a number of generals and admirals, woke or otherwise. In his first term, Trump celebrated what he called my generals, but the tone soon changed with many of them, you'll recall. General Mark Milley, the former chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has called Trump, quote, the most dangerous person in the country and a fascist. General Jim Mattis, Trump's former Secretary of Defense, said...
Maoist homosexual Mark Milley. Mad Dog Mattis. He's a real mad dog. These guys are all socialists.
President-elect Trump.
President-elect Donald Trump.
Sorry.
Former chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has called Trump, quote, the most dangerous person in the country and a fascist. General Jim Mattis, Trump's former Secretary of Defense, said he tries to divide us and called on Americans to reject those in office who would make a mockery of our Constitution. And General John Kelly, Trump's longest-serving White House Chief of Staff, said Trump acted surprised that the military's leadership was loyal to the Constitution and not loyal to Donald Trump personally. One fear now is that this warrior board, if created, could shift that loyalty. Another is that trust in the military.
Never, ever calculate the number of sodas that I'm drinking in one day. How dare you? I'm an American, goddammit. Shut the fuck up. Take a week off.
Our most trusted institution
never
itself could suffer.
So joining us now is Vivian Salama, the national politics reporter with the Wall Street Journal, who helped break this story. Vivian, good morning.
Good morning.
So Trump will already be commander-in-chief when he is sworn into office with the ability to fire whoever he wants in the military. Why create this board potentially?
Well, essentially, it would bypass a lot of the promotion systems and sort of the regulations at the Pentagon that would require, that would normally be required for something like this to happen. Usually when you want to do something like this en masse, you would go for some sort of workaround to the usual system. And so just gleaning from the little that we knew from the draft executive order that we reviewed, that is probably the likely scenario, is that he sees that this is the best way to kind of tackle what he views as a bigger problem within the ranks of the military, just sort of sweep through and get rid of as many generals as he can who he deems unfit for leadership.
Vivian, how would you characterize the culture of military leadership as it stands, and how this could shift that culture? I know that there's a tradition of nonpartisanship. It's actually surprising to some extent that you have all these.
What a gross, monstrous fucking thing to say. Oh, Cuck Todd, you fucking asshole. Saying the quiet part out loud, baby. There it is. There it is. Oh, we're going to save cable TV, dude. Nice.
These quotes from generals characterizing negatively now President-elect Trump. But how might this warrior board change things from where they are to where Trump wants them to be?
So this is something that the transition team, the Trump campaign, and certainly Donald Trump himself has talked about for quite some time. You just previewed talking about how he's criticized the sort of, quote, wokeness of the military. But really what the executive order, the draft executive order says is that they're looking to tackle anyone who's not fit for leadership. They would go after 3- and 4-star generals to try to figure out how they can streamline and better prepare the military to focus on, let's say, their tasks of going to war, protecting the country, and not be bogged down by politics or any other partisan-related things. Now, ironically, there's been criticism against Donald Trump that he has tried to pull.
Don't be bogged by partisan politics. And instead be bogged fully by loyalty to me. Fealty to the dear leader. How fucking insane. Fealty to dear leader. That's a much better standard to apply, I think. Remember, these guys are always like, oh, no more DEI. Unless it means, like, you know, getting people who are nice to me in positions of power. Some real brown nosers.
Politicize certain branches, certain departments in government, and certainly the military was one of.
There's also nothing funnier than the complete hallucinations of Republicans that there are somehow woke military generals. Like, have you ever met a fucking military general? Like, what do you mean woke military generals, dude? Like, you're looking at fucking Raytheon sales executives named Spider Rapist Marks and fucking people like Mad Dog Mattis, and you're like, wow, these guys are real fucking woke, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, I know Mark Milley once said, like, you got to read Mao Zedong to understand the enemy or whatever the fuck. And it's like he's not woke, dude. Are you fucking stupid?
of them, this move could potentially do that. And so it sort of works against what they're trying to argue for, which is the politicization of the military. But beyond that, I was getting calls nonstop from Pentagon officials, retired military yesterday when our story broke, just in terms of the generational impact that something like this could have, where you're going after some of the most experienced members of the military, and presumably in times of war especially, but even in times of peace, you don't want those people to be purged from the ranks of the military, because that experience really goes a long way, especially on battlefields. So, there's a real concern that in purging those senior leaders, you would lose that experience.
And so, Vivian, who could be purged?
The funniest thing is that the military is experiencing a major recruitment crisis because they haven't had a 9/11 style situation happen in quite a while. So Americans, the more they move away from remembering 9/11, the less interested they are in participating in America's war on fucking terror. Now, if that sounds ominous to you, well, it is a little bit ominous, let's be real. But in the absence of a 9/11-2 electric boogaloo, you're not going to be able to turn this shit around. And the other reality is that most of these fucking dudes, okay, Mad Dog Mattis and Mark Milley alike, the reason why they talk about like DEI or CRT or whatever the fuck is because they are trying to market the military, dumbass. Because of the crisis in recruitment, the way they see it is like, if it works for Chipotle and Applebee's, it works for the military. That's it. So, ironically enough, this like change in the old guard is most likely going to cause more instability and probably harm their recruitment efforts regardless. They need to do a fucking mandatory conscription at that point, like a draft, to bring the military up to the standard that they need in an effort to fight global wars at the behest of Israel.
Who's potentially on the chopping block here?
So it's hard to say from the draft order. However, we did speak with a number of military officials, and there has been a great concern that the chairman of Joint Chiefs, CQ Brown, could be among them. Now, President Trump has not been happy with General Brown because of the fact that he talked very openly about the George Floyd protests back in 2020 and how he was very moved by it, and that's something that did not necessarily sit very well with Trump. He felt like CQ Brown was speaking out of order, and it sort of speaks to that alleged wokeness that Donald Trump speaks about. And this is troubling a lot of people because CQ Brown is one of very few people of color in the highest ranks of the military right now. And the idea that he could somehow be a target to something like this warrior board really feels unsettling to a lot of people in the military, where they have been pushing for greater diversity, particularly in the highest ranks, those 3- and 4-star generals.
Yeah, we don't want to see this politicize the military. The last and most trusted institution in America, more than 60% of people saying they have at least a great deal.
Everybody knows being black equals woke, chat. Come on. You know, that's what that means. DEI equals black, dude.
Donald Trump's most
yeah, a woke military coup is upon us, dude. A woke military coup is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to see, a gay coup in the military. Your nephew went to therapy today, W nephew? Wait, really?
Most loyal supporters expect him to honor one of his campaign promises to pardon January 6th rioters, but that could upset some voters and even some of Trump's allies. CNN senior correspondent Donnie O'Sullivan with the latest.
Today was amazing. Woke up with the president of the United States, the rightful president, back in his spot, and today, after 828 days, we're going to pop some champagne and raise a glass to President Trump.
This is the mother of Ashley Babbitt, the rioter who was shot and killed by Capitol Police on January 6.
Mama Mickey. Oh my God, Donald Trump's gonna do some fucking heinous shit. He's gonna do like an Ashley Babbitt Remembrance Day. I just got a premonition, dude. It just lasered me in my brain. Going forward, January 6th will be remembered for our brave patriot who gave her life. Ashley Babbitt, American hero. Yes, Rashida Tlaib is going to be on right now. Hold on. I am adding all of them onto the call. I'm going to call in a second. He's in this group chat right now. Yeah, I got the toothpick in my mouth because I want to be cool when talking to Rashida. Anyway, let's keep watching this while
We love you,
they
honey.
figure it out.
And we are so grateful for you bringing this freedom family together.
It's the night after the election. Trump supporters have gathered here, as they have every night for the last 800 nights, outside the Washington, D.C. jail.
How did you feel when Trump won last night?
I knew that meant freedom for our guys. And I was overwhelmed, thankful, and I know that God heard our prayers.
Were you emotional?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, Annabelle, you're on. Victor, you're on. Rashida is the only person who we do not have on right now. I believe she has muted herself. Can you guys hear me?
Hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, I can hear you guys and I can see you guys. Rashida Tlaib is not only muted, self-muted, but also it seems her camera is not functioning right now. It's just loading in. It might be best to turn it on and off, the camera, I mean, if you click on the turn off camera button. But yes, for everybody in the chat, we're going to be going to see if doing it on my desktop is better. Okay. We were waiting on Congressperson Rashida Tlaib. But we have a conversation. We have a big conversation lined up and ready to go. We're going to be talking about migrants under the Trump administration and what to do in the upcoming Trump regime and what the next steps forward are. This is something that I obviously care about quite a bit. And yeah, hold on. Let's see. Okay. All right. Rashida's gone for the time being, but she'll be back. But before she gets on here, oh, she's on again. I wanted to welcome you guys, Annabelle Mendoza and Victor Guillen Fabrez. Am I saying that right?
Yep,
that's right.
Okay. If you don't mind, one, welcome to the broadcast. Two, I wanted you guys to introduce yourselves to my community real quick.
Yeah, sure thing. I can kick us off. Thanks for having us, Hasan. My name is Annabelle. I'm the communications director for United We Dream Action, which is a leading immigrant rights organization in this country, powered by immigrant young people, youth of color, and the average voter. And I'll pass it to you, Victor.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? My name is Victor. I serve as communication strategist for United We Dream Action. I'm also an immigrant myself. I came to this country about 8 years ago. So yeah, really excited to have this conversation.
Yeah. And how would you describe what United We Dream Action is to people who are uninitiated right off the jump?
Yeah, so we are a nonprofit, a national organization. Again, we are led by immigrant young people. So folks who have DACA, folks who have TPS, folks who are fully undocumented. We're also powered by other young people of color and average voters who are all coming together to fight for racial justice in this country, immigrant justice in this country. We organize, we build independent political power, organizing on and off the streets.
Okay. Let's see. Let's check in with Rashida real quick in the Discord DMs to make sure she's doing all right. But okay. So obviously, this is something that I've talked about quite extensively. It's something that I've been very critical of the Democratic administration as well since last year, which was something that I feel like is very different, very unique to the Democratic Party, at least in accordance with their past performance and the way that they communicate about immigrant rights. Something changed in the political discourse overall, where I think after consistent racialized propaganda towards migrants in general in this country, I think that the Democratic Party also took a somewhat right-wing tone and claimed that immigrants in this country also constitute a national security threat in the way that the Republicans have been saying for quite some time. Now, of course, this is not. This doesn't correspond to reality. There's no data to show that undocumented immigrants are responsible for a large share of the crimes that happen on U.S. soil. As a matter of fact, the only data that is readily available is the exact opposite, that undocumented migrants are responsible for a smaller percentage of crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. And I wanted to ask you guys if you have seen in your own communities like this narrative shift, and if this has like how are people feeling about this change in attitude overall?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we work in comms, so we definitely see a narrative shift. And it's kind of hard not to see that shift. And we've seen it gradually take place over the past several years. I think at the end of the day, though, like our community is rooted in our people. We know that there isn't going to be a politician out there who is coming to save us on either side of the aisle. That's not what we've ever been about. And that's why we've been so focused on building independent power that is really rooted in working class communities, rooted in the issues that young people care about. We've heard it time and time again from our communities. Young people care about the issues. We are facing crisis after crisis as a generation. And so for us, it's not about the candidates. It's about, are you really connecting with the issues that matter to young people?
Absolutely. Some of the questions I have are, what happens next? So the Trump administration has obviously made it a signature part of its legislative agenda that they're going to engage in something that is so unimaginably cruel that I feel like, I've called the policy Hitlerian because I think it is. He has routinely claimed that there are 20 million undocumented migrants, a number that nobody really knows where he got from. I think the actual latest estimation is around 13 to 15 million. And he has said that he is going to engage in mass deportations for all 20 million undocumented migrants living on U.S. soil. This means that 1 in 15 families that live in a mixed status household is probably going to have their immediate relatives forcibly removed from American society and placed in a concentration camp slated for deportation. This policy not only is uniquely cruel, but it's also obviously going to cripple the economy, considering that undocumented migrants contribute greatly both to our agricultural output, but also our construction industry as well, among many other sectors. But of course, the most significant part about this, I think, is the inhumanity of this policy. Hey, Rashida, you're here.
Thank you. Sorry. Just know that my kids are like, I can't believe, Mom, you can't even get on the. They were like, of course, you're the only one who can't get on. Yeah.
If you don't mind, do you mind flipping your phone so it's landscape, if that's possible? Because it'll automatically adjust.
Yep. Guys are making me feel old.
No, don't worry. I mean, I'm a boomer.
Okay,
I'm 33 in this industry. That's perfect. I'm 33 in this industry. I'm basically dead. So in my line of work, when you're 33 years old, it's over. It's so over. Rashida Tlaib, thank you so much for coming on. I'm a massive fan of yours. I've been a big supporter for quite some time. I've been meaning to have you on the stream for quite a while. So I'm very fortunate that you are gracing our presence here on this broadcast. We are all big time supporters of you, and I'm very grateful, very thankful that you guys were able to put this together so we could talk about issues that matter to everyone in this community. Can you hear Rashida? Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I can hear you guys. No, just thank my son Hasan. He's a huge. My son Adam's a huge fan of yours, so he's like, "No, Mom, do it. It's awesome."
Oh hell
so,
yeah!
Yeah.
You got a good son.
He's a chatter, so he loves your show. So that's you can give my.
He's got a good head on his shoulders if he's a fan.
Yeah, he's got a lot of strong opinions like you, so that's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, strong opinions are needed. So now that Rashida Tlaib is here as well, I guess the question is, what can Congress do, or are there any plans of action in order to protect undocumented migrants and migrants across the board in the United States of America? And what are some of the perceived threats that the Trump administration has signaled thus far in terms of how they are going to tackle this, what I call non-issue that they consider to be a major issue?
Did you want me to go for it? Or you
yes,
guys got
please,
it?
Congressman.
I mean, so one of the things to know is, I mean, of course, you hear the term mass deportation. Just know this: under, previous administration, when he was there, he was separating families. You saw the increase actually of private detention centers grow. You can hear sometimes, as a former immigration attorney, we always hear, well, how many number of beds are they increasing in these detention centers? That's always a clue whether or not, again, Democrats and Republicans both alike have done this, Hasan, so it's not just one party or the other. But one of the cruelest things that I think the, incoming president did under his administration, under the same names that you hear, Stephen Miller, Homan, all these folks who, even Homan came before our committee and testified, is this idea, let's just take their kids and put them somewhere else when they come across, so then they will never come back. Like, it was awful, because even some of the children were sent from the border to Michigan, and some of which to this day have not been able to reunite with their parents. I just can't imagine. Now they're in foster system. It's just so cruel and inhumane. The other important thing that you should know too is, so there's a whole process right now. Again, applying to asylum is very much legal. And there's folks that want to undercut it. Even some of my colleagues in my own caucus have been talking about this, right? But at the same time, and United We Dream will tell you this. Look, many of my neighbors have been here for decades. Some of them went to high school with me, and they haven't been able to adjust their status here. I have so many of my neighbors are actually married to U.S. citizens and can't fix their papers here. No one is talking about the decades and decades of our broken and inhumane system that is leaving so many of my neighbors who work, pay taxes, their kids are going to school with our kids. We're not talking about them. They're so laser focused on the so-called border, not realizing right now there are U.S. citizen families, American, that are literally being separated and torn apart because of our broken immigration system. Or my neighbors, where I grew up in Southwest Detroit, 20 different ethnicities, Hasan. I kid you not. I remember under Obama, I came in, I was a state house member, and I was sitting in the main office of one of my schools, and I was just finishing reading to third graders. And I remember this little girl just crying in the office, and I was like, what's wrong? And then she said she went home and her parents were gone. And the neighbor said it's because ICE picked them up. So this idea around, this idea that something new about removing, again, undocumented parents away from children, American children, that's been happening under previous administrations in the past. And so United We Dream they'll tell you personally, they're experiencing it personally. They are made up of folks that are dreamers, but folks that went to high school with us are born, pretty much raised here as little young kids that literally have no pathway. But there is the cruelness of it is what I think many of my neighbors in the 12th district in Michigan are really, really fearful of how cruel it's going to be.
Yeah. One thing to note on the bipartisanship of this issue, or at least like the fact that the Democratic Party has contributed to this, is obviously Thomas Homan, who was appointed to the position under the Obama administration, and Obama even gave him a medal. This is something that a lot of people don't understand and don't realize. But as a congressperson, Rashida, would you say that some of this attitude has actually swung in the Democratic Party in recent years, as opposed to in the past? There was more of a push and pull, like I like to call it. Like Obama would do deportations, but they were border apprehensions. They were still cruel, and they were still inhumane. And yet,
yeah, I just, let me tell you, under Obama, I remember, and again, this is just to show that this is very much an American issue, no matter who's in power, and how we've just, what is that term? I'm a child of immigrants, so I always get the bucket, you kick the bucket down the road. This idea around it's their fault, it's their fault. Yeah, it really has been something that I can't believe under every single, I don't care if there's a D or R next to their name, seems to me that they don't really care about fixing the actual immigration system. It's people even that are legally coming in, so-called legally, with process visas, that are also experiencing the same brokenness and humaneness that we see. But Hasan, I remember, me and Obama administration head to head, I remember I was pregnant with my second kid. I was like wobbling around telling him, you are not allowed under federal policy to do any ICE actions near schools. And they did it. And the next day, all the parents, all the school kids didn't show up to school the next day. They're not even allowed to do these kinds of so-called operations and coming into schools and doing these like raids and things like that. Again, that was right in front of two schools in my district at the time. It was horrifying. It was traumatic for the community. No matter what your status was, to watch that happen in front of kids was awful. And I had to go head to head with, a Democratic-led, immigration system being led by the Democrats. And again, know this later on, of course, because even the Dreamers were in the streets demanding action. Remember this.
Yeah.
They were vilified for it, Hasan. I remember they were like, oh my God, leave him, you're making him look bad. No, it was their duty and responsibility to move a president that promised that he would do something about this. And if it wasn't for them, I don't think we would have gotten DACA. If it wasn't for them, again, demanding it in the streets, I don't think we would have gotten DACA. But I want them to talk more about, again, what they're doing. I love the fact that they didn't wait to see who got elected. This group, United We Dream, created this situation room and created this action knowing that no matter who was president, that something was going to, awful come their way. Because again, fear mongering from both sides, both parties was pretty evident.
Yeah, the congressman was really hyping us up, so I love it. But yeah, we've been organizing around the clock. We know that our work does not end or begin on election day. It doesn't end with getting voters to the polls on November 5th. It is a year-round job, and I think the thing is the terrain we're facing right now with Trump's reelection, it is very real. And I think people sometimes don't believe that these things could happen, like mass deportations or raids. It's already happened. It happened under his first administration. It happened under administrations before Trump. And so it's going to happen again, and it's going to expand. And I think it's very, very real what the Congresswoman is saying in terms of we're going to see agents being deployed into our communities, into our neighborhoods, at schools, at churches, at masjids, at hospitals. We're already seeing that in Texas, right? Texas just passed, right, a law that was signed by Governor Abbott that allows agents, that allows the hospitals, right? They're now like required to ask patients their immigration status. It's all a tactic of fear. That's what it is. And so I think the end of the day, though, there is so much that we can still do to make sure that Trump's plans are not successful. We can still make sure that these spaces are safe spots for our immigrant neighbors.
Yeah.
If I can jump in real quickly, I think like it's important to like also like start from the basics, because there's a lot of people out there that have absolutely no idea what Trump's anti-immigrant agenda actually looks like, right? Like I talk to a lot of people in my community, they have no fucking clue. I think like the first thing that we have to mention is that if you actually go ahead and read Trump's official policy platform, right? I'm not talking about Project 2025. I'm talking about his actual policy platform. They want to explicitly, right, like carry out the largest deportation in the history of the US by invoking something called the Alien Enemies Act, which is a war law, right, that was designed to give the president sweeping powers to racially profile, detain, and deport any non-citizen that they deem to be a threat. What are the standards to deem someone a threat? No one knows. But this is the power that this act gives to the president, right? This is not an exaggeration. We've seen it in the past. It was used in World War II to put immigrant communities in internment camps. And we have seen, like Annabelle was saying, local versions of this in motion already. In Texas, because of SB4, is a law that deputizes local police agents to become federal immigration agents to do the same thing, racially profile, separate families, attack our communities are in those states. There are many SB4 copycats everywhere, right? In Arizona with Proposition 314, in Iowa, in Oklahoma. This is the infrastructure that they have been setting up so they can carry out this mass deportation. So the threat is real. This is what we're dealing with. And if I can share one more thing, is that one of the most concerning parts of this program is that they also want to go after the protections that already exist for people like us, right? To name a few, right? TPS, temporary protected status. I've been protected from deportation by TPS for quite some time. Most people in my community have been protected by TPS. This is something that they have explicitly said that they're going after.
Yeah.
DACA, right? 12 years of DACA, protecting immigrant youth, a program that allows people to work, to live, to study without the fear of deportation, humanitarian parole. They want to end birthright citizenship through an executive order under one. This is stuff that is on their platform. Like, I'm not making any of this stuff up. And at the end, they want us to feel unsafe anywhere we go.
And denaturalization, the abolition of birthright citizenship, and denaturalization for those who are commonly known as anchor babies, colloquially known as anchor babies, with mixed status parents. People who are born on U.S. soil. So the question I have, I guess, and this is something that is in the minds of a lot of people as well, is what do you say to people who doubt that Donald Trump is actually going to carry out these mass deportations?
I mean, he said he's going to do it. Everybody always says that. It's so bizarre to me because I know. Look, you guys, I have so many people in my community who said, well, we'll see. And I was like, how many times has he got to say that he's going to do it? But even when he had, what's scary, Hasan, and we'll see this, is even when he does carry out, people are going to still deny that it's actually happening. I kid you not. I don't know how many times I said, I went to the border. I saw a 4-year-old boy behind a glass door come up to me. My colleagues are right there asking me where his grandfather was because he was separated from them. Oh, no, children not being separated. That's not happening. That's what's so scary, is how many people are going to continue to deny that it's actually happening. But he definitely, ran on this issue. And with the recent announcements, one after the other, it's very clear that he's surrounding himself with people that have also been very proudly saying that this needs to happen.
Yeah, Stephen Miller to name one
That's
key
right.
figure in the architect of Trump's white nativist anti-immigrant agenda. Another another point that I am very frustrated by, and I actually communicated this to Ro Khanna directly, and he was shocked by it, is that so many within even the Democratic Party are completely unaware of the actual facts. One of which I reference regularly is obviously the Texas study that shows that undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. But outside of that, Donald Trump has regularly engaged in basically blood libel towards migrants, claiming that they are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans year-round. And yet, when you look at the actual data coming from the Customs and Border Patrol and the Department of Homeland Security itself, that this number is actually around 29 in the fiscal year of 2024. So the fact that they are so clearly lying about this, and the fact that like so many Democrats that I think are still guided by empathy to a certain degree have not launched any sort of counter messaging campaign against this is shocking to me. Is there a way to get the rest of the Democrats to caucus around this issue and to potentially push back against these lies, or even is it far too late at this point and we have to get into a defensive stance?
Yeah. It's never too late to speak the truth. I mean, you're right. They may be empathetic, but are they courageous? Are they courageous? Because it takes an incredible amount of commitment to just continue to speak the truth, even as national mainstream media and everybody continues to gaslight people that everything is happening because of our immigrant neighbors. I think people are going to be very shocked. They're going to be very astounded by how many of our neighbors in some of the most beautiful, most diverse, most vibrant communities are actually undocumented. Why? Because again, we're talking about 2 decades of never touching anything around pathway to citizenship, anything in recognizing mixed, status families. They're all over in every corner of our country. I tell my colleagues, I don't know how we became the party that used to talk about that we're a nation of immigrants.
Yeah.
That we're not, there is no Canadian dream or German dream. You heard that saying. It's always been the American dream. And we've been sharing those beautiful stories, not only of dreamers, but of, the person that, came here because they never thought they could ever, have the opportunities that they have here. I mean, Hasan, I remind people, yeah, my parents may have came a certain pathway, but even then they were vilified and targeted. My dad only had 4th grade education and my mother 8th grade education. And now their daughter is a congresswoman. And, sharing those things, inspiring people that that's what makes our country so beautiful and so inspiring and so empowering for the whole nation. And I can tell you there's corners of where I grew up in Southwest Detroit, and now I represent this beautiful, vibrant community in Dearborn. I can tell you, if you look at, this is a community that has now thrived not only in the business sector, but just continue to grow and thrive. And I know United We Dream team knows this. You see a lot of the faith leaders like waking up and saying, whoa, that's not who comes and worships at our church. I mean, that's not the people, again, the vilification that continues to happen. I feel like many of my colleagues staying silent don't realize that is action. And to me, that's failure in actually speaking truth. They can absolutely correct again the lies and push back against it, because no matter again who's in the White House, if we don't do it, it endangers many of our immigrant neighbors. And again, some of them will never ever report what's been happening to them, and it has continued again throughout this campaign, from calling many of my immigrant neighbors rapists and criminals and so forth. It is awful, because it is leading to more violence towards our communities.
Yeah, and if I could just add too, I think what both of you are pointing to is like this fact that like facts right now, when we are speaking the truth, when we are pointing to, the numbers, we can give all the data. And it just doesn't land for some people. And the reason why, and we see it right now with Trump, right? There is a multi-million-dollar infrastructure behind their disinformation campaign. And it's intended to reach the people in our own communities, right? I think even among us, among like young people, we have recognized loved ones who have voted for Trump and been like, what the hell? Right. And it's because the disinformation strategy has reached them. It's a multi-million-dollar tactic meant to sow the division between our communities. And so I think that that is also a major threat that United We Dream Action is trying to fight back against, that we're also trying to make sure that young people know what information is right, what information is intended to actually get people riled up based off of just emotion, based off of racism, based off of just their kind of initial reaction. And the bottom line is that disinformation then goes and informs politics, and then it goes and informs policies. And that's how we're seeing the through line into mass deportations and mass raids being something that is getting normalized. And we cannot allow that to get normalized in this country.
So, how do you think, to jump off your statement here, how do you think Trump has made successful inroads with Latino men, in particular young Latino men? Do we feel like the Democratic Party is at some point a little bit responsible for almost like purging or pushing aside the younger base of voters, men in general? And how do we reach out to people that have so much to lose from the very same policies that they assume will not harm their immediate family members? Because this is something I've so consistently seen with people that voted for Donald Trump that know undocumented immigrants or have immediate family members that are undocumented immigrants. And they have this assumption that like, oh, it's actually someone else that will get deported and not my immediate family members, because my immediate family members are contributing to, they're contributing to the American economy in meaningful ways. So it won't come after them. And that to me, I think is a clear-cut demonstration that they too have fallen victim to this propaganda, that they also believe that there is this crisis of like migrant criminals that are running amok inside of our borders.
Yeah, there are two parts to that question. The first one, like Annabelle mentioned, is targeted disinformation, right? There is a well-funded disinformation machine designed to target young Latino men in particular, right? Where they exist, where they spend time online, right? Places like this, honestly, places like Twitch, Kick, Discord, YouTube, right? And this disinformation is designed to dehumanize the people in our own communities, right? Because when you call your neighbors who have been undocumented for 3 decades criminals, when you call asylum seekers fleeing persecution and violence invaders, what you're doing is effectively dehumanizing an entire group of people that justifies dehumanizing acts on this same group of people. And we've seen it many times in the past. This is just a tactic that populists and demagogues use. And it's no different this time. But I think like the important part here is to recognize that it has to do with our information diets. If you give good people bad information, they will do bad things and they will do like make bad actions, right? I think the second part to this is actually the lack of like good economic message, right? I think a lot of young Latino men who have been radicalized out there, and I talk to my friends all the time about this, right? And a lot of working class Latino families simply don't have the time and the privilege to care deeply about democracy and the civil rights of their neighbors. They're too busy putting food on the table, right? So unfortunately, people don't eat democracy. And so we need a compelling economic messaging to bring these people to our side, because these are people that already have been radicalized online. They're really entrepreneurial. They watch Joe Rogan all the time, right? Like we need to bring a good economic message to them, because we have to tell them, hey, like mass deportations are wrong and inhumane, but they're also fucking stupid, right? Like we will see the effects everywhere because of this mass deportation. They will see when they go in the neighborhood and they see the local bodega shutting down. They will see when home prices keep going up because there is not enough construction workers to build more housing or enough farm workers to produce more food. They will see when their work sites get raided by ICE. They will see when their local businesses go under because they don't have enough workers and enough local customers because they're all gone because they were deported. They will see when a family member, a friend, someone they love gets deported. So this is the kind of messaging that we need to counteract the disinformation that is targeting our young Latino men.
Absolutely. what you mentioned in terms of the economic impact as well, this is one counter I hear so often, so frequently, is that like there's a cruelty, a purposeful cruelty. I'm of the mindset of Aviva Chomsky on this, that like the standard set for undocumented, or the process of documentation being limited, is a deliberate mechanism to ensure that there's always a group of second tier laborers that are constantly coming into the country that can be cycled out and discarded when they are demanding back pay or speaking out against like workplace violence and horrid conditions that they're subjected to. And this is precisely what I think the famous case of Purdue, the chicken factory that engaged in this almost human trafficking scheme of undocumented migrants in the United States of America, where they went to areas where they knew there were undocumented migrants, brought them into a trailer park right next to their factory. And when they demanded back pay after years and years of abuse, they called ICE on their own workers. And then, lo and behold, the next day they were back at it again, looking to recruit undocumented migrants to work in that same factory. This is basically, indentured servitude of a different name. And I feel like at the legislative level, there's got to be some sort of real solution to this. But one thing that I always stress is that the real way to solve this problem, which is not like it's a crisis of humanity and not necessarily people doing things that are bad or doing crimes or whatever, but instead is to process all of the undocumented migrants and offer amnesty to all citizens, conditional amnesty in terms of like, sure, like a criminal background check or whatever that Americans would be comfortable with, given the large majority or the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of the undocumented migrant population is not actually, committing any crimes whatsoever. I think that process would be fast and expedient and humane. It's also one that is genuinely popular. A lot of people, I think, get lost in the polling. I look at messaging polls all the time. I look at issue polls all the time. And one thing that I've seen so consistently is that people tend to hyper-focus on the top line and never look at the second question that follows it. And it's something as simple as this, like where in almost every single poll conducted on the matter, overwhelmingly, if given two options, mass deportation or mass amnesty, Americans overwhelmingly choose mass amnesty over mass deportation. And even in the polls where they say 60% of Americans want mass deportations, one, many Americans don't even understand what that would look like and how violent that would be and the economic impact of such a thing. But beyond that, those very same Americans also in that same poll show that they favor by the same numbers, if not by larger majorities, mass amnesty or conditional amnesty. So the fact that this, the fact that this is not talked about in that dynamic, that Americans actually are of two different minds and sometimes are completely oblivious to what they are advocating for, I think is really damaging to the public discourse when one side is not offering adequate counter messaging out of fears that the other side's message on this issue, that migrants constitute a national security threat, is far too pervasive and persuasive, and therefore there's nothing they can do but become the more moderate version of that same violence. So how do we fix that? That's my question. It's a long-winded one.
I know I'm like older than everybody here. I just do remember though the days that Reagan did like a pathway to citizenship, right? You got and so many families in my community talked about that time of, many of the workers, many people that were contributing the way he talked about it, obviously. I wish we just talk about it as human beings and being part of society, but he talked about it as around they were helping keep the economy going in the United States. And many of our immigrant neighbors still do that, right? But he talked about it in the way to have a pathway to citizenship. Then later on, Clinton didn't like a lot of things he did. But one of the things he did do was offer a pathway for mixed families to be able to have a pathway citizenship. For instance, I worked on as a law student, U.S. citizen, married to an undocumented person or somebody that's visa that expired, or fell out of status, whatever it was, they were able to pay like kind of a fine and be able to, again, adjust their status in the United States than having to leave the country and all these things. But on top of that, though, he added a lot of criminalization provisions that are really creating some struggles for our families. Especially, again, these are many people that are already here, Hasan. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you they are everywhere and they're neighbors and they've been here for decades. And they've been part of our communities for such a long time. And I wish that we just acknowledge that we failed them instead of it looking at the other way, because we do have a country that's like, come on, no, come on, we need you. Why? Because Hasan, every time when I was a state representative, they would offer some sort of criminalization of my immigrant neighbors. I would add a provision saying, how about the person that employed them? And I do that intentionally because I want them to see, like, understand the many folks, and they're all pretending. Like, the restaurant owners are pretending. In agriculture, because it was the agricultural community, Hasan, that all of a sudden spoke up and said, no, stop. We do not want employment verification process at in our industry. We don't want any of this. Why? Because they know that again, they're an integral part of our communities. I just know for me, they have enriched our neighborhoods. And I mean this, like in my community, I'm not saying it because I'm a congresswoman. I lived it. I grew up in Southwest Detroit, 20 different ethnicities. They have enriched our neighborhoods and our communities in every aspect. I don't care. It's not just the food and the culture. It's also just the sense of like being grateful. I mean, I saw things through the eyes of my neighbors that I would never been able to see through those that may have been born here. And so I just don't realize why we don't talk about it in a way that I think is much more humane, but also understanding, again, the nation of immigrants. And we've always had an immigration system that did not keep up with the need or the values of our country. And again, we fix it by recognizing, stop separation of families, recognize that they're here now and that we need to solve it now. Mass deportation is not the solution. It won't ever be. They tried it. Trust me, they may not have called it that, but they've tried it. They've gone after certain industries and sectors and showed up at workplaces. They've tried it. It didn't work.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Implementing, if there was any sort of like, I guess this is a weird thing to say, but if there was any sort of like real white nativist, like genuine white nativist ideology at play here, beyond the fact that white nativism is a perfect way to keep people undocumented and therefore hyper exploited, then yes, you are right. Business owners that regularly hire undocumented immigrants deliberately in an effort to depress wages and take advantage of their conditions, their immigration status in an effort to consistently exploit them beyond the normal levels of exploitation of the documented labor force. There would be criminal penalties and not simply
who benefits the most on a broken immigration system. Like, think about it. I mean, it's
absolutely
profitable for them.
So how do we start having conversations then with our local elected officials to push for protections for immigrants in their own cities, in their own states? How can people start this? How can people begin this process?
Start off. I mean, I think the Congresswoman can definitely absolutely touch on this too. And I feel like there's tiers to this. I feel like there's tiers to the engagement. And oftentimes, like when we're faced with something so massive, like mass deportations, like all of the horrible things that Trump is promising, I want to acknowledge that there is a sense of like heavy weight and emotion that we feel knowing that a Trump administration is coming. But I also know that like this moment really does call on young people to have the courage to take steps in their own communities to really shore up protections for immigrant communities. We've heard Tom Homan is added to his cabinet. We've heard Stephen Miller is added to his cabinet. We can be blue in the face talking about how horrible these people are, but what are the actions we are actually going to take between now and Trump's inauguration to make sure that we are minimizing the damage and the impact that it will have on our communities? I think one thing is like to the people who are listening, if you're a student, how are you talking to your administration? If you're on college campuses, how are you pushing your administration and make sure that your college grounds are not places where ICE can come on and take students from their classrooms? How are you protecting your immigrant peers? Workplaces, we all work, right? So how are you making sure your work sites are places that protect your colleague who sits right next to you every day at work? We know that those are tangible ways that we can be taking action right now as allies, as directly impacted people. And then, of course, there is pushing your state and local electeds. And that's one of the things that United We Dream Action has been focusing on is we have been trying to push mayors and governors and city council members to be bold and unapologetic right now in not only publicly stating that they are not going to comply with this, but actually doing so through action. And I think you heard the Congresswoman talk about this even in her local district, and so she can probably attest to this even deeper. But that's what I want people to know, is that this isn't the time to like retreat into this sense of despair of like, oh shit, Trump is coming, there's nothing we can do. There is a lot we can do, and that's part of what United We Dream Action is building. It's that independent political home for young people to be engaged, to get connected to each other, and to actually figure out together, here are the avenues that you can take. Here's where we're organizing in the streets. Here's where we're pushing our members of Congress, and to actually find those opportunities to be a part of those solutions.
If I could add something very quickly to what Annabelle just shared, is that, when institutions fail us, we turn to community, we turn to organizers. And I think, one of the main reasons why we're even here today is because we need you. We need allies. We need people who will fight for us and will keep us safe in the communities where we exist, right? Like, we want you all to show up for your coworker, your classmate, your significant other, your family, your neighbor, who will be directly impacted by this stuff. And with allyship comes the power to keep ourselves protected, to fight back, to push back, because none of this is set in stone. We have the responsibility and the power to fight back. And this is why we are doing what we're doing. That's why we have intervened some of these spaces like Twitch, like Kick, like Discord, because we're trying to reach out to people that usually are not involved with us, people like young Latino men, young men in general, so they understand what's on the line and they understand they have power to protect their own communities.
Yeah, and I, just so you all know, I come from the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit. And I can tell you what they taught me, many of my neighbors, I call them, you don't grow up with one mother, you grow up with all the community mothers. And one of the things I've learned early on is we're the only ones can liberate ourselves from oppression and from cruelty from our own government. And the way we do it is we organize, we outwork the hate and all those things. But listen, look at the history. We didn't get the Civil Rights Act because Congress woke up and said, wow, that's a really great idea. No, it's not. We didn't get the right to organize unions and finally have human dignity in the workplace because President of the United States woke up one day and said, wow, I think that's a really important so that people cannot die in the workplace. It was because people withheld their labor, they boycotted, they stood up, they did civil disobedience, they marched. They activated in their communities, and people from all over, it's like a coalition of people came together. But when we do this and stand up and, I know I'm going to be on mama bear on steroids in my community, not on my watch. Will I let one of my neighbors even be, don't touch him. Go work on the fact that we have a country with the most inhumane, cruel immigration system. Focus on the fact that we need to fix it. But we got to also start saying this. We need a fair, humane immigration system. We don't say it enough like we used to. We need it to have a pathway to a citizenship. Like, wake up. The way they have it now, it is like very obvious that they're picking and choosing who they think should become Americans. When, again, many of our communities, we can talk over and over again about the beautiful immigrant stories of our grandparents, our parents that came here. If we allow this to happen, I think we're going to start seeing, the most, I think, already racialized, but most, cruel and probably things that Americans are going to look back and say, whoa, when did that happen? How did that happen? So that's why I think Abigail's right. You've got to talk about this. When I explain to people how children whose parents got deported are in the foster care system and they never got to see their parents again, and this is not exaggeration, look it up. Uh, it's mind-boggling. They rather pay to put the kids in foster care, Hassan, than actually focus and work on getting an immigration system that works. Is that the kind of country, like, I mean, get me a break. Why can't anybody just speak up and say, no, that's not how we're going to move forward in this? And so I agree we have to do this. I know this. Last time there was a threat, I think in 2016, one of the things is our local communities, local city council, our mayors, you can now see some governors standing up and saying, we are not going to let you touch one of our neighbors. You're not going to do it on our watch. And so I think, know that on the federal level, we may not see the kind of courage and really values that we all have. And like you said, Hassan, the poll after poll, but by the way, polling, it's all over the place based on what they're asking. But I can tell you this, the majority of Americans do not want to see children being ripped from the arms of their parents. They don't want to see us allowing federal dollars to be used for private detention centers and private companies making money off of, again, more of a cruel, inhumane immigration system. And so there's so much that we can do, but I agree, talking to people as much as possible. Last time, again, this feeling came about, it was the first time I saw many of my undocumented neighbors speak up and say, did you know I'm undocumented, in spaces where it was really hard to get up and say it. And I think people at block clubs and other places were like, what? I didn't know. And when you realize some of the most closest people around you, places that you might go, a restaurant, anywhere, you're going to run into somebody again. But for the broken immigration system, they're not able to adjust their status or be able to have a pathway to citizenship.
Absolutely. I think one way to communicate this in terms of like our restrictive border policies is how it directly contributes to the cartel economy, both on the side of mass availability of guns that is protected constitutionally, that creates a trade route for cartels that specifically want to bring in drugs into the United States of America in exchange for weapons that they bring back into Mexico, a country that does not have a lot of, or any legal guns, as a matter of fact. And besides that, I think it creates a black market. These restrictive immigration policies, like, most people would be taking the legal route, the safe route, if that was afforded to them. And yet, because it is so restrictive, that many people then end up taking these illegal black market routes that only benefit the cartel in general. I feel like that's one way to communicate this issue to people that might be resistant to seeing the, I guess, humanity of immigrants, which is crazy to even talk about. But that is the unfortunate reality. There's plenty of people who just don't see it or don't get it.
Yeah, and it's not just so you know, it's not, many of our immigrant neighbors that maybe have roots in Central or South America. Just to be clear, after 2016, we have a huge Chaldean community in southeastern Michigan, and he filed deportations of thousands. I think it was over 1,000 or so. And these are many folks of those community that originally had voted for and supported widely, very publicly supported, electing him in 2016. No hesitation, nothing. Just, these folks have been here. I think they were here since the 1980s, had families here, roots here, strong roots. Again, it was just a complete, everyone got notice of deportation. I just say that because I always think people are only thinking of my neighbors from like Mexico or Honduras or Guatemala. I'm telling you, for me, it's from people all over, people that may have come on a student visa, Hassan, and overstayed, or coming from other areas, especially war-stricken areas where they just can't go back. I have a lot of folks that still are stuck in an asylum cases from East Africa and some other locations. So it's important to me for folks to understand it's so many other ethnicities and backgrounds that are going to be impacted by this. I didn't know you had a dog.
Oh yeah, this is
Kaya.
She's my puppy.
Oh,
She's being bad right now, though. She's dropping her bone. Very loud. What are you looking at?
I gotta show you a picture of my baby.
Yeah, mine's hanging out in the bed, sleeping.
Oh, that's my girl. That's
I,
my
Oh
top.
wow, it's beautiful.
Oh, that's a good dog.
What's her name?
Tots.
Tots. Oh my God, I have a Tots. She's sleeping back
Yeah.
there.
Oh,
That's
Peter
crazy.
Tots. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's
See,
all good. It's good to.
children of immigrants and immigrants are, look, we love dogs. We're just
Yeah.
human beings. They're
It's
lovable.
good to have a little break from the
Yes.
man-made horrors beyond human comprehension every now and then, and I think that that is also important. Is something I've explained to my community quite a bit since the election results came out, which was that you know, you have certain things that you have control over in your own life. You know, for me, it's working out. So that's why I urge people to, you know, maintain their hobbies and go out and organize in their communities and participate in their communities in meaningful ways, whether it be like joining an intramural league or something, or having a shared interest with a bunch of other people. And that's still very important, I think, more important than ever at this time, especially when we are so isolated from one another, so alienated from our labor, but also, you know, find ourselves in these echo chambers online that might lead us astray, and it causes us to forget our common humanity. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time, guys. Thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything that I might have missed that I didn't get to that you want to say before I let you
Yeah,
guys
just
go?
you're listening and you're fearful of what's coming. I just want you to know, trust in your community. We've risen up before and we got your back. And like, I just think of my friend Sergio and so many others right now thinking, I'm done. I just can't live like this anymore. When are they going to finally, you know, give us DACA? Remember, especially, you know, he's been here since he was 5 years old. I think of him and I think, but we got you. Like, I know it's hard to live in the shadows and hard to live in this tremendous amount of fear, but I have confidence in our communities will rise up. I saw it before and I know it'll be stronger, and we're going to do as much as we can to protect people, at the same time make sure that they're not dehumanized and targeted and feeling isolated. Like, I love you guys. Like, you belong here and you are loved and you are welcomed. The people that want to talk and target you, I promise it's because they have nothing else to fucking do. They don't know what to do with the economy. They don't know why, because they're taking money from the corporations and the same companies and others that want the broken immigration system. Just know we're going to continue to speak that truth. It's not just United We Dream. There's so many other organizations out there ready to fight back and speak the truth and, you know, get that pathway, I think, for a more humane immigration system in our country, one that recognizes you have been our neighbors for a very, very long time.
All right.
That and say that, like, really quickly, Hasan, thank you for engaging in such an important conversation. And I'll say this just from the perspective of like Gen Z right now. I think a lot of Gen Zers are retreating into a sense of isolation. We've been kind of isolated, feeling isolated politically, feeling isolated, maybe not represented by different political parties, or just feeling like the state of the world is really a crisis right now. And one, I want to acknowledge those feelings are very valid. I have felt those feelings myself. But I also think that the power of places like United We Dream Action, the reason why myself and people like Victor have been drawn to this organization, is because we bring people out of isolation and we bring them into community. We know that when you are alone and you are in a corner, that is not where we take the steps forward to create change. We do it together. We do it in community. We do it in the rooms and in the streets when we know that the bad actors out there who are trying to come after us are creating entire schemes to hurt our people. We are the ones putting in the work around the clock. And so that's what I would say to anybody here. Anybody here who is like, I don't know what to do, there's one step you can do. Join an organization like United We Dream Action. Join your local organizations in your communities. Get organized now, because it's not going to happen on your own. It has to happen in community. That is where the work happens. That is where the change happens. And really what we're about is building that independent power that represents us, that represents the working class communities, the Black, brown, immigrant, queer, young people who are ready to shake things the fuck up, ready to change things in this country. So I think that that's where we need to really encourage people to find your home. United We Dream is one of those places, and there's so many, like Rashida Tlaib was saying, there's so many out there that are your space, that are ready to welcome you.
All right,
I would just add
absolutely.
very quickly. like we'll share with you all like resources to know your rights, resources to help your neighbor, resources to join the squad, which is our super powerful organizing team at United Dream Action. This is the time to take action. This is the time to fight for your neighbor. This is the time to show up in solidarity with the people most affected by this crazy stuff. And big shout out to Congresswoman Talib for being here with us. Big shout out to Hasan as well for opening the space and centering the conversation around the directly impacted people that will feel the pain, but also the hope of having people around them for what's coming next.
And thank you guys so much for coming on. And once again, to everybody in the chat and to you guys as well, don't get discouraged by seeing liberals talking about how they're going to report their Trump supporting neighbors as undocumented, immediate undocumented family members to ICE. I feel like that cruelty is unimaginable. I feel like that is, there's, at that point, you are not even remotely distinct from a Trump supporter. You are literally doing that exact same thing. So this is an issue that transcends beyond party. This is widespread cruelty, inhumanity, and we will fight back against it every step of the way. So thank you guys so much for coming on. And of course, free Palestine as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hasan. We really appreciate it.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
All right. That was a wonderful and very informative conversation. I hope you guys appreciated that. I think that it was needed in times like this when, people feel discouraged. People feel a sense of discontent, understandably. And, you just have to, once again, remember that there are people out there that are doing the work. There are people that, and you can be one of those people. And, people ask all the time, like, what can you do? It's just, remember, if you're a documented American citizen, like, you have a lot of rights. You can, just in the same way that we see Israeli citizens go to the West Bank and actually participate in the protests to put their bodies in front of settlers that are doing terrorism and violence. You as an American citizen can do something similar as well. Okay? Not many is going to do that, but I think, like, if you're courageous enough, you should be able to do so as well. All right. I heard on majority report that Biden can extend temporary protected status, right, to certain areas of the country because a lot of them expired 2 months into the Trump regime. That's around 600,000 citizens. Yes. And he has to do that. I got inspired. I got to take action with my student bar association, try to get them to pass a resolution to bar ICE and any other law enforcement for entering my law school. This was great, Hasan. Thanks for this. Absolutely. You have a lot of law nerds in this community as well. Everyone has a skill that they can use in times like this. Join UWDA squad is the quickest and easiest way to be plugged in the actions and take to protect immigrants. Text pledge to 78757 to join. Wow. Now, on that note, let's get back to the real American patriots. Okay? One, I just think that this is really funny. Mike Johnson has begged and pleaded with Trump to stop poaching House Republicans to protect the majority. And that's really cool. One other thing that I have seen so far from the House saga is that Mr. Matt Gaetz, devil's advocate, pedophile, allegedly himself, it seems did something very unique. Scoop from Punchbowl News. Representative Matt Gaetz resigned from Congress just 2 weeks before House Ethics Committee was set to vote on releasing a highly damaging report outlining its investigation into Gaetz. Sources have told John Bresnahan, co-founder of Punchbowl News, and Jake Sherman, also a founder of Punchbowl News. 2 days, not 2 weeks, sorry. 2 days before. Representative Matt Gaetz' resignation from Congress came 2 days before the House Ethics Committee was set to vote on releasing a highly damaging report outlining its investigation into the Republican, according to multiple sources familiar with the probe. The committee planned to vote Friday on releasing the report. Ethics loses its jurisdiction over Gaetz when he leaves Congress. The secretive panel has been investigating Gaetz on and off since 2021. President-elect Donald Trump announced that he would nominate Gaetz to be Attorney General Wednesday. So how much of the nomination was just Gaetz needing a lifeline ASAP and Trump giving it to him in exchange for complete loyalty? All of it. What do you think, he has like bones in fucking being an attorney general? Come on. He was like he was a lawyer like what, 20 fucking years ago? Get out of here, you know? Barely. It's leverage. This is Republican Party politics. Yeah, he resigned effective immediately. Interesting timing on this resignation, folks.
The 115th Congress in January 2017, and alphabetically, we're seated right next to one another in judiciary.
Now, it's really interesting because the House majority is, I think, a one seat. Nope, Gaetz wasn't even a real lawyer. He'd never actually practiced law. He literally went into politics straight out of law school. Oh, sorry, he wasn't even a lawyer. I was wrong. I thought he at least went to law school and practiced law for a little bit. My bad.
Committee. We served there together for 7 years. Some of y'all who cover judiciary know those are long meetings. So I got to know Matt very well. Look, I'll say this. Everyone who served with him will tell you he's one of the most intelligent members of Congress. He's an accomplished attorney. He's very concerned about the lawfare that has been occurring in the Department of Justice under the Biden administration, and the fact that the American people have lost their faith in our institutions of justice because of everything that they've seen. He's a reformer in his mind and heart, and I think that he'll bring a lot to the table on that. I think out of deference to us, he issued his resignation letter effective immediately of Congress. That caught us by surprise a little bit, but I asked him what the reasoning was, and he said, well, you can't have too many absences. So under Florida state law, there's about an 8-week period to select and fill a vacant seat. And so by doing so today, that allows me, I've already placed a call to Governor DeSantis in Florida and said, let's start the clock. He's in Italy at the moment, and so we're going to talk first thing in the morning about this. And if we start the clock now, if you do the math, we may be able to fill that seat as early as January 3rd when we take the new oath of office for the new Congress. So Matt would have done us a great service by making that decision as he did on the fly. And so.
Can't the ethics committee just release their report for his future employers? I mean, it causes the inquiry to be dropped, but what if you were to accidentally drop the inquiry in, I don't know, the email inbox of a hungry reporter? That's, accidents happen, guys. In this line of work, sometimes you go to the ones you know. Sometimes you go to the Kevers. Forever Kevers rise up, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin McCarthy, do the right thing. Do the right thing. The public must know. The precedent is Ethics Committee doesn't release reports since Gaetz is no longer going to be under House jurisdiction. I see very little chance Republicans agree to this. Ethics Chair Representative Michael Guest and Gaetz loathe each other, but Johnson wouldn't like it all and sets new precedents. The committee can still release the report on Gaetz if the majority of the committee agrees to it, so just one Republican needed for it to be made public. I am salivating. Do the right thing and avoid the top of the hour ad break. Well, there are no more ad breaks because I do not run them. I no longer have a contract with Amazon. But I do still urge you to subscribe if you want to support the broadcast, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. You can also get gifted a sub. If you are lucky, you can get gifted a sub. You can clip shit. You can send me links and things like this. Came with an interesting take on Gates being Attorney General. Oh, yeah, I saw this. If Gates is confirmed, America's top law enforcement official will have called for Snowden's pardon. Now, Matt Gaetz is an interesting guy. I don't really know how hard he goes for that sort of stuff. But it's something to consider and something that I will be fantasizing about. That much is clear. No contract will happen. It ended. It's over. Twitch no longer gives contracts.
The Senate that is very much in his making.
Let's take a look at what CNN is saying while I go pee
who
real
ran
quick.
in races that he backed that are now going to be voting on these cabinet nominees once he's formally in office. And so that's really the question tonight. There are still some voices out there, people like Lisa Murkowski or Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who seem to have a lot of skepticism, not just when asked about this pick for Attorney General, but also Pete Hegseth to run the Department of Defense. So that's really going to be the question here, because essentially, as a Republican senator, is it viable to buck the Republican president on his pick? And if you're triaging and picking just one of them to break with him on, which one do they pick? That is going to be a real question that is facing Senate Republicans sooner rather than later. But also, I would note, you saw the Senate leadership fight that happened today with John Thune coming out on top. I mean, it's quite a day to be John Thune, and to now you are the Senate Republican majority leader that is going to be dealing and advising your members on all of these questions.
Yeah, Caitlin Collins, thank you. Joining us now, Senator Richard Blumenthal. He's a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, which is expected to run point on Matt Gaetz' confirmation hearing, if there is one. Senator Blumenthal is also a former U.S. attorney and a former Attorney General of Connecticut. Senator Blumenthal, what is your reaction to the prospect of Matt Gaetz becoming Attorney General?
The only reason for Matt Gaetz' nomination is he's a Trump puppet. His loyalty to Trump is the only credible reason that he has been proposed. He will weaponize the Department of Justice for retribution, Donald Trump's words. He is highly dangerous as a potential national security risk. Remember, Anderson, as you well know, the Department of Justice is in charge of prosecuting espionage, terrorism, sabotage, all kinds of national security threats. And I am hopeful that Republicans will take this major test of their integrity, their devotion to country above politics, and stand up to Donald Trump. But I am very clear-eyed.
They will not.
Their very unreassuring history that they're going to cave, unfortunately, to Donald Trump's will.
So you think he could pass Senate confirmation?
He could pass if Republicans fail to vote the way many of them are saying their consciences would dictate. There are a lot of furrowed.
Hasanabi, do you foresee subscription price falling now that Trump's been elected? Yeah, Joe Brandon's economy put the fucking inflation in the sub prices, but it's going to certainly go down. Certainly.
The impeachment, two of them procedures, and Republicans have failed to live up to their conscience and conviction and put devotion to country ahead of politics.
The president-elect has already said he wants his Senate allies to push through his nominees, even if necessary through recess appointments, which many people may not know about. It's sort of in the weeds, but they would essentially bypass the confirmation process. What, if anything, can Democrats do about that, given you'll be in the minority?
I think he's going to at least begin the confirmation process.
Wow.
We have tools to.
Why did he say this? In an interview with Miami Herald on Wednesday, Gaetz said re-examining Acosta's handling of the Epstein case, which came under increased scrutiny after the Herald's three-part series, Perversion of Justice, sets a dangerous precedent for prosecutors. A federal judge ruled last week that prosecutors run by Acosta, then the U.S. Attorney for South Florida, broke the law when they failed to inform Epstein's underage victims of the plea agreement. The judge gave several federal prosecutors 15 days to confer with Epstein's victims and their attorney to come up with a resolution. That's right. In 2019, before Epstein was arrested, Matt Gaetz said that Epstein's sweetheart deal from Alex Acosta should not be re-examined, arguing that it would be dangerous to do so. Gaetz also married, at the time, Peter Thiel's protege, Palmer Luckey's sister, as we talked about earlier. Palmer Luckey, for those of you who don't know, created Oculus, but also is a defense contractor tasked with drones and automated warfare. What about the real story? What happened in Estor? I don't know, but let's see what Fox News is doing running defense for Matt
so
Gaetz.
many of these world leaders around the world on the phone.
Never mind, they're talking to Tulsi, another Fox News contributor. Big Justice just confirmed for Secretary of Boom. We are in the darkest timeline. Oh, you have no fucking idea how dark it is and how dark it's going to get.
Very serious consequences in terms of.
Did the contract expire, not get renewed naturally, or did it have something to do with the Target campaign? No, dude. It's just the contract ended. Like, that's it. It had nothing to do with the fucking hate and harassment campaign whatsoever. No, the contract expired. I was one of the last Twitch streamers that ever got a contract to begin with. They very openly, very famously said, they're no longer giving like big deals to content creators. Remember?
Surprising, not surprising.
Well, it is surprising. I mean, but I think what I'm reminded of today is 8 years ago when President-elect Trump picked Jeff Sessions to be his attorney general. Very conservative. Very distinguished, a senator. He'd been a senator for a long time. He'd been the U.S. attorney, but he committed one sin.
That right there is Jeffrey Tubin, okay? Jeffrey Tubin, the Tube, famous for jerking it on a Zoom session.
Deputy Rod Rosenstein, who appointed Robert Mueller. And that investigation, was an affliction for Trump. He wants an attorney general who will under no circumstances ever turn over anything to a special prosecutor and do his bidding and protect Trump, whose engagement with the legal system has been...
Jeffrey Tubin, more like Jeffrey Goonan.
Alyssa, were you surprised by this?
I think to your point, this is what he ran on. I think I thought he would have gone with a more subtle name, maybe somebody who's a loyalist but not quite as polarizing as Matt Gaetz. But the question now is, does the Senate and Senate Republicans in particular truly believe in its constitutional advise and consent role? I can think of about 4 Republican senators who I think would potentially stand up to this: a Todd Young, a Lisa Murkowski, a Susan Collins, a Bill Cassidy. There I don't think is a single Republican senator who actually thinks that this is the right choice and a qualified choice and somebody of the moral character to be attorney general. The question is the political will there? Do they want to cross Donald Trump this early in time? And if I could just tell you quickly, my really only run-in with Matt Gaetz, I don't know him personally, was in the outer Oval Office when Donald Trump was president. He was about to walk in and meet with him, and he was holding a folder, and I said,
if gooning on a Zoom sesh is wrong, I don't want to be right. Okay? I see a lot of naysayers in the chat.
And he presented it to Donald Trump, who then tweeted about it, causing duress to the family of this woman who died tragically. No involvement, obviously, of Joe Scarborough, but that's the character and the
Marjorie
judgment
Taylor
of this
Greene
individual.
for NASA would be the best timeline. Yeah, she's going to investigate the Jewish space lasers and the Jewish weather machine. That's right. We're putting the best and brightest in places of power, okay? She's going to get to the bottom of this. She's going to figure out what the Jewish weather machine looks like, really.
Is now the Senate Majority Leader. And why is that so important? Because Rick Scott is not. That would have been all wheels off the rails with MAGA. So now that responsibility is on Senator Thune.
Oh my God, shut up. Thune is going to do the same shit that Rick Scott's doing. Get out of here, dude. Oh yeah, Rick Scott. Oh, so different than the average Republican. These people are so delusional. They're like presenting a false reality. Is Rick Scott a demon? Absolutely. Is he a fucking Trump loyalist? Also, assuredly. But John Thune is going to do the same exact nonsense that Rick Scott was going to do regardless. These guys are fucking delusional.
2 days away from releasing the report on Matt Gaetz. Then he resigns tonight. So the big question in my mind tonight is, will that ethics committee give that report to the Senate before the confirmation hearing?
And the point about recess appointments is that if that's the way it proceeds, there is no confirmation hearing. And the possible embarrassment of these nominees who don't really know a lot about their subject won't have to be subject to questioning.
Matt Gaetz is one of the most libertarian members of Congress.
The Gaetz news broke. Even you seem surprised.
I mean, it's true. And the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, by the way, aside from being monarchists, I think that account is literally run by a pedophile, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not shocking that they would point to Matt Gaetz as one of the most libertarian members. Yeah. Or is it run by a pedophile, or is it run by the girlfriend of a convicted pedophile who is defended? Oh, no, they're married to a convicted pedophile.
God.
Yeah, I saw this fucking dumbass dude.
I mean, I would describe it as God tier level trolling to just trigger a full-on China syndrome to own the libs in perpetuity.
It's God tier trolling. Dude, stop. There are so many things I want to say about John Fetterman that I will not say because I will get banned. Okay. So I'm not saying anything. I'm simply wishing him well. Okay. I wish him well. What does Mossad have with this guy? Nothing. Nothing. He's just a fucking dumbass. He's a stupid ape. Okay. They hit him with a stroke gun. Yeah, I won't say it, but you can't stop me from thinking it. JD Jedediah Vance says the main issue with Matt Gaetz is that he used his office to prosecute his political opponents and authorize federal agents to harass parents who were forcefully protesting at school board meetings. Oh, wait, that's actually Merrick Garland, the current attorney general. Fucking own, dude. Yeah, the main issue with Matt Gaetz is not that. The main issue with Matt Gaetz is that he is an alleged pedophile with a lengthy congressional investigation up his ass. Just say, read my mind. Anyway. Before the House Ethics Committee voted to release it, no, I wrote it fast enough. Shut the fuck up. Rumor is it that Kevin McCarthy's going to be in the cabinet too? How will that work out?
I'm not speaker. It's because one person, a member of Congress, wanted me to stop an ethics complaint because he slept with a 17-year-old. An ethics complaint that started before I ever became speaker, and that's illegal, and I'm not going to get in the middle.
Forever Kevers, rise up, baby. Let's go. Kevin only fucks married adult Republican Congress members. So he knows he would never be caught in a situation like this. Okay? That's right. Forever Kevers, rise up. My man fucks. Okay, MILF Hunter 9000. Yup. That's right. MILFs only, baby. Let's go. What is this? Oh, well, I mean, why would you bring this up, you know? The affair allegation that derailed Kevin McCarthy's quest for the speakership explained by egg boy Matthew Iglesias himself, as a matter of fact, back when he used to work at Vox. Yep. Listen, no matter what you say about the Forever Kevers, okay? Age-appropriate relationships only for the boy, for the man, the myth, the legend. That's right. That's right, baby. Woo! Watch the Courier newsroom video about Elon. I already did. What's the lore with Egg Boy? Oh, Matthew Iglesias. He just looks like an egg. He also has, I think, the same level of sentience and brain processing power of an egg, an uncooked egg. But of course, lo and behold, Matthew Egg Iglesias happens to have a lot of motion in the Democratic Party. Pro-Iraq war, vehement anti-leftist. Yep. They love his ass, dude. The Dems love his ass. Anyway, Republican sentiment up 25 points, D down 15 points. The Republicans cheer louder and boo harder. Theory of consumer sentiment is evidently alive and well today. Yep, the economy's back, dude. Now, the problem is, while they're excited at the prospect of a better economy, you know, real material conditions will still end up causing them more and more anger and frustration and resentment. And the Republicans will, you know, consistently deflect away that anger and frustration and resentment by pointing to all of these other things, pointing to all these other dumb shit, you know, people that are not responsible for their material circumstances. But what the fuck do I know, you know? All right. Speaking of silliness, mom of 8 jail for action on January 6th expects a pardon from Donald Trump.
Jan 6, inmates call in to talk to the organizers nightly.
This stressful, barren journey has finally come to an end with the election of our beloved President Donald J. Trump.
I couldn't stop crying last night that you guys are finally gonna get pardoned, you're gonna be set free, and all of this is gonna be behind us.
Trump has repeatedly promised to give pardons to some people serving time for their actions on January 6.
And now we have to continue to put pressure on the president to make that right decision to fulfill that promise. And I know that he will, but I also know my president understands trust but verify.
One person who certainly hopes to be pardoned is Rachel Powell.
How do you feel when you watch this?
You know, I think I'm more numb when I look at this stuff. It's like surreal to me. I mean, look how angry I look.
I met Rachel back in January of this year, right before she was about to go to prison for crimes she committed at the Capitol on January 6, while protesting what she believed was a stolen election.
Have you ever had a moment where you're like, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Biden actually won the election. Maybe I'm the conspiracy theorist.
No, not at all.
This call is from a federal prison.
Rachel and I stayed in touch throughout the year.
I feel like I just need to be home with my family.
Rachel has 8 children, ranging in ages from 8 to 28, along with 7 grandkids. We spoke to 3 of Rachel's older daughters, Ada, Rebecca, and Savannah.
Wait, this is you and your mom?
Yes.
Yeah. When was this taken?
Yeah, this is in the prison. This is Ada, our mom. This is Gideon, me, and my husband.
The only thing I could think of when I heard that Trump won the election was that my mom is coming home. She's going to be able to come home now. We're going to have our mom back.
You just know she's freaking out.
Yeah, she's so excited. She's so happy.
Their mom was found guilty of engaging in physical violence and of destruction of government property for breaking a window at the Capitol with an ice axe.
Do you ever just think, oh, Mom, I wish you didn't go to Washington, D.C. that day?
I feel like that's a pretty normal thought to have when there's so many consequences to the actions, but ultimately she was going to support something she believed in.
Hot take, they should all be
she's
pardoned.
our mother, so.
While I do agree with that statement, okay, it's not really a hot take at all. I mean, like, their lengthy prison sentences is crazy. But having said that, it is pretty funny. So on the one hand, it's kind of funny. On the other hand, yes, I understand. Like, that had to be a debate. No, dude, are you kidding me? Come on, chatters. Like, what the fuck? Dude, I want rehabilitation for significantly worse criminals than this fucking dumbass, okay? Are you out of your mind? Like, some deterrence obviously was successful and was much needed because these people are some of the most entitled dumbasses in society. That's why they live stream themselves breaking into the fucking Capitol. But like, having said that, it's literally sympathy for the devil. No, I can you consider their acts terrorism? Ugh, God. I personally, leftists are too soft on crime. I mean, I am consistent in this regard for sure. I don't even consider what that person said to be a hot take. Would you be cool with Trump pardoning Enrique Tarrio though? I mean, it depends. I think Enrique Tarrio's criminal enterprise is far greater than like some random fucking HVAC lady who broke the windows of the Congress with a fucking ice pick. You know what I mean? Like, Enrique Tarrio is, not only was he an FBI agent, but also in the process, Enrique Tarrio literally set up a paramilitary group. Like, this is not, there are lengthy sentences and jail time for the appropriate crimes, right? Like, if someone is like an out and about neo-Nazi who's doing hate crimes regularly, like his group that he's created is doing hate crimes regularly, like, yeah, no, you should obviously suffer some serious criminal repercussions. Like, that's not what I'm saying.
So we support her in whatever she decides to do.
Yeah.
I don't blame her for going. Kind of wish she had a little, like, held herself back.
I need people to understand though, like, I don't think that these are the first people that should be pardoned, if that makes sense. Right? Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, if you're asking me, like, in a moral and just society, like, yeah, no, they've served a prison sentence, like, the penalties should be appropriate for the crime that you engaged in. And I think that the American criminal justice system is fucking insane and hyper punitive and awful in general.
Maybe a little more restraint would have been nice.
Exactly, yeah.
You guys are not of the opinion your mom went to Washington, D.C. chasing a conspiracy theory, chasing a lie.
No. Yeah, she had a strong belief. She wanted to go support it, and we all share her belief that it was definitely stolen in our opinions.
That's crazy, bro. Yo, put the daughters in jail. Fuck it. I take it back. Fuck it. Time to issue out criminal punishments to your next in line, you know? Your next of kin. What the fuck? Put the whole family away, dude. What is happening here? She said, nah, we believe her. Free her. Free my girl.
Certain he will pardon your mom.
Yes, he will keep to what he said. He will keep his word.
I really hope he doesn't do it. I'm taking it back. Okay, sure, whatever. Oh, Hasan, you're fucking too pussy for criminal justice rehabilitation. Nope, it's done. I hope he doesn't do that. That'll be very funny. Okay. I want her to stay in jail just for you guys. That's crazy. They didn't learn shit, dude. What the hell? What the hell? Rule family, 8 kids. There's no way they've ever had a second to think for themselves. 100% homeschooled. Yeah. Like, I just, this kind of shit comes from packages you don't expect. Like, I don't foresee ever in my lifetime. I never thought I'd see a 20-year-old with a septum piercing be like, No, that's right. My mother is based as hell. You don't understand. It was super sick that she did the insurrection. Okay, MAGA baby. Like that's insane. That's not. The aesthetics are now universalized. You know, you got blue-haired. It's no longer blue-haired SJWs.
He's going to pardon her.
While we were at Rachel's home, she called from prison.
Oh man, when Trump won, it was amazing. It was, which I knew that that's what the American people wanted, so I had no doubt. But as everybody knows, I believe there was election fraud last time, and so I just wondered, are we going to have a fair election this time?
She's like, I wanted work release so I could do January 6th again.
And it appears that we did because Trump got elected.
Oh, so there's no, oh, never mind. Okay, got it. She said, I've learned 0 lessons in here. You understand me? 0. I am more firm in my convictions. If Trump wins, no theft took place. If Trump loses, all theft took place. I was about to bust out of prison so I could do January 6th all again.
You think he's going to pardon you?
I know he's going to pardon me.
And there is a debate now as to who and how many people Trump should pardon. His former vice president weighing in, saying that he didn't believe the president should pardon anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th. But there's a whole movement that's built up around this, John, as you saw people gathering outside the DC jail there, where they have for 800 nights. Some of them even produced this book, a How to Pardon the J6ers, a guide for President Trump. So it's
These guys are awesome. They're such fucking crazy nut jobs, dude. Fire. Baby dog shot dead in Miami. No, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, brother. Baby dog. Baby dog still alive in our hearts. Don't you dare say something like that. Baby dog. Are these daughters admitting their mom is Antifa? Oh, don't ask them that question. That's not going to make any sense, you know? Don't expect any serious points here, okay? Come on. Hold on. I gotta get the door. But before we do that, why living in Canada has become impossible?
I was skipping meals because I was struggling to afford
the skyrocketing cost of living.
I was skipping meals because I was struggling to afford my food and my rent.
2 million Canadians had to use the food bank in 1 month alone.
No wonder crime is rocketing after 8 years of Justin Trudeau.
Canada is worse than you think. Just 2 years ago, a simple 2-bedroom apartment in Toronto cost on average $2,400 Canadian dollars. Today, that's $3,300, an average increase of 25% per year, and that's not an outlier.
I just found out my rent's gonna be increased from $2,100 a month to $2,400 a month for a 1-bedroom condo in Toronto.
In most Canadian cities, you would need to earn at least double the minimum wage to afford a 1-bedroom apartment, and you can forget about buying. In major cities like Toronto and Vancouver, the minimum income that's required to qualify for a mortgage is double or triple the median household income. This makes buying even unattainable for...
You know why, chat? Communism. Communism. Chinese communism. Yeah. Everybody knows that's how it works. Please do not look at home ownership rates in former Soviet Eastern Bloc countries. Don't do it.
For the top 10% of earners, there is a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and now even an immigration crisis. This is a real change from the Canada I know and admire. What has happened?
It's time for a change in this country, my friends, a real change.
This is how living in Canada became impossible. with hindsight.
Canadians from all across this great country sent a clear message tonight. It's time for a change in this country, my friends, a real change.
Justin Trudeau was first elected in 2015 with a message of positivity.
This is what positive politics can do.
He built his campaign on hope, and the media...
God. There's a lot of people that say, oh, what about a Pete Buttigieg presidency? What about a Gavin Newsom candidacy? Look no further than this fucking dipshit if you want to understand what that looks like. Okay?
Often drew comparisons with Obama in the United States.
I want to say this. Many of you have worried that Canada has lost its compassionate and constructive voice in the world. Well, we're back.
On his first day in office, he entered a Montreal metro station to take selfies with commuters. The exchange went viral. The atmosphere was exuberant. There was a feeling of hope and positivity. Trudeau had the second highest approval rating of any new prime minister in Canada's history. To understand how his approval ratings have turned around so dramatically, why Canada is in a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and most surprisingly is now struggling with immigration, we need to go back in history. Canada is a nation of immigrants. In the mid-1800s, the population of Canada was almost entirely concentrated on the east coast, along the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes. To its west and north lay a vast and sparsely populated area that they wanted to populate. They used immigration as a tool to build their country. They attracted new people with a comprehensive marketing campaign. Build your nest in Western Canada was the message, calling it the New El Dorado. Boatloads of prospective migrants arrived in Canada and were vetted by migration.
Bro, you can't fucking be like, please cover Canadian politics. And then when I cover Canadian politics, as a Canadian, I'm ashamed you're watching Canadian politics right now. Please look away. Don't worry. Under the Trump protectorate, we will invade and annex Canada permanently. Fear not, Canadians. You will get a healthy dose of that free market principles in terms of your health care that you yearn for. Albertans will be thriving. Albertans are going to be like, oh, hell yeah, finally we're a part of America. We no longer have to LARP as Texans. We can now officially move to Texas instead.
Officers. They were particularly eager to attract talented farmers. They could help Canada's westward expansion by settling uninhabited areas. They built villages and turned them into cities, attracting commerce and industry, over time strengthening Canada's grip on the West. By 1920, population centers had emerged all along Canada's southern border.
Yeah, a land without a people for a people without a land, you know, uninhabited. That's crazy. Famously, nobody was there. You know, nobody was there after we were done with it, but
border. They grew from 3 million inhabitants.
That's pretty cool, dude. Canada, America's hat, doing America shit all the time, but gets away with it because America's so much worse. Large portion of Alberta is American descended or straight up burger. They want to be burgers so bad.
To 9 million. These immigrants were selected on merit, but also on race. Canada wanted to maintain the status of a white man's country. But after World War II, these discriminatory practices came under scrutiny. Canada started to build its modern immigration system. This was based on a points system. Prospective immigrants were scored based on their age, education, training, and language skills. The basic philosophy is that immigrants are selected based on their merit and what they can contribute to the country. This system is still in place in Canada today, making it the oldest immigration system of any country in the OECD. An early challenge was that an increasingly large percentage of newcomers were family members. In 1971, economic migrants made up 73% and family members 21%. But a decade later, this had turned around. Family members were seen as unproductive consumers of welfare benefits, and this prompted the government to make entry requirements stricter. By 1995, the percentage had dropped to 36%. Canada vested a lot of power in the federal executive branch of government, which makes it possible to respond quickly to unwanted flows of migrants. They kept identifying weak spots and making improvements.
When did the Ukrainian Nazis get there? Brother, their points were through the fucking roof. You would get extra points if you were anti-communist. That's how it works. And who better? No one can prove their anti-communist bona fides better than a fucking Nazi.
And by the early 2000s, the system was hailed around the world as one of the best. Even Donald Trump had good things to say about it.
Nations around the world, like Canada, have a merit-based immigration system.
But what was most impressive were Canada's exceptionally high levels of public acceptance. Immigration, until recently, wasn't a controversial issue. In 2018, 2/3 of Canadians believed that immigration was a good thing for their country, the highest level of any country in the OECD. But that wouldn't last.
Canadians are almost universally positively inclined towards immigration. We know that immigration is a source of strength and resilience and growth for our communities, and that's a wonderful thing we should be very, very proud of.
Public opinion on immigration has shifted dramatically during the last years, from people feeling overwhelmingly supportive to most people feeling concerned. During the first 4 years under Trudeau, the population grew at a record pace, mostly because of immigration, and it slowed during the pandemic, and that's where the problem started. Canada was facing a host of challenges. One of them was a shortage of workers. There are difficulties in all major sectors, from construction to healthcare. Companies were just unable to find the people with the right skills.
It's simple to me. Canada needs more people.
This was the new Minister of Immigration.
Canadians understand the need to continue to grow our population if we're going to meet the needs of the labor force.
Fraser, like many before him, saw immigration as a tool to fix specific issues. The worker shortage, but also demographics.
You know, immigration in Canada is not just something that we do, it's who we are. It's who we've always been.
All across the Western world, the population is aging, and that is an issue. But in Canada, it is extreme. In 1971, there were 7 people of working age for each senior. In 2012, this was down to 4. The projection is that there will only be 2 workers for every retiree by 2036. The number of Canadians that are over the age of 75 will double over the next 2 decades, while fewer people are entering the workforce.
If we don't do something to correct this demographic trend, the conversation we're going to have 10 or 15 years from now won't be about labor shortages. It's going to be about whether we have the economic capacity to continue to fund schools and hospitals and public services that I think we too often take for granted.
This inspired a radical new immigration plan. In 2022, Canada had set a record population growth, and they announced to welcome 465,000 permanent residents in 2023, 485,000 in 2024, and 500,000 in 2025.
And we are staring at one of the greatest economic opportunities of our time when people around the world are looking to move, and Canada has become the world's top destination for people who are thinking of leaving their country of origin to pursue economic opportunity elsewhere.
They saw immigration as a race for global talent, and they had every intent on winning. Their target was to have economic migrants make up 60% of newcomers, an ambitious goal. And they particularly targeted workers in sectors with the highest demand, like healthcare, skilled trades, manufacturing, and technology. But when these plans were announced, immigration offices were already 2 million resident applications behind on their work, and there was already a shortage of housing.
When you talk about the housing crisis that we're facing, which we are facing, one of the limits on creating more housing is the challenges on having enough construction workers.
But Trudeau and his cabinet members saw immigration as the solution, not the problem. And in 2023, Canada's population grew with the fastest rate in almost 70 years. This was the fastest growing population of any country in the OECD. More extreme voices like the Century Initiative lobby to grow Canada's population to 100 million by the end of the century. The plan was endorsed by a former prime minister, and lobbyists included several advisors to Justin Trudeau and his cabinet members.
We have a population that is aging. We need people to arrive with their talents, with their hopes, with their dreams, with their capacities to work hard, to build our communities, to build our future.
Public opinion was shifting. Whereas in 2022, 27% of people believed that there was too much migration to Canada, in 2023, this was up to 51%, and in 2024, to 58%.
All right, well, behind me is the Take Back Canada March against mass immigration.
In July 2024, there were protests.
There's a lot of disaffected Canadians here who feel like the government has not been listening to them.
This was an unusual sight in Canada.
And what happens to the election in 2025? Is mass immigration going to become the main issue in the election, or are politicians going to try to run away from it like they seem to be doing right now?
In 2025, there are federal elections in Canada, and Trudeau might lose his seat.
2 broccoli heads was $11.44. $11.44 at Save On Foods in Langley.
Like, we have a serious problem here in Canada. Just came to $218. How?
The government likes to publish figures that show how the economy is growing. This is technically true, but the growth is primarily fueled by a growing population. Per capita growth is down, along with individual living standards.
This apartment is 750 square feet, and I pay $4,300 a month.
People are...
Bro, this is a joke country, and it's the same in America too, man. The Western world is so fucking dumb. Like, that's it. Dude, just housing. Just fix housing. That's it. You fix housing, you will win forever, okay? Please, like, one industry should die. Just one. I know that the Democrats are so fucking, and the liberals in Canada, or not the liberals, what's the Justin Trudeau's party? Is Justin Trudeau's party the Liberal Party? Is that what it was called? Oh yeah, I forget that Canada is too close to America. Normally in European countries, the liberals are the conservatives, but Canada is too close to America, so that's why they still call themselves the liberals. They do have NDP though, yeah, but NDP also has a litany of different issues and are too invested in aligning with the liberals. Okay. Listen. Listen to me. It's free. It's free 99, dude. One of these industries has to die. Okay? It's either in America, it could be healthcare, like insurance. It could be housing, real estate developers and the like, and big renters. It could be college, like something, okay? Something's got to give. You got to be like, listen, we're going to keep getting donors from every other industry, but this one industry we have to fucking cut. You have to cut them from the coalition of corporate donors and fix it. That's it. And same in Canada. Any party that just goes, nah, fuck it, like I'm fixing housing, let me at them. They will win forever. Mexico goes all in on housing, 1 million new homes, 0 interest mortgages. Okay, dude, stop. Yes. I feel like hella Latinos are going to be like, oh, I'm going to Mexico. You don't have to deport me, motherfucker. I'm going. Yeah. Me right here, sir. Deport me to Mexico. It's craziness.
They're working 3 jobs just to live in this city. It's actually crazy, and they're still struggling to pay their bills.
There is a clear mismatch between how fast Canada's population is growing and how long they need to supply housing and service infrastructures like healthcare and schools. This affects all layers of society, but this is most acutely visible in the cost of housing.
Okay, we need to talk rent increases because this is getting out of hand.
Would you pay $800 a month to share a bed with a stranger? That's what this Vancouver listing is offering.
That's, oh my God. Amazing. Amazing.
The most vulnerable people are people with little to spare, like students. A story broke about 25 students that were living in one basement in Brampton, and it went viral. The mayor of the city responded that they've seen cases like these on a regular basis.
Like this landlord who's renting out 6 beds on the floor with dividers between them for $325 each.
The number of temporary residents, which includes temporary workers but also international students, have increased dramatically. In 2022, they numbered 1.4 million, and in 2024, this had doubled to 2.8 million. Public opinion had now turned against Canadian immigration policies, and for the first time, it had become a controversial topic. Trudeau, with elections coming up, needed to act.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is promising a massive federal program to deal with the housing crisis in Canada.
So today, we are releasing the most comprehensive and ambitious housing plan ever seen in Canada.
He put Sean Fraser, former Minister of Immigration, in charge of housing.
I know we're going to solve the housing crisis because I know what Canadians are capable of.
These decisions were vilified in the comment section on YouTube. It's crazy that people believe the guy that got us into this mess is the guy that's going to get us out. Too little, too late. You cannot be the solution to the problem you created.
The reality is different parts of the country have seen different challenges. In addition to population growth,
Dude, it's the same story every single time, dude. It's the same fucking story. No immediate fixes to the housing shortage. No controls whatsoever to a massive material harm that people are experiencing. And then you're like, oh, but we also need migrants to come in so we can, have more labor force, which is understandable. There's a normal desire that every country has. That's what has kept America alive, okay, as well. So then people go, oh, it's the fucking migrants' fault that I don't have a home or my housing prices are so high. Oh, it's the same in fucking Europe. It's the same everywhere. Every single Western capitalist nation has gone through this exact same problem. The more people suffer financially, the more they feel like their nation is no longer prosperous, the more there is income and wealth inequality, the angrier they get. And what's the easiest vector to get that anger out on? It's people that don't look like you. It's people that you're kind of primed to hate anyway. Great stuff. $1 million Tyler Hitler Veras for every Western nation. So much sentiment that Indian people are responsible for rising housing prices and it's turned into this racist crusade against Indian immigrants. Oh my God. Tyler Hitler Oliveira watching and is on his way to Canada by tomorrow. Yeah. I'm like, I'm at the town that Indians took over. just going up to Indian Canadians and being like, "Do you speak English?" And everyone's like, "Yeah." The fuck? He's gonna have a dude with a Toronto accent, and he's gonna be like, "I need an interpreter to understand what you're saying." I'm cheesing, fam. India's national language is English. That's the joke, man. That's the joke I'm making. You are repeating back to me. Like he is racist, so he thinks brown guy doesn't speak English. When in fact, most Indians do. God damn it, dude. Excuse me, sir. Have you ever considered that jokes, especially because of my inability to understand them, can come across as reactionary? Bro thought jokes would fly. Yeah. Sir, have you ever considered that maybe jokes are ableist to those who are neurodivergent?
There have been supply chain constraints that have driven up the cost of building. We're trying to address a 30-year lack of investment in affordable housing, and we're soon going to hit a bottleneck with the productive capacity of the Canadian workforce to build the homes we need.
Fraser is in an awkward position. Perhaps letting in 9 million new Canadians before homes were built for them had a little to do with this problem.
Yeah, everyone is like, nah, it's the migrants, dude, for sure. For sure, dog. Yeah, no, the housing situation was totally fine. It was so good before the migrants came in. Like, all of these landlords were so gracious. Yeah, this video, I don't know who the fuck sent this video to me, but this video has a little bit of a slant. And I don't personally like the slant that this video is giving me.
A majority of people now disagreed with immigration policies. They were angry and frustrated by the cost of living crisis, and immigrants felt that they were unfairly portrayed as the cause of the problem.
This is the sentiment of every single Canadian, by the way. Ugh, I know. It's everywhere in the Western world, man. It's fucking everywhere in the goddamn Western world. I checked the YouTube channel. This dude is obsessed with immigration being out of control. Who the fuck sent this goddamn video to me? Someone in the chat sent this to me a couple days ago, and they were like, you have to watch this video. It's so good. Ugh. Ugh.
Miscalculated the how much immigrants they want. They miscalculated how much housing they have, how much they could accommodate over here, and now they are blaming all it on us.
Trudeau's approval rating dropped in September 2024 to just 33%, and only 26% favored him as the Prime Minister. He had to turn this around.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. In a moment, Minister Miller will be detailing our immigration plan. Before he does, I want to say a few things. Canadians are justifiably proud of our immigration system. It has made our economy the envy of the world. It's how we've built strong, diverse communities. It's how we...
This literally, I mean, at least he's like still defending the concept of migration. But like, you need to start the conversation with like housing prices.
We've demonstrated that differences can and must be a source of strength, not a source of weakness for communities and society. Today,
yeah, no, he is still to the left of Kamala Harris. borders are.
We're announcing that we will reduce the number.
Oh my God, I spoke too soon. Oh, God forbid we fix the fucking landlord problem. Oh no, of course. No, I spoke too soon. Oh my God. Oh. This is literally, this is it, okay? This is it. You fix housing, you win permanently. You don't fix housing, every Western nation is Adolf Hitler. You got two options. Okay, two options. Fix the housing crisis or Adolf Hitler. And I'm not really comfortable with that dynamic because a lot of people are just like, nah, let's do Adolf Hitler. Like so many motherfuckers are like, nah, actually the Adolf Hitler thing seems sick. In America, there are dudes who literally said Trump is a lot like Hitler, and that's why I voted for him, okay? Just remember. To be fair, companies were using immigrants as cheap labor. Yeah, how was that the immigrants' fault, man? Okay, there you go. Fix that. You can fix that as well. Labor protections for migrants.
Of immigrants we bring in over the next 3 years, which will result in a pause in the population growth over the next 2 years.
By the way, the Trudeau Liberals have been 100% YIMBY for years now, and their YIMBYism has not put a dent in the housing costs at all. It almost feels like you need to build social housing rather than just housing across the board and just be like, you can set the prices whichever way you want, sirs. Those are just normal market conditions. Duh. That's how it works. I don't get it. Yeah. YIMBYs be like, we need a public-private partnership.
2 years.
Trudeau announced that they'll change course. They'll lower the number of new arrivals to slow population growth. He admitted he was wrong.
We didn't get the balance quite right.
When he took office, there was already a 3-decade-long lack of investment in affordable housing. There were building challenges and supply chain issues, but as PM, he bears the burden of responsibility. It was his choice to allow entry to such large numbers of immigrants, growing the population and adding pressure to...
People will be like, oh, rent control doesn't work. People then don't like do more development because everything's geared towards capitalism. And it's like, yeah, I don't want fucking private companies to do the development. I want a public jobs program, okay? Government funded, good paying, decent wages, good benefits, a pension plan for everybody to build motherfucking houses. Get to work, okay? Get the fuck to work. Get to work. Big dog, you're sitting around online, getting sweaty, getting fat, growing out that goddamn neck beard. Your ass is covered in acne from sitting on the same fucking crusty ass gamer chair talking about, these immigrants are coming over and taking the jobs that I want to take. Get the fuck to work, dude. You're going to like it. You're going to get paid a shit ton and you're going to fucking build houses. Okay? That's it. In the words of Britney Spears, you better work, bitch. Government housing. Government housing. Okay? Stop all foreign aid for a government-funded housing program. Stop all foreign aid for a government housing... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way. We already have a jobs program. It's called the American Military, okay? I bet you motherfuckers be way happier building homes than, going out there and getting fucking, having their dick shot off, controlling key resources for CIA black budget programs like fucking poppy fields, What's better? The thrill of blowing up an Afghan village with air support or fucking building houses? No, housing safety requirements are the issue. I could build so many houses if I didn't have safety requirements. Yeah, you're right. The real problem is I can't build dog shit houses that crumble. I mean, look at Florida, man. They're doing that over there. It's pretty good. They cut through that red tape real quick. Dude, let me tell you, I want ghost cities, okay? I want Chinese style ghost cities. Those motherfuckers were doing tricks out there. They were literally building they were building cities that look like Paris and shit. That was a flex, okay? They were like, "Oh, is housing is housing a human right, or is it an asset simply to be traded in the market?" And at first everyone's like, "Oh, it's an asset to be traded in the market." Nope. No, it's not. Guess what, bitch? Housing is for living in it, okay? That's what it's for. Wrong. I want ghost cities, okay? I want so much housing. I want so much motherfucking housing that we have ghost cities and we're like, what's going on? We do have ghost cities in America, by the way. It's just, those aren't new cities that were built and are now becoming populated. It's just old towns that were industry towns that relied on whatever that key industry was that fucked off when manufacturing went away. So, let's make some fucking ghost cities to put people in.
To the housing market. The affordability of housing and the cost of living in general are very visible signs of a deteriorating living standard. In 2019, 19% of Canadians felt that Canada was extremely unequal. That is now up to 38%. To the question whether the cost of living is now worse, the number rose from 66% in 2019 to 84% in 2024. And I'm still just scratching the surface. Canada. This was a real change. I hope that you learned something or found this video entertaining. Yesterday,
I didn't. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, I learned how bad the housing is, but I also learned that, you know, Canadians are blaming the same shit that we are over here. It's goddamn immigrants, brother. Big drop in immigration targets will cut population, reduce the need to build more homes, Ottawa says. Nice.
A new report from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives lays out a deeply troubling picture of housing in Canada. In every province west of Quebec, the average number of hours at minimum wage required to make rent is at least 80. Think about that for just a second. That means minimum wage isn't even...
No wonder these motherfuckers want to separate, dog. What the hell? I'm back on it. I'm back on it, dude. I'm back on it, dude. Separate my beautiful Quebec. Fuck it. I'm Kegsit. I'm Kegsit, dude. Quebexit. Vive Quebec libre.
Isn't even enough to cover half of...
Yeah, give Alberta to the United States of America. Okay, fuck it. It's already here. Spiritually, it's ours anyway. Like, mentally, we've already taken over. Might as well just make it permanent, you know, Golan Heights style.
of your average living expenses. And it's gotten worse over recent years. There isn't a single province where the minimum wage is enough for the rent on a one-bedroom apartment. And in several provinces like BC and Alberta, it's not enough by nearly half. And when you break it down by cities, it gets even worse. In Vancouver right now, the minimum wage is $15.65. But in order to afford a 1-bedroom rental, you would need to be making $32.36 an hour. In Toronto, $15.50 and $33.62. These are not cities that people can live in. If you can't afford to live there off of the money you make working there, what's the point? And the problem isn't just one of pricing, it's also one of availability. In the vast majority of the cities looked at, they're
all of a sudden, a lot of Canadian chatters being like, hey, why don't we go back to America? You motherfuckers wanted me to cover Canadian politics for weeks on end. And then when I start talking about it, it gets real for you, huh? All of a sudden, you're like, I'm depressed. Can we talk about how stupid America is? What happened? What happened, Canadians? You don't like a healthy dose of you're fucked?
Simply were not affordable places available. There are basically 0 2-bedroom units available in an affordable range and almost no 1-bedroom units either. And this affects a huge number of people. There are 828,000 people living in Canada right now off of minimum wage in single-income households. 1.13 million people doing the same off of 2-income households. A massive portion of our population is living insecurely because they simply can't afford a home, even though they are potentially working full-time. Which raises the important question, what even is the point of a minimum wage if it isn't a livable wage? If the minimum wage that you make for working 40 hours in a week isn't enough to pay for rent, groceries, and the basic necessities of life, then why aren't we raising the minimum wage? Why are we requiring people to work more than 100 hours a week in Vancouver, Toronto, Kelowna, Victoria, Ottawa, Halifax, and Calgary in order to have a place to live? This is the sign of a country that is not prioritizing housing. It is prioritizing profiting off of housing. So we're not...
It's literally the same. Dude. Everyone is so fucked. Everywhere is the same exact damn issue, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, we are so stupid. We need communism now. We need communism yesterday. We need communism tomorrow. Decommodify housing. Decommodify it. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. It's so goddamn fucked. Holy shit. It's just so fucked. Americans don't even have health care. We don't even have health care, dude. It's so bad. Oh, dear leader Xi Jinping, please save us. Donald Trump, save me. Xi Jinping, save me. Save me, Xi Jinping. Like, how fucking dire? How dire is the situation that people literally look to these alarming housing prices and go, you know what we got to do? Deport migrants. Like, that's Donald Trump's policy prescription. He's like, yeah, we're going to deport 20 million undocumented immigrants, dude. And that'll open up the housing for sure. Like, they're not landlords, dumbass. Unless every fucking undocumented immigrant was a landlord, you're not fixing shit. You understand me? Like, what are we talking about? Unless every single undocumented migrant was also a big landlord, you're not fixing it. You do a better job deporting fucking like BlackRock executives than goddamn migrants. Yeah, deport the landlords, dude. You're missing the point. Canada doesn't deport like the US of A. It's not documented versus undocumented immigrants. What the fuck? No, in America it is. In Canada, it's just migrants. Documented migrants. But it comes from the same place, chatter. The difference between a documented or undocumented migrant is just literally paperwork. You understand? The notion that it's their fault that the housing prices look like this is coming from the same racist place. That's my point. Is fear of the other. Simply put. Yes, the issue Canada has isn't about illegals. Oh my God. There is nothing that is fundamentally different between the humanity of an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant. You understand that? I guess you're not understanding about. It's about putting priority on companies owning what? Versus building affordable homes?
Not going to build affordable housing. We're not going to raise wages. So where are people supposed to go? There is no plan to help people. And until there is, this is only going to get worse.
Republicans' housing problem is that their neighbor is brown? No, that's not true. Okay, what about the fucking brown Republicans that voted for the Republicans? The fuck? You can't... You're operating on the old dynamic, chatter. You know? Ultimately, this is an EU issue too. I know. Ugh. I know. This video is actually fantastic. I've watched it on stream before. I love this video. It's one of my favorite videos. But I'm not going to watch it right now. This is what Australia has come to. Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, this is...
Well, Australians are
that's my goat, dude. Are you kidding me? This guy's amazing. He identifies abandoned houses and puts it up for squatters to go live in.
People find vacant homes where it's 15 years.
Well, Australians are living through the worst housing crisis, and now it could...
This is a Western world problem, possibly whole world problem. No, the fuck is not. No, dog. This is not a whole world problem at all. It's a capitalist problem, and every country that exists in some way, shape, or form under this like hyper focus on homeowners turning profit or increasing their net worth. What am I? Dude, my brain is fucking busted right now. It's a profit problem. Okay? It's not a problem in China. Dare I say, it's not even really a problem in like countries like former Soviet Eastern Bloc nations where home ownership rates are like 90%. You said it better. In Eastern Bloc countries, nope, it's not. Polish housing market gets worse and worse. Same with food prices, and we also blame the migrants. Yeah. And Purple Pingers is the guy.
Could be about to get worse.
The likes we've never seen before in this, the lucky country.
Housing affordability is as bad as it's ever been.
Too many people, not enough homes.
Yes, you heard them. Australia's housing crisis is severe. Adverse possession is a complex legal area in Australia where a squatter might not be breaking the law if they enter a property that looks abandoned and the doors are unlocked. However, if the door is locked, the squatter could be charged.
China's real estate market is fucked though. Yeah, dude. Great. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care at all. I'm telling you right now, I don't care. I do not care about people not being able to do passive income off of home ownership. I don't give a shit. It's a gamble. Okay? Every fucking asset is a gamble at the end of the day. It's ridiculous that because of the dual use of homes, we just have this attitude because of like wanting to make sure that every single person has a home. We've set it up in a way where like your housing value doesn't fucking depreciate, and there's a shit ton of protections for home ownership, and people basically utilize that to become landlords. And everybody, every homeowner in this goddamn nation, with the exception of people like myself and maybe some others, see their house as a means of increasing their net worth year over year. This is something that I've described time and time again. It's like, that's not how this works, man. Your home is your home, okay? Your home is not a financial asset for you to constantly fucking increase your net worth year over year. It's ridiculous. And this is for people who live in their homes, by the way. Because there's a lot of landlords out there. There's a lot of people who like own a shit ton of homes and rent them out. Okay. But outside of that, there's also, owned and operated homes, people who live in their own homes, and they tie their entire net worth to that home price going up over and over and over again. Year over year. They take mortgages out. They use it as leverage. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Doing asset speculation on something that is required to live is insane. I feel like but of course, in the Western world, I'm the crazy one. Okay? I am the insane person. And everyone else is sane. Even renters, they literally look at me like, no, dog, you don't understand. One day I'm going to own a house. No, you're not. You are not owning a house ever. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Stop advocating against your best interest. You're a renter. Do you know? Do you understand? You're a fucking renter and you're going to rent for the rest of your goddamn life. Do you like that? Do you enjoy that? Why the fuck are you advocating for this? The only solution to the homelessness crisis and housing market crisis in this country and in every other Western fucking nation is straightforwardly decommodifying housing. Like, you're not part of the reason they're so high. Maybe less flexing, more affordable housing. You're literally supporting this system by flexing on Twitch. Hope this helps. Doesn't his own hypocrisy bother him? Wait, what? The fuck? Are you in the right chat? What are you talking about? Twitch chatters talking about getting real estate one day when they can't get a girlfriend and eventually wife to co-sign the mortgage. You're flexing on Twitch for subs while complaining about home prices? What? Flexing on Twitch for subs? Like flexing my muscles for subscriptions? Like that? Is that what you're saying? Isn't housing a basic human right? It is, but it's not treated like that. Yeah. Chatters, every time you subscribe to me, the median home price goes up in the United States of America in your own town. Okay? That's how it works. I don't make the rules. Every time you gift a sub, it goes up whichever the amount the subscription gift looks like. Stop. Spike Spiegel, Reliable Randy, you're increasing the median home price by fucking 5x, dude. Don't do it. No. Zoantharian, Asian Daru, Akabidi 20, Hazmat with the 5. Stop it. I don't even know what the fuck that chatter was trying to say. You monsters, you started a hype train. This is what's wrong with this country. Fuck, man. It's Jover. FPS Hannah, you did it. Xylax with a 20 gifted. Single-handedly making y'all poorer. Oh my Lord. High levels of immigration put strain on pre-existing economic issues solely because there are more people for the government to fail. Same thing happens with high birth rates, which these anti-immigration dipshits love. I wonder what their difference is. Exactly. But also, in a weird way, given the low birth rates, they need immigrants to do the labor anyway. So what do? Supposed to fucking, I guess, let the economy collapse. This is why I always say the real problem is the never-ending profit seekers in the housing sector. If you don't solve that, it doesn't matter. You get more babies, you get more immigrants, it doesn't fucking matter. Nothing's gonna change. All right, we're gonna get back to America now. I'm done shitting on Canada.
Agenda, and they can serve the country well in other capacities. But I've told President Trump,
Sarah, they give the 5
enough
gifted.
already. You got to give me some
Neoplatonic, they give
relief.
the
I
10
got to
gifted.
maintain this majority, and he understands that. Of course, we've been talking about it hourly, almost every day. I think we're going to be settled. The numbers that you just projected there, I think, will be the reality, and we will have the majority. I think these seats, Matt's, for example, his resignation today was to help us because it starts the clock under Florida state law.
Yeah, because it'd be really embarrassing if he didn't if he didn't actually resign right now, and then he had to resign in disgrace.
Replaced almost immediately. All three of those that you mentioned, all three of my friends, all come from deep red districts. Yeah.
Would it be beneficial if Mike Waltz of Florida did the same thing?
Well, I'm going to talk about with him tonight about that. The timing matters. We need to stagger these things. He's going to fill a very important position for the president and for the country, and we don't want to delay that. And he doesn't have to be appointed by the Senate, his position. So we'll be able to figure that out. I know Governor DeSantis is going to be very busy working on all these matters, and the one you discussed in the previous segment, filling the Senate seat. So he'll be an active participant. We'll get this done. We're assured to have Republicans reelected in all these seats. And we'll work with a smaller majority of 1 or 2 for the amount of time that we have to. But we're going to be very aggressive, Sean. We're going to move the America First agenda for the American people beginning on day 1. And we have all this work stacked up, and we're ready to go.
Let's talk a little bit about Elise Stefanik in New York. How does the process work there?
Well, Elise has a similar situation under New York state law. The governor there, Hochul, can't play games with this. It's about a 80-day process, roughly. And she comes from a very safe red district as well, so we'll get a strong Republican there. The county chairs are already working to come up with a consensus on who they'll put forward as the party's nominee, and we'll get that done. President Trump's already committed. If necessary, he'd go up there and do a rally. I mean, we will get this job done. But Elise is going to do an extraordinary job at the UN as the ambassador there. She's a strong voice. She's Harvard-educated, really smart, very sharp and unflappable.
She's
and she
so
will
fucking dumb. That's just not correct.
A really important position, so I'm delighted she got it.
So it almost sounds like it would be better if she were to resign sooner than later. Also, let me ask you: tell us first about the meeting with President Trump today, where he endorsed you, and have you had any conversation with the new Senate Majority Leader John THUNE, who outwardly was very supportive of the Trump agenda? And do you believe that the House, the Senate, and the President are all going to be on the same page? Because in my view, in my mind, you have between 18 months and 24 months to get a lot of this agenda through.
You're exactly right. And the atmosphere here on the Hill is one of euphoria. I mean, the Republican Party is united and energized like I've never seen it, Sean. We had a great time with President Trump this morning. He came and visited with the House Republican Conference, as you saw, and he gave a ringing endorsement of me and our leadership team. And that was very helpful. The unity aspect of this is very important because we have to work together. I did call Leader THUNE today and congratulate him on his victory. We talked for a short period of time about the agenda going forward and how we have to do this in a bicameral fashion. We need the House Republicans and the Senate Republicans to be in lockstep on exactly the same page, and we will be. And he's excited about that. He's committed to the America First agenda as well. And we laughed about how our home cities and counties, his county, my parish, voted overwhelmingly for President Trump in a landslide. And our people and all the American people really desperately want and need and deserve this, and we're going to deliver.
Well, I'm encouraged by his words and everyone else's words, but you know what? I'm a trust but verify guy, and I want to see that agenda adopted and adopted as quickly as possible. Speaker Johnson, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, when we come back, Donald Trump tapping Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy to lead the Department of Government Efficiency. We'll check in with Vivek for his very first interview since the announcement.
Fucking cooked. Check out this influence map of online political voices. You're in there. Wired Magazine made this to show how much influence right-wing versus left-wing creators have. Damn, dude. I got a fucking tiny ass blob in here. God damn. Wait. XQC, Felix Langiel, aka XQC. Bro, this list is cooked. What the fuck? Wait, it's from here? Oh, god damn it. I can't read this with the fucking... The Lion of Level. That's so funny. They put XQC as a fucking right winger who is more prominent than the Nelk boys. I doubt the methodology of this is cooked. I think like you swap out Felix for Asmongold. That makes more sense. And I think the Nelk boys should probably be bigger than this. XQC as a right-wing commentator being more popular than Nelk boys, Steven Crowder, and even Andrew Tate, I feel like. And is like equivalent to Tucker Carlson is insane. XQC is a right-wing commentator, more popular than Ben Shapiro. Logan Paul is a right-wing content creator. Like, this list is... Dude, I don't know what's going on. I feel like there's no media reporters out there. Like, they just don't have any, like, decent media reporters left that, like, understand the online space at all. You know what I mean? Steven Crowder is bigger than you? Yeah, that also doesn't make any sense. The juicer was defending Destiny's N-word usage. They saw the clip. They were like, yeah, this guy's got to be a right-winger. But I don't even think Logan Paul is a right-winger. I don't think XQC is a right-winger. I don't think Logan Paul is a right-winger. I think Jake Paul is right-wing, but definitely not like a right-wing content creator. I don't know how the fuck they measured this. They met Donald Trump, right wing. Yeah. Cope harder. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Cope harder. Wait, why would I be? Brother, I don't think XQC would agree with being considered a right winger. Who? I don't know who these other people are. Josh Helfcott? Like, I don't know who that is. Or Carlos Eduardo Espina? What about this? Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Carlos, range 1 million plus. Follower count 10 million. TikTok. Espina is a TikToker and immigrant right activist from New York. One man Telemundo. Met with Joe Biden to discuss immigration policy. Stephen Bonald II, a.k.a. Destiny. Bonald's a kick streamer and refers to himself as a radical centrist. He's frequently debated right-wing commentators like Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. Lost his Twitch partnership after making hateful comments on the 2020 protests in Kenosha and was later banned from the platform. Platform of choice, Twitch. Former Young Turks host. Piker streams almost daily on Twitch and is one of the most popular political creators on the platform. Played Among Us with AOC on live stream. Ron Filipkowski. Midas Touch Ecosystem. Jack Schlossberg. Bro, is this literally just hung out with lefties or right? Yeah. And then these are the right-wing influencers. Wait, why? Okay, I need to know. Aiden Ross, I get, kind of, even though he's not a political commentator either. Jake Paul, Tucker Carlson, Felix Langia. Langia is a streamer who's professional Overwatch. One stream while playing with Among Us with AOC, but more recently appeared on Aiden Ross's August live stream with Donald Trump and Mar-a-Lago wearing a shirt with the former president's face on it. Cat turd. Yeah, I don't like the methodology of this. I think they're just like looking at follower counts or something. There's no like real impact analysis. And not only is there no real impact analysis, there's no care or consideration for who is like promoting what kind of sentiment or to what degree. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be putting Felix on this list. And then, I mean, even Logan Paul. And he's bigger than Charlie Kirk on this list? Wait, what? Where's Charlie Kirk? Dude, what? Yeah, this list is crazy. XQC's impact as a right-wing content creator is bigger than Charlie Kirk's is insane. Who's the tiny dot on the right? Isabel Brown. I don't know who that is. Lol, if XQC's right wing for hanging out with Trump, then what the fuck is Destiny hanging out with Fuentes? Something different. Something different than you don't understand, you know? Also, there's no Asmongold on this list. This list is cooked. The Paul brothers combined would be the most influential right-wingers besides Elon Musk on this list? Yeah. Where's Patrick Bet-David? Where's Joe Rogan? There's a lot. There's a lot in here that I don't agree with. But I don't know who Josh Helfcott is. But apparently he has 5 million TikTok followers. Bro, I've never seen this person before. What the fuck? Yo, this shit is crazy. The internet's crazy, dog. That's crazy. Like, this person is like a massive content creator in his own right. And I have never fucking seen him before. You're too straight. It feels like Twitter and TikTok followers and then manually check if they voted R or D. Same, never heard of this massive TikToker. Monoculture is truly dead. Yeah, every now and then I see like, every now and then they'll be like, like Brianna chicken fry or some shit, right? And I'm like, what the fuck is that? What did you just say to me? Like, what? Like, I had no fucking clue what that was. And it's like, oh, that's like a massive podcaster for the Barstool Network. You know what I mean? She dated Zach Bryan. I'm like, how was, what? TikTok is the China of American pundit. Shit going on over there on another level. Yeah. He covers a lot of queer news and is a bit lipped up, to be honest, but I get him on my For You page sometimes. Look at this dumbass. Look at this. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? How are you? Okay, chill. Chill. She thinks she's slick, dude. Her neck is so fucked up from fighting all the time. Does she like her buffalo horn? Yeah, she loves it. Yeah, play fighting, chat. Chill. What are your thoughts on Mike Bear saying straight women might have the grossest fetish of our age? What? I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway. Is Kai still on her false pregnancy arc? No. Oh, yeah, this is what I mean. It's like Terry Joe gets into a fight at Shouty Bay's birthday party. I'm 50. All celebrity news looks like this. Curtains for Zusha, K-Smog, and Batboy caught flipping a grunt. But it's true. Like, TikTok has gotten to a point where, like, I have no fucking clue who these people are. And then you, like, check their page out and they have, like, 17 million, like, diehard followers, like, ready to fucking go. You know what I mean? international prominence, a network deal. I'm just like, I have no fucking clue what this is. Like, what the fuck is a shouty bay, dude? Terry Joe, Matt Funny. I'm picking her scabs. Ugh. They're gross. The things that you do for your daughter. Terry Joe, mad offensive. I don't know who that is either. I'm your age and I know Terry Joe, you need to be gay. Co-workers, celebs. Yeah, I guess. I don't even think this is a fucking... Wait, what? Shouty Bay is actually a guest lecturer at Princeton University? Stop. What is... No, stop. Shouty Bay guest lecture. I'm going to look this up. Princeton. No, you fucking liar. That's not a real thing. What is Shouty Bay? I'm going to look up Shouty Bay. Shouty Bay official on TikTok. 1.7 million followers.
Oh my god, guys! Just show notice me! Ah! What you mean? Happy birthday, love. What you mean? I'm sorry.
It's my birthday. Yeah. It's my birthday. Yeah. It's my birthday. Yeah. It's my birthday. Turn me up. Turn me up. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in the nest.
Espera, ellos no te aman como yo te amo. Espera, ellos no te aman como yo te amo. Espera, ellos no te aman como yo te amo.
Siempre seremos buenos amigos.
God bless you, sorry, tú estás perfecta. Y te combina el culo con la teta. Y no quería faltarte el respeto, pero si me miras otra vez te lo meto. No me vendas sueños, mami, dime la verdad. Si tú tienes dueño, eso a mí no me va a importar.
What am I looking at? Kaya, please. What am I looking at, bro? What the fuck? Like, what am I... Like, I don't understand what the purpose of this is. This got 47,000 likes. Like, what is the entertainment value? I'm genuinely asking. Please, someone explain it to me. Play the popular ones.
One. Blocked. One.
Okay. What is happening here? Early TikTok, she popped off with some funny viral moments, but then she's had an established fan base. I don't know why, to be honest. She's an icon. You wouldn't know. Like, what is it? People like to laugh at her, much like World of T-shirts. This is Terry Joe.
You know what you look like?
Her looks are unusual. Hey, Twitter loves, so use unusual looking people as reaction gifs. Is that simple?
What?
You look like someone tried to draw Normani from memory.
It seems like you have a lot on your chest except titties.
Oh, it seems like you have a lot on your plate except greens.
There's a couple of things that I want to talk to you about today.
Okay.
This being number one.
And what about it? That ain't
to me.
That ain't me.
No, Terry.
As you can see, that person has long hair. My hair's short.
Oh, short like this one.
Louisiana?
Why are you coming for me tonight? You were so nice to me last time.
Last time I came for you too, just in a different way.
Oh, chill. What are you doing?
I think Mama told me to get in the photo too. Hold on, let me see. Oh, wait, hold on. My bad.
Nina.
Bro, my For You page is so different.
So I've been trying as much as possible not
Like,
to
look
pay
at this
attention.
nerdy ass bullshit, bro. I got fucking Jamel Bowie talking about some nerdy ass bullshit, talking about some politics. What the
All
fuck?
right,
Why is my
first
For
thing
You
first,
just
a
Jamel
lot of-
Bowie? Wait, what is happening?
In the aftermath.
Wait, what the fuck? That's 3
All right.
Jamel Bowies in a row,
In
dude.
the aftermath.
4. Okay.
about the specific
TikTok
part.
desktop is so busted. TikTok desktop is so busted, bro. What the fuck?
There's no way this was $1,000. Today we're going to be...
Folks, look at this. I'm walking down the street of Chengdu in the middle of the night. Look at this. I feel so safe, tremendously safe. I can go anywhere that I want to go. What does that lead me? Serenity. I know it's a big word. A lot of people don't know about this word, but I want to use it on Chengdu. You don't know where Chengdu is. I'll tell you what. Chengdu is practically the capital of southwest of China.
You don't think if the United States were acting in its own interest that war with Iran would even be on the table?
If the U.S. were acting in our own interest, we would not even have an argument with Russia right now. We would not have an argument with China right now. We would not have an argument with Iran right now. We
got Sachs. You get these doomer edits of right-wing shit. I mean, at least it's fucking Sachs.
9/11 was bad.
I agree with that.
9/11. 9/11. 9/11.
K. Again. Cool letter. Yeah, I kind of like a K too. Yeah, you normally like 3 of them. I knew that was going to happen. Why did I even say that? Okay.
Big news from Russia. It seems that Vladimir Putin has spent the last several days reminding Trump that he is on a leash. For starters, Russia State TV aired explicit photos of Trump's wife Melania while making jokes and holding back laughter in a segment meant to congratulate.
Hasan Base Me Art fan? Yeah, no, I do. I love Base Me Art. They're funny as fuck. My For You page on TikTok is full of angry liberal. I need to refresh. Dude, our TikTok feeds look exactly the same.
Trump on his victory. Next, an aide in Putin's inner circle, Nikolai Patrushev.
Okay, it's boring.
Donald Trump, who tried to forcibly overturn.
Boring.
People on the left who are against voting for Kamala Harris.
Oh my God.
The internet has been in an uproar since finding out that Rosa Parks' husband had a car.
Wait. Hold on.
The internet has been in an uproar.
That's insane. Okay, Gen Z is done. Okay, Gen Z needs to reset. They said Rosa Parks was clip farming, dude. That's crazy.
This is what your style says about you. If your style is old money, there's a 90%.
Unfortunately, the crisis of this election is just a...
You're probably thinking it's LA Fitness, why are you wildin' and who are you yelling at? It started as a regular day at LA Fitness. This is all stuff you've seen before. Head at the rim on lives and me getting buckets, everything's going according to plan. I want you to keep in mind, this is my home LA Fitness and almost every...
Phineas is still reposting your stuff, by the way. That's right. My goat. Phineas is, oh, ew. He's reposting Destiny too, though. Gross. Phineas is libbed up. Are you aware of pro-Palestine Dan Bilzerian? Brother, please. Okay? For every 3 like normal seeming takes that Dan Bilzerian has on Palestine, there are 33 takes where he's like, the Jews are being commanded by the Talmud to do hypnosis and make you addicted to sissy hypno porn. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. That dude is a straight up Nazi, brother. I hate that like the most prominent fucking supposedly quote unquote anti-Zionist people nowadays is just like motherfuckers like Dan Bilzerian. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Dan Bilzerian, if you catch him with like a 3-second snippet or a 30-second snippet, you'll be like, whoa, what? Like, what did he just say? Did he just like say something? Did he just say something meaningful? And then you're like, oh my God, he is the biggest fucking Nazi of all time. They're clipping you for drama with E? Wait, what drama with E? What are you talking about? Why the fuck would I be on board with a goddamn Nazi? What the fuck's wrong with some of you? We listen to Dan Bilzerian. If you remember, there's a clip out there somewhere. The first time I heard Dan Bilzerian's takes on Israel, I was like, wait, what? Like, why does this make sense? And then literally right after I unpaused the video, he started saying some shit. And I was like, oh my God, he's just straight up a Nazi. It's crazy. It's so wild. It wasn't even about the Torah. No, he says Talmud, which is like, dude, you can tell when someone is a real hater, okay? When you got like transphobic people, okay, talking about like the latest in trans technology, you're like, oh, why do you know that? That's weird. What the fuck? What is this? Your hyperfixation? And it's the same shit with like these fucking anti-Semites. Once they start busting out Talmudic references, you're like, dude, like normal Jewish people have never thought about this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you don't even understand how any of this shit works. You're just saying things now. Like, you have gotten so nerdy with your anti-Semitism that you are outflanking normal Jews that don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's it. It's just like, it's so weird. It's an immediate fucking alarm bell in my head. Whenever I hear some non-Jewish person that isn't like immediately a fucking rabbi talking about the Talmud, I'm like, the fuck? The only people that know anything about the Talmud are, you know, people in rabbinical school that are there to debate it, or fucking Koreans, okay? That's it. That's right. Koreans, why? I don't know. I just there's a lot of Philo-Semites in Asia. No, not the Japanese. Or kids who went to Jewish day school, me. His Piers Morgan appearance is popping off on TikTok. People don't know about his actual stance. That shit is so damaging, dude. Because it's like, I think there's nothing grosser than just like being anti-Semitic, period. But also, there's nothing grosser than both being anti-Semitic and then using the cause of Palestine to feed people more anti-Semitic commentary. Because like, you're Like, this is your pet project, dude? Like, fuck you. People are dying. You know what I mean? People are fucking dying, and you're out here being like, ugh. Dan Bilzerian repeatedly conflates Judaism with Zionism on TV. Yeah, I've never done that, and I will never do that. Okay? And I get annoyed when liberals do that as a defensive posture too. It's like it's liberals or woke people that want to defend Israel handshaking with like anti-Israel anti-Semites. You know what I mean? Quote unquote liberals? No, liberals do that shit all the time. What do you think Jake Tapper's fucking doing every time? He's like, oh, a lot of people are substituting Zionists with Jew to be anti-Semitic towards Jews. Is like, no, man, like, this is a political ideology. Okay, I'm very careful with the language that I use to make sure that there is not even a single instance where people can even marginally assume that I mean all Jews. Like, I made my stance very fucking clear. It's gross. Example of a TikTok of him getting over 100K likes.
Yeah, I just don't really give a shit.
Yeah, I think I saw this because he was talking about, like, even if rapes would have happened, I think he said something along the lines of, like, the fuck do you expect is going to happen? I don't know if it happened or not, but even if it did, like, you know, you've been, when you're killing these people for years and years and years, it's going to happen, like, and like, the clip, this part gets clipped out, and then people are like, oh, wow, like, this guy,
You know, beheaded people.
this guy
just don't
seems
really
all right. And then, like, right after the part where he clipped out, he's like, and it's good that it happened to the Jews. And you're like, come on, dude. Yeah, here, Dan Cohen has a great take on this. I saw this earlier. Piers Morgan and Dan Bilzerian represent two sides of the Zionist deception. Morgan promotes debunked Zionist propaganda. He still insists mass rape took place on October 7 to justify the Gaza genocide and claims to defend Jews from anti-Semitism. Bilzerian, best known for promoting degeneracy of the young men, has suddenly found the light, discovered the Palestinian cause, and decided that Hitler was right about Jews. He even found some quotes from the Talmud, though he had no idea what the Talmud is and believes it's a guidebook for the Gaza genocide. Yeah, dude. Jews have both mind control powers and also simultaneously can see the future. Where they were like, one day we're gonna have Israel, and then we're just gonna do like a slow burn genocide for 75 fucking years, and it's all in the Talmud. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Be fucking serious for once in your goddamn lives, okay? Both of them accept the same fundamental false premise that Jews equals Zionism / Israel. As long as you're operating within the boundaries they present, you'll never challenge Zionism. There's a reason you see degenerate propagandists like these two in mass media, and you'll never see anyone who can accurately define Zionism and its relationship to Judaism. Yeah. Anybody that fucking starts chirping about the Talmud that's not like in rabbinical school or some shit, like, I question them, okay? It's just like, why do you know that? Why do you know anything about this? You saw a couple fucking snippets and you misunderstood the purpose of what it is, and now you're just making it everybody else's problem, and you're using it as a justification to be anti-Semitic as fuck. So yeah, I think, you know, there is a lot of fucking anti-Semitism popping off on the timeline. And every motherfucker named Dan insane. Yeah. You're wrong, dude. The Talmud has supremacy ideologies. Conservatives use the Bible to do evil shit in America. What's the difference between? Dude, it is not even a fucking religious text that, like, people follow to the T. What are you talking about? It's not. It's supposed to be like, isn't the reception of the... Oh my God. See, this is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. Shut up. It's not. It's not the same as the Bible, and people don't even fucking follow the Bible anyway. Ay, ay, ay. It's different rabbis interpreting the Torah. Yo, Hasan, I want to say I appreciate you taking my joke yesterday in stride. I am indeed a black chatter, and as such, I'm formally requesting you do a do-rag gym stream with Kai Cenat while he's in LA. I think it would do a lot for you to convert Kai and engender a new era of class consciousness and revolutionary sentiment among our black youth. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Kai Cenat, who has a Nike and McDonald's sponsorship, is going to engender a new era of class consciousness and revolutionary sentiment. Black chatter for sure. No, I know that they're a black chatter. But they're still fucking memeing. Is there beef? No, there's no beef. I like Kai. I think he's a great entertainer. I don't think he's that big of a fan of me, but I don't really give a shit. Not many people are, you know what I mean? Kai Cenat's actually doing a stream next month with Nepalese Maoists. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same as people being like, it's the same as people talking about the hadiths in the Quran, you know? Like, acting like this is a fucking moral rudder that guides people. It's just dumb shit. Like, Israel has nothing to do with Judaism. And when you fucking falsely conflate Judaism with Zionism, you're doing the same fucking shit that Nazis are doing. And Nazis are doing the same fucking shit that pro-Israel people are doing. That's it. It's dumb as fuck. Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta do a podcast. Me and Will, baby. Fear and Malding is back. Yeah, I found this secret ancient text that explains why the U.S. supports this European settler colonial project in an incredibly resource-rich region that they want to control, that they have machinations for. I promise you, it has nothing to do with like resource extraction. It has nothing to do with resource extraction. I promise. Please look at this ancient text, dude. It tells you everything, okay? And then they'll package that up with like 8 fucking Motorola Razr flip phone filmed videos of like Kahanas talking about how fucking Goyim are cattle or whatever. And they're like, oh, see, they all believe this. It's like, no, dog, that's insane. You're an insane person. You're an insane anti-Semite. Shut the fuck up. I know all the Nazi bait. I've fucking seen all the Nazi bait, okay? Dumbass motherfuckers. You know what? I was going to do the old outro, so I'm going to do that right now.
What a fucking liar, dude.
There you go,
what
everybody.
Fucking Weasley
Love you
little
all.
Liar,
see you tomorrow.
Dude.
And then
what
on Friday, I'll be in
Weasley
Texas,
little
baby.
Liar, dude.
Peace.
Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness.
Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness. Fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. letter, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience.